What's going on, people? How are y'all doing? What's up with y'all? Fishing ships? I don't know, man. Fucking Indonesia, probably. Ooh, that was a bad guess. Fucking Japan, probably make some ships. Oh, not that many. Dude, what it... I don't think Iceland would make the ships. Iceland, like, exports a lot of fish, I'm pretty sure. Okay, Iceland does a little bit. I feel like maybe China? Okay, that's a decent amount. Um, there's no way they built in the US, right? It's gotta be like India? Damn. Turkey, Spain. I would never would have guessed Turkey or Spain. Goddamn. China, Denmark, Romania. I would never would have guessed Romania either. Fuck this shit. Everyone hates fish anyway. Is this some fucking Caribbean country? Is Jamaica or something? How south is Jamaica? It's like on the same. It's either Costa Rica or Panama, right? Fuck. Wait, there's no way it's. Is this an island? Fucking on the fucking western coast of the U.S. Or am I just underestimating the distance? Oh fuck! It's gotta be a fucking bullshit island I've never heard of. Goddamn. Maybe it's just El Salvador. Fuck this shit, dude. Is it? I didn't think it would be. I think I'm. I think I don't know where fucking Jamaica is. Is the problem? Yeah, goddamn. I thought Jamaica was quite a bit more south than Belize, but I guess not. Yeah, goddamn. Fuck. I thought Jamaica was closer to fucking the bullshit super small island nations that I can never guess whenever I have to do Tradle or whatever. What Satara or whatever, Where's Epstein? Thanks. Oh, I don't think he's watching. I think it's just running through the old subs. Well, regardless, thanks Ryan for the sub. Um, I don't know where Epstein is forever, emo. I don't know. They gotta release those files to figure it out, right? Isn't that that's the main holdup, right? That's the main thing. Play one game export. Hold on. Surely, I've got this. Ain't no, I'm playing export. Hold on, goddammit. Medical instruments. I'm gonna guess. Ooh, it might be. I'm gonna guess China. Yeah, okay. What's up, John Brown? Macho Labubu in Dubai or Israel? Choose one. What do you mean choose one? I mean, probably the first one. Matcha Labubu's in Dubai. It seems. Oh fuck! I didn't. I was thinking too hard about the question. And I didn't answer the fucking game I'm playing. Cash registers, man. I don't know. You know, fucking Malaysia is probably making cash. Hong Kong, damn it. Probably making cash registers. Seats. I feel like it could be Indonesia. United Kingdom. Why are they still making fucking seats in the UK? Insulated wire. Oh, I feel like that was I feel like that was Malaysia. I feel like I've had that one before. Oh no, it was Indonesia. But I already played my Indonesia card. Non-knit woman suits. Oh fuck, that's gotta be. What did I play earlier? That is probably Malaysia, but you know, I guess I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go Egypt. Switzerland. Fuck. Why does Switzerland make this bullshit? Copper ore has gotta be one of the ones I chose already. Yeah. Apples. I mean, it's definitely none of these, right? It's fucking over. It's so over. So over. It's a vicious cycle. I give up. Okay, goddamn. The issue is once you choose like two wrong things, you don't have all the correct fucking cards left. It's annoying. I'm goated though. I'm goated. Trust. Anyway, you guys want to know real funny story we got here. Actually, you know what's funny? Said, hold on, I can. It's up by now. We're not gonna watch this whole thing. Don't worry. But I go on
Hey everyone, well,
Pathfinder's podcast like 2 days ago, right? Or on Thursday, which I guess 2 days ago, yeah. And I say, you know, literally 2 days ago, and I say like, oh, I think like most of the data shows that like the economy is still like, you know, pretty good right now, and obviously I think like tariffs are like having a negative effect, and things like Trump's kind of stunts with the Federal Reserve are probably having a negative effect too. The big beautiful bill might have a negative effect as well, with the uncertainty around it, or if it not the uncertainty of the tariffs, the like debt increase and predicted interest rate increase because of the big beautiful bill probably having some negative effect too, right? The day after, less than 24 hours after I do this goddamn podcast episode, okay? Fucking, we got to, I don't know, why did I even make any comments before the next shots report came out? Goddamn. literally next day, job report comes out. And turns out everything is fucked. But there were the obviously the jobs report came out. Basically, it was like a super big down, or not like super big, pretty big downward revision for the last 2 months, right? Showing that instead of like 200K jobs, it was only actually like 19K jobs or whatever. Trump did not like that one. What is this podcast? It's from my buddy Pathfinder, Coastal Elites. I don't know. It's just a liberal soy boy podcast. I can link it. Although YouTube chat sometimes does not like links, but yeah, I'll just hold on. After I'm done streaming, and only after, I'll tell people in my Discord about it. Yeah, that's just fucked. I don't even know like what. There's nothing. People. I haven't even found anyone who's willing to, who defends us, who's willing to talk to me. I know like there's like 3 people who, or no, 2, that just like don't want to talk to me about this, about them defending it, and it's insane. Because there is no zero reason to believe anything about the BLS faking numbers ever, and it's literally the same. You want to know what's funny? It's the same. It is like the same exact talking points from like a fucking year ago. Maybe not quite a year ago. From like 8 months ago or whatever, with the job revision bullshit. It's so BLS fixed its numbers. Economics is made up science. That's true. It got away. That's true. It got away. It's the same, literally the same exact fucking things that they were saying a year ago whenever the benchmark revision came out under Biden. The AKA 1 million made up jobs the BLS made up. And no one even. First of all, people don't care enough, which makes sense because no one cares about the BLS in the first place. People are never going to care enough. People don't care about. People don't know what the fuck the BLS is even, right? So, but additionally, it's just so annoying. Hold on, this is a call out. I don't give a fuck. Okay. For example, like the fucking New York Shade dude, who at one point, I don't know what's wrong with this dude. At one point, this guy was down to have a conversation with me, and then for whatever reason, as soon as I, first of all, actually, I don't know if he ever was willing to have a conversation with me because I wanted to set up initially a tariff debate with him because he was on a WIC panel with me where he was, we were talking about something not quite related to tariffs, and you know, we talked about tariffs like tangentially, but I wanted a full like 1v1 with him. Kind of ducked that. He didn't outright say he wouldn't talk to me, but he totally fucking ducked that for like a month or whatever. And eventually, I forget even what I initially put. Oh, it was about USAID. I basically, I just like told him like I'm a utilitarian, and he was just like, "Yeah, I'm just like not interested in talking to you anymore." It's like, and he won't even talk to me about this stuff now. He won't talk to me about the Federal Reserve or the BLS bullshit that they're doing. Like, oh my god, kill me, dude. No one wants to defend it. I think they're. For lucky we get one person in the future, hopefully, to defend this. Although actually, I don't know. I know Grid's streaming right now, and I saw his chat was talking about, but I don't even think Grid knows what happened, and I feel like it's
not really.
Oh my god, Gibbs up
Similar
there too.
political takes, right? We probably fall on the same side, but like. Not really, right? But like, actually, I don't feel like I've been called that too often, but it has happened a few times. You know, I got called a WIC orbiter, a WIC destiny order once, and then they both were like, "No, he's definitely his own thing." Y'all did that the other night. He's definitely his own thing, and it's like, yeah, I come from Halo.
Grid really made me reconsider my views on socialism. I bet that. Yeah, I remember that fucking debate. Grid is a highly intelligent and nuanced individual. Okay. Have you considered that he owns a business? When he mentioned that he liked his private water company, that made me think twice. Yeah. In fairness, okay, there is that paper that found like increases in water quality after some places privatized water services in the U.S. Although, in fairness, I think there is a paper that says the opposite from SOEs in Canada, but like utility SOEs. I didn't realize private companies can provide good service. I thought they were all evil. They're all greedy. That's what matters. Anyway, I don't even know what's likely to happen with this stuff. It's funny that, I mean, obviously not. Paul Krugman wasn't the only one who was concerned about this, but it is funny that right before Trump took office, Paul Krugman wrote a story about it. Although I think he was worried about the like CPI data, not on this. Ryan Malay is going to prove that socialism is evil to me on Wednesday. Yeah, I think I'm going to watch some of this later. I like skimmed through part of this stuff. It just seems like he's doing like the same like natural rights thing that he always does, which I like. That's his. I understand that's his thing, but like. Also, some of it, the part I skimmed through, by the way, like might be, I don't know. It seems like it might be a legitimate criticism for like some types of socialism, but like, just asking like, oh, how would you open a business under socialism? Would you have to apply for a permit? It's like, motherfucker, we already like. First of all, to some extent, you already have to do that. But kill me.
Argument against socialism is going to boil down to that positive negative rights thing?
I don't know.
I wonder if he believes in a natural right to buy heroin. Dude, he might. I don't know. I don't know how he does his shit. I mean, he's willing to bite the like infinite.
That's the thing.
Fucking puppy and/or shrimp genocide bullet. So he might be willing to bite that bullet too, man. It seems not even necessarily unlikely that he would do that. Oh, what's up, Malibu? Hi, Nonfield. Do you support legalizing all drugs? Probably not all drugs. I think most of that should be probably like decriminalized or whatever, but feels like legalizing all drugs would probably be a bad idea. But I don't know. I don't focus much on that. Anyway, it is. I should comment on the video. It is funny that I went on that podcast and said, fucking shit was doing all right. And then one day later, in fairness, you know what's funny? In that podcast, they did say, though, like, it seems like it might be hard for the president, like, unilaterally to fuck up the economy. But, like, if you did deteriorate institutions enough, do you have a podcast? No, it was someone else's podcast. But I'm working on the podcast, all right? Yeah, actually, check this shit out. Hold on, I'm working on it. Hold on. Check this shit out. Mine is gonna be blown away by this. If I can figure out how to use Adobe Express. Check this out. I made this. Incredible. Will it have annoying guests? Who do you consider annoying? I hope it will have guests. I don't know who you consider annoying. Local? No, it's not gonna have localist as a guess. If that's what you mean by annoying, then no, it's probably not gonna have that. Anyway, this statement by this website is funny. The friends at a BLS is like by the former BLS chairman person dude and some other people who I think also worked for the BLS at some point. Obviously, they don't like it. Today, President Trump called into question the integrity of the employment situation report that the BLS released this morning. He accused BLS Commissioner Erica McCarthy of deliberately reporting false numbers. You would think I know how to pronounce her name by now, but of deliberately reporting false numbers to reflect poorly on this administration. This baseless, damaging claim undermines the valuable work and dedication of the BLS staff who produce the reports each month. This escalates the president's unprecedented attacks on the independence and integrity of the federal statistical system. The president seeks to blame someone for unwelcome economic news. The commissioner does not determine what the numbers are, but simply reports what the data shows. By the way, they don't even like actually. They're not the ones like fucking crunching the numbers or anything. They're not like super involved in this report. I think they only like get their report and have to like approve it like 2 days before it's scheduled to go out. Like they don't even really have. The commissioner is not the one that even has like a big opportunity to, cook the books or whatever. Like, the process of obtaining the numbers is decentralized by design to avoid opportunities for interference. The BLS uses the same proven, transparent, reliable process to produce estimates every month. Every month, BLS revises the prior 2 months' employment estimates to reflect slower arriving, more accurate information. This rationale for firing Dr. McCarthy is without merit and undermines the credibility of federal economic statistics that are a cornerstone of intelligent economic decision-making by businesses, families, and policymakers. U.S. official statistics are the gold standard globally. When leaders of other nations have politicized economic data, it has destroyed public trust in all official statistics and in government science. BLS operates as a federal statistical agency and is afforded autonomy to ensure the data releases are as accurate as possible. To politicize the work of the agency and its workers does a great disservice not only to the BLS, but to the entire federal statistical system, which this country has relied on for almost 150 years. We stand firmly behind the BLS, Commissioner McCartney, and the data they work hard to produce. Commissioner is a widely respected economist who's devoted her career to public service. She has an impeccable record. Over 90% of U.S. senators supported her confirmation, including J.D. Vance, by the way, which, that's really, that's awesome. We call on Congress to respond immediately to investigate the factors that led to the commissioner's removal, to strongly urge the commissioner's continued service, and to ensure that all nonpartisan integrity of the position is retained. What was Trump's first term attitude towards the BLS? I don't know if he talked about the BLS much in his first term, because I don't know. I don't think he talked that much about them. Statement from the president undermines these tenets and politicizes data, which cannot and should not be used for political points. Because, we didn't really see anything odd with or anything like that negative of like job numbers during Trump's term, right? Other than during COVID, I guess. But obviously had the COVID scapegoat for that one, which it's not even a totally. I don't even want to call it a scapegoat. It's obviously it's reasonable to expect unemployment during COVID, but I don't think Trump said anything like super harsh on that stuff. Does Trump appoint a new head? I don't remember exactly how it works. So right now, the acting commissioner is the person who was the deputy commissioner. I forget exactly what the process is, but it's like Trump, appoints a new head, and then the Senate has to vote on it. Which presumably, whatever he picks will get through. Do you do any debates? Of course I do debates. Shell shock. Welcome. Have you done an abortion debate? I'm pro-life. I mean, I have before. It's not like a topic I focus on much. I have before. I think I've done one. I think I've really only done one. I guess it comes up from time to time on like random things. Trying to think when the last time we even talked about it was. But yeah. I guess technically by proxy we talked about it in the fucking Shrimp Welfare Project debate simply because Ryan gave that abortion hypothetical. Can I jump stream to argue if you're interested? Maybe in a bit. Shell Shock? I mean, you can join the Discord and we can see whatever. But like I'm not like, I don't take like a super strong position on abortion. I guess I did. I guess I've done 2. Oh my god, give me a second.
We'll see. So
I'm assuming the studio is close to the to the
everything's close to everything in Nashville. What's up, Mikey Balls? Good to see you, man.
Not like here in Texas where everything's 45 minutes from everywhere.
Yeah. Where your neighbor's driveway.
What the fuck?
Is
Oh my god, fuck this shit. Why is it doing?
I mean, I live in the city. I have like my house in the ranch.
Give me
But then
one
I'm building a new
again.
house.
Goddamn
I
this shit.
I fucking live in my like in the city at my house right now, right? And yeah, I live in a suburb. You know, there's a guy like 50 feet that way.
Fuck. Hold on. I'm gonna talk to Grid in a second here, but I fucked up the audio somehow. Why is it? One second.
This was 3 miles, and you never left the property. It was on you were on their property the whole time. It was crazy, man. It was like, how big is this place exactly? It was big. What's up, Non-Fon? How you doing, buddy?
What's up? I'm good now. My audio is messed up, and I'm back.
Yeah, that happens. That's like the bane of a streamer's life is audio. Like videos usually like that doesn't matter, but audio just is like, what the. Some days it works, and some days it's just like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, I know. So. I'm pretty sure Gibbs actually does have opinions on its Grid. Okay, so I saw someone mention this in your chat earlier. Do either of you defend the firing of the BLS commissioner?
I actually, somebody sent me an article about that I haven't read yet, and that was a Biden hire, right? Wasn't that a Biden guy?
It was a Biden appointee, yeah.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I'm not up to speed on it. What do you got? What do you know about it?
Yeah, the July jobs report came out. Trump didn't like it. He said he accused him of faking the numbers with no evidence and fired her.
Okay.
We'll say this. I don't know too much, right? But about this, I'm reading it now, you know. But if this is the same commissioner that had been putting out the numbers saying, "Oh, how wonderful they've been doing," and then every 3 months later we find out the job numbers were fucked and they were just lying the whole time. Well, how come is it suddenly they're putting out the job numbers saying that we're fucked, and then like we're getting job numbers from other places that are saying we're good? It's kind of like the opposite is happening now. So like I don't know. It seems like maybe it's like a political person in there.
First of all, I don't really think that's true. Like the typical pattern under Biden, was also job revisions moving downward, right? Like that's typically what you saw under Biden as well. It's not like they've started moving like the opposite direction or whatever with that. There were some revisions under Biden where the job numbers went up or whatever, but it doesn't, there's no, you would actually need evidence that one, like she was responsible for it, and like you just don't have that. Like you,
well, I mean, if you're head of something like that, like anytime something goes wrong, you're going to get fired, whether you were involved with it or not.
No, what do you mean? Trump fired her because he didn't like the results of these numbers. He had no like actual reason or need to fire her. I mean, this is a totally normal thing that you would expect.
Sure, I'm sure that there's potential to be there, but I mean, does he need any other reason to fire her?
Not legally, but it's still a fucked up thing to do.
Right. Well, I mean, look, I don't know if you've noticed this, not fun, but Trump's a dick, and he fires people because they don't perform the way he thinks they should be performing. He did it in his business. He did it on a TV show, and he's doing it now.
In this case, the performing the way she wants him to perform is simply putting out better numbers, right? Contrary to her role as a leader of a
I don't know.
agency.
I can't make a claim one way or the other. I'm just saying that if he, so I'm trying to put my space in here, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I hire somebody, right, or let me actually, I can give you a real world example. So I'm about to buy this business, right, and one of the employees I know we're going to keep. The rest of them, we're going to probably give them a couple of months to see if they mesh and they work with the people we're going to hire or bring in. And if they don't, I'm just going to fucking fire them. I don't need a reason to fire them. I'm just going to walk in and I'm going to say, hey, I'm sorry. Here's your last check. Take a walk. And maybe that's where we're at. Trump's been in like we're at 250 days. We're at 250 days, and this is somebody else's hire. And it's maybe he's gonna, I don't know. I don't know because I haven't read about it. I'm telling you what I would do.
Okay. If Biden were to fire the head of the BLS or really any other agency because they were doing their job and simply put out numbers that Biden didn't like because, let's say, they show the economy was doing worse.
You literally said you don't know why he fired this person. It appears to be X, but you don't know that.
I did. He said on Truth Social, I fired this woman because the job numbers are rigged. Like, what do you mean?
Did he said that? Okay, cool. Then maybe he believes that. I don't know.
He might believe it doesn't make it true.
Is it wrong for him if he believes that to fire her?
Yeah.
Why?
Because you shouldn't believe in bullshit?
Well, hold on. Okay, let me just.
But if he believes it,
well, hold on. If I come in, I'm gonna try a different rule, right? I come in, and I've said for a while the jobs reports are bullshit, which is pretty much what all the Republicans were saying, right? And this person's been the head of the Department of Bullshit for the last 6 months in this regard, right? Then I come in and I'm saying everything's going good. Most economists are saying, hey, these are going way better than expected. I literally saw Bill Maher the other night talking about how outstanding it is. We can't sit here keep going Trump economy bad, yada yada.
Give me 1 sec, Gibbs. I hate to interrupt you here, but Socrates, if we don't know you, so the way that you join this stream, and since I don't personally know you and you don't have a way to get a hold of me, you need to go over to my Discord. One of the mods will link it. You go to the tab there that says waiting room and you say, hey, I'd like a link to come on the panel or the show. And they will vet you. They're going to ask you a few questions probably, or maybe they know who you are. And they'll be like, oh yeah, it's old Socrates. Yeah, come on up. Whatever it is. It's kind of like getting past the bouncer in a club. And then you get the link and they'll give you the link. You come up and we put you up there.
I've interacted with him before. I think Non-Fon's interacted with him before as well. But he, Yeah. So
Yeah, I don't know him, so
Yeah. That's what I was telling. Anyway, so yeah, what I'm saying though is like, so if you've had this person who's put out these numbers that everybody's been saying it's shenanigans, right? And then we see a lot of economists. We've seen Bill Maher admit that it's like actually doing well. We're seeing, I know you're not in favor of the tariffs making money, but a lot of people are like pro the tariffs making money. We're seeing like, let's go with results that look good, but they're from the alt sources. We'll go with alt sources. I know how much y'all like that. That are compared to what people are saying is the mainstream sport. And then this person comes out, puts out a job report saying everything's terrible. After it looks like all this other info is saying it's good. And then they've been the person that's head of the Department of Bullshit. I don't really feel like I have a problem with them firing him. But also, thank you so much for the raid and the sub, Sadie.
Okay,
Cat
hold on. So
GPT, you can't be a bouncer. You weigh 110 pounds, if that. So I don't know what world you think you're a bouncer in. What you like in kindergarten? With kindergartners, maybe you can bounce kindergartners. But
okay, so for one, like a lot of those reasons that people like were saying, oh, the Trump economy actually isn't that bad, just went away because of this job revision. That's why Trump fired the fucking person, because he didn't like the job revisions, because they showed his economy was not doing as well as we thought it was. Like, so that's number one. But number two, it's not like I don't know what these alt sources are you're talking about. I mean, I guess we have we do have like private sources of payroll data, but those aren't like significantly better than the public sources.
What if he had just come out and said, they're a Biden appointee, I'm just firing him because fuck them?
Honestly, I think that'd be less bad than what he did.
Fair enough. All right. At least I'll accept that opinion. That's at least fair. I don't know. I feel like I'm seeing plenty of sources that are saying, like the other day I posted an article in that group chat we're in on phone, and it was like, oh yeah, iCal kept going, oh, it says long tail risk is going to increase because we're actually in a boom. And I'm like, what level of like negativity or pessimism do you have to be in that a boom is now seen as an indicator that we're more likely going to get a long tail risk, as opposed to like a boom being a good thing? Like, it's just like the ludicrous nature of some of these. It's like always looking for the evil, or always looking for the bad, like despite like indicators that things are going good. That's maybe where I'm at on this. It's like I don't want to say TDS, but it does feel like it's some level of, no matter what he does, like this guy could cure cancer tomorrow, and they'd be like, oh, well, those cancer voters are just going to vote Trump now. That's terrible of him.
I mean, I can't speak for exactly what iCal said, but like I mentioned earlier,
I'm not asking you.
These like job revisions give us a reason to believe, another reason to believe, like this is not a boom we're experiencing, right? Because it seems like private sector employment is like near flat, and like we did see like GDP is still below trend. Or below the projected trend. That's partially because in the first quarter we had negative growth, right? Like we literally saw a contraction.
I mean, I don't know about that. Grant, what are your thoughts?
Oh, I don't know, man. I kind of like, this is a chill stream tonight, so I'm kind of like disengaged. I'm just like, fuck it, I don't care. You guys can argue. I'm happy with you guys arguing. That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I'll have to look into this more. This is the first time hearing about it. I've been kind of out of the news cycle this week because I've been working on my PC, and I'm hoping to get back into it fully next week.
We have Socrates. I believe this is the first time Socrates TV has been on the show. Welcome, sir. This is a chill night. So while I'm open to anyone, kind of, you guys can debate and argue and yell at you. You can even throw things at each other if you want to, but do it in a chill manner. Okay, can we do that? All right.
Can I at least get the just concession of like, if what I'm saying is true, that Trump fired someone because she put out numbers that Trump did not like, that would be a bad thing?
If that is the case, I would assume that it's a bad thing. But again, I don't have any issue with someone firing somebody because honestly, if he just walked in and said, I don't like your face and I don't believe anything you tell me, and he fired her, I'd be okay with that.
I don't think I would be okay with that, but I think that'd be less bad than firing someone because you don't like them and they're from the previous appointment or whatever, is less bad than firing someone because they put out numbers that didn't reflect what you want them to reflect, right? That said that your economy is doing worse than what you thought it would be, right?
Maybe but he didn't say that. He says the numbers are rigged, which means he thinks that someone's messing with them. You're reading an awful lot.
First of all, I'm really not. The Trump had no problem with her until she put out this recent jobs report, and he said, now the numbers are rigged, right? Like,
okay, all right. Socrates, what do you think? You're new. What's up?
I literally don't know anything about this story. I'm sure it's like
I don't either. I'm just okay, I don't give a shit.
I'm sure it's at will employment. That's what I've worked on, like every job where it's like I can fire you anytime for whatever. I mean, obviously,
you look like you've worked in corporate America. I bet you've been fired when you really shouldn't have been fired.
I've never been fired. I've been laid off.
Okay.
I've been not hired after like an internship, and then look at the CEO from like a friend who knows him and be like, I'm okay not having dealt with this bullshit.
Right. Gotcha.
Okay. Do we think it's important that like the Federal Reserve, the government in general, and like a bunch of private institutions have knowledge about things the BLS measures, like inflation and unemployment?
A sober, realistic look at what's going on.
Well, but I literally don't know anything about it. You know what they say.
You don't have to know about the story to understand this part. I'm just asking, do you think it's important that institutions like the Federal Reserve, like the government, should have access to non-politically biased statistics like inflation and unemployment?
Well, that's really the problem is how you skew the inflation and unemployment and like what, right? Like, like there's all these different like factors when you look into it, and there's that age old expression. There's liars, damn liars, and statistics, right? Mm-hmm. Like, I mean, this is kind of the thing. I've seen like lots of reports indicating economic growth. We've seen economic growth in areas we need. We've seen downsides in areas I personally benefited in areas like whatever, like in due to some of the tariffs and like regards to beef and all sorts of stuff in regards to how our trade deals worked out with Europe, right? Well, I look at this and it's kind of like people like, oh well, we're looking at one thing and it's bad, when it's like, well, somebody might be suffering here, but other people are doing good. Do you remember when Biden told all those oil workers just to go find new jobs? Like, it was that bad then? No, it wasn't bad then for y'all. Everybody was like, yeah, it's good, and like, I mean, now the reason green farmers would do bad, like change new jobs.
Right. So like the reason people would say that's good is because there's externalities associated with that, right? Like we don't actually think like it's good when people lose their jobs. We think it's good when we move away from oil, and unfortunately that does come at a cost of some people losing their jobs, right? But Biden, like Biden focused on, like he said, like solar was going to create a ton of jobs, and to some extent, I don't know the numbers, but to some extent it probably did. But look, like the baseline question I'm asking, like, set aside how we skew the numbers or whatever, do we just like generally think it's important to have like an independent agency that collects these statistics so both the Federal Reserve, the government, and businesses can base their decisions off of that?
This is for like basic kind of economic job numbers, whatever, stuff like
that.
This
is for, so like the BLS, like the big things the BLS does is their like unemployment rate, CPI, and like the monthly like payroll stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're talking about the Federal Reserve, right? For like a lot of this, is that what you're talking about?
Well, the Federal Reserve does rely on like some of the unemployment data that the BLS provides.
Okay. Well, would you say the Federal Reserve is an independent organization?
Yeah, meant to be at least. Yeah. Yes.
Meant to be, but do they have political appointments?
That doesn't make it not an independent agency. But obviously they have. Obviously they have political.
Not an independent agency. Like right.
You don't think that when I say independent agency, I mean it doesn't operate at the whim of the executive, right? And you have like the president.
I understand what you mean.
Like I said earlier.
I think that the problem is there's a disconnect what like people on the right think an independent agency is and what like people on the left are arguing, right? Like I would argue an independent agency is like it has no government oversight, no government appointees.
Okay,
right.
So
I don't think that's
something I've always been super curious.
Necessary.
Can you go into that and explain? So my background, I'm a lefty, whatever. So I have my view of how government or government agencies or whatever should operate, but like I would love to hear more of what like
you're a member of Fabian Liberty's you're a member on Fabian Liberty. Okay. Yeah. You know what? I gotta calm down. I got my dog is literally beating on my door, so I let her into the house. I have to go let her into the house, which is gonna take me a minute since I'm not anywhere near the house. You guys have fun, be cool, and don't ban anybody.
Yeah, I don't think we'll get as bad. I'm not that worried about it. Yeah, I mean, so when we're talking about like an independent agency, like
what are the core features that makes that like legit, like good independent agency? Like what does that take?
Why is it good or why?
Or no. Like I don't mean like why is it good to be independent, but like what makes it independent in the way that like that you
I
need.
kill myself.
Like,
so like yeah, I would say
doing?
like if the Federal Reserve had no appointments and it had no like oversight by the government whatsoever, so like they were completely funded by the independent means, whether that's like people donating, whether that's like a private company owns them, whether they're like a nonprofit.
If a private company owns them, isn't that like?
Well, it's
okay, I'm sorry. This is my
the government at that point,
maybe
right?
lefty perspective.
Yeah, it's not the government.
Not independent.
But the Federal Reserve does have people from private banks that like own the regional
Sure.
banks, right? Like the regional banks have governors that are from private banks and stuff. Like,
but they still have like the political like appointees and the political oversight, which is the big problem, right? Like it's say like I don't necessarily trust like say like Exxon, for example, decided they were going to have the Green Energy Committee, right? Now, okay, and Exxon owned a country. Let's just say they fucking took over Somalia tomorrow, and now we have the country of Exxon. Right?
Solid work.
Yeah, right. You wouldn't trust Exxon's independent green government independent agency, right? Because obviously Exxon's going to want to go strip the mine for oil or whatever the fuck, how they get oil, frack, right? But if they're like, oh well, we only appointed some people to this committee from the Somalian independent population, they're from the Somalian University or whatever. We appointed these, but they're not oversight. That's not independent to me. Now, if Exxon owned fucking Somalia and say Walmart came over and was like, well, we're gonna fucking provide funding for a nonprofit to study the impact of green shit.
Hold on a second, Gibbs. Apparently, we're getting raided by the Powdered Dusty. Thank you so much, Flow State. Ooh. If you'd like a link, let me know. You can pop on up. This is getting way too close, like an actual debate. So, I just don't care. It's wrong night for that. Come back.
I feel that.
Socrates, why did you jump up? What you were up there?
Yeah, I mean, I saw you guys chilling. I've chatted with Gibbs before. The times that I've jumped into more right-wing spaces, which I'm sorry, that was my like initial. If I misjudge that or I presume.
No, I am right-wing. I'm a constitutional conservative.
But I feel like generally when I jump into those spaces, they're very curious if there's like a lefty who can be chill and express themselves without yelling cancellations.
Non-fun's trying. This is about as chill as I've seen him. So.
But they're usually very interested in hearing like, okay, what is like a lefty person like who's not rabid, frothing at the mouth, yelling at somebody on Twitter? Like what do they actually think about things? What are their values?
We've got a guy like that named Tyler, and he would normally be on, but he just got married. So I'm certain there's some things going on tonight that.
But yeah, if there's things you're curious about a lefty perspective, if you want to,
sure,
ask me like, okay, I've heard about this shit. Like, what's the deal with this bullshit? Like, I talked to somebody who is you can look on my YouTube. I did like we probably spent like 20 hours discoursing, me with like a Christian nationalist guy. I talked him through, you've heard of like that, whatever, tampon Tim.
Yes.
Okay. You've heard that term where it's like, oh, why is this crazy ass, governor putting fucking tampons in the boys' room in high schools? And I talked him through it and I'm like, look, so I know you don't agree with like, trans stuff, whatever. I know you don't think that that's legit. But there are people who are in high school who are female who consider themselves boys, and they go to the boys' room and they need tampons because they have periods, and so they take the tampons and they use them. And it's like whatever you think about the, like the ideology of that, that's like practically speaking why that happened. You can think it's bullshit, but like it's not crazy that they did that. There's like a reason for it. It's not like a.
Probably
it's not like a stroke.
I don't
they just had a
see
stroke, and so
why that would be needed. Yeah.
Talking like
I think it's that bad of a thing
sure.
or anything.
Sure.
So that's the kind of thing that like I can break down. Like here's
you agree with that line of logic there.
I mean, maybe that's an example to start with. I don't know if
Yeah, that's
that's
kind of a we'll go with it, man. We'll go with it.
yeah.
We're gonna you're new here. Sorry, do you have a show or do you
yeah.
do you just
So I stream on Twitch. I stream on I haven't streamed on YouTube yet, but I generally like put kind of like cut down nicer pieces on YouTube.
okay?
If you want me to paste that anywhere, I'm happy to.
If you just at some point, all you got to do is just say something in the chat, and the mods will grab your channel, and they'll. We have a thing here on my channel where if you are a guest here ever, and you happen to be here, we promote your channel.
Oh, that's so nice. Yeah.
Yeah. You post a link, tell people to go over there. So it's rising tide, all boats.
I appreciate that. Yeah. That's kind of like old school Twitch politics where like we'd really like cross promote hard, like try to build each other's audience.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah. Okay. What do you think about fishing? Do you go fishing much?
I've gone fishing. I've gone fishing like in Maine. I went fishing in LA with like my cousin and my uncle. My cousin caught a stingray.
I'm
Damn, son.
I hate Sky. I don't.
Are you a fisherman, non-fun? You giggled when I said that. Are you a fisherman?
No.
Are you an outdoors guy at all?
Kind of. I wouldn't say I'm an outdoors guy, but like I go camping with my family sometimes. Like,
gotcha.
I go on a walk around the lake I'm near every day. That's about as.
Gotcha.
You'll get a kick out of this, Grid. You know Skyana, by chance?
Who?
Skyana? No? Yes? No?
I've heard of that person. I don't.
Anyway, yeah, she's cool. Sorry, whatever. She was. I was talking to them, and they were like, "Well, I want to go catch alligator gar in Texas. Can we do that?" I was like, "Yeah, that's really easy. We just go down to the house and we go pop those out." But I was trying to convince her to go shark fishing with me at TwitchCon the day before. I was like, that'd be go fun. Yeah, I really want to get a deep shark. I don't know. I know they got Makos off the coast. I wouldn't mind going and catching and tagging a Mako in like a deep sea expedition. That'd be kind of fun. I caught a big ass like 10-foot hammerhead not too long ago in Corpus.
You caught a hammerhead? Mm-hmm. That's insane.
They got the great hammerheads down there. My buddy got like the Texas record. It was like.
Non-fun, are you coming to DebateCon?
When is that? Is that
November the 15th and 16th in Nashville?
Maybe actually.
You should do that.
I hadn't heard of it till now, but Nashville's not that far away from me, I guess.
Yeah. Also, I'm having just to remind my chat and anyone else who happens to be in the area, I will be having a get together for my group of people, and we're going to have some debates live on air Friday night. We will do live in-person IRL debating. It's pre-gaming for modern day debate. The modern day debate happens Saturday and Sunday, and then Monday. It's a toss up. We might do a range day. Might take everybody out, let you do some shooting, shoot some guns, do some cool stuff, and then debate that evening if you hang around
debates
Monday.
Announced yet.
But it just depends on what people's schedules are. So anyway, I go fishing a lot. I'm out on the lake a ton this time of year. I get up at like 4:30 in the morning. I'm on the water by 5:30, and
but noodling, you want to go noodling, Grid?
No, I'm not a weirdo.
I literally just found out what that was the other day from like a YouTube short.
Yeah, we go catch catfish with our hands, Grid. Come on,
There's this girl Hannah something or the other that like really like well known for that.
You like start with your feet to feel where they are, and then you go down into like the hole and you grab.
I have no idea.
Yeah. So like, what's your?
Okay, well, that's incredible. I guess no one cares about the BLS stuff. That's awesome, bro. It is fucking I was watching. Give me a second, by the way. Grid stream earlier, before I started streaming. It was like, oh, if you guys have any disagreements with me, by the way, this would be the time to hash them out or whatever. But as soon as I go up, that's a chill stream. Can't talk about any of that stuff. It's getting too close to debate, guys. Let's go. That's awesome. It's like the first time I guess I understand more because he was like a lot closer to ending his stream when I came up. But second time that's happened, by the way. Let's go. And by the way, I was talking to. I'm talking to Grid. Simultaneously, I'm arguing with someone on Twitter who also refuses to talk to me. Like, what are we doing? Quintuple? No. He's not around anymore. I don't know if he's been streaming, but he hasn't been. I know he like deleted his Twitter account because he said he was taking a break after like he broke up with his fiance. So he's not really been around, but he definitely would not talk to me. Anyway, also, it's insane. Gibbs is like, oh, don't you think? Why all these economists have been so stumped that the economy's still growing? It's like, brother, the entire everyone's retracted those statements by now, brother. What the fuck? Something's getting mad at me. Anyway, I'm gonna watch and Destiny talk to some like weird populist dude. I was told that there was a bunch of econ slop in it, so oh man.
4.5 years.
Hold on.
On some of the things.
Is Gibbs going to be running a podcast? No, it's not going to be.
We're in the richest nation in the history of the world.
Okay. Oh boy. Starting off strong. Let's go. Hold on. Let me open my ADHD Pokemon real quick. Can I speed the video up on Kick? I think I can, right? Playback speed. 1.5. Something happened to Destiny's hair? I think it's just combed in this video. Usually it's like curly or whatever. Probably at a court date. I don't know if that's the reason, but it'd be funny. Okay, I guess it's broken.
And we're at peak.
Oh, there we go.
Peak purchasing power, and we're doing better than ever. And that seemed to be your take too. So I just wanted to sort of see if that was in fact the case. Is that
kind of? I mean, like obviously that's like there's a lot of other stuff that you have to talk about that informs that. But yeah, before we get into that, would you like to introduce yourself so people know who you are and where to find you?
Sure. Absolutely. Corbin Trent. I've got a Substack called America's Undoing. Most of my stuff is written these days. You can find me on YouTube with the other 130 people that are subscribed to the channel or whatever. I mean, like I'm not a YouTuber. That's not what I do. But I'm trying to do a little bit of YouTube now. TikTok, same, America's Undoing. I came through the end of this. I was actually a communications director for Ocasio-Cortez. I started the organization that recruited her to run Justice Democrats and Brand New Congress. Used to work for Bernie a few times, both of his presidentials. Anyway, that's how I came into this business. So
okay, gotcha.
Forgot what I'm supposed to be doing in this game.
Yeah, okay. I guess my I feel like my man, there's a lot of different places that we could go with this. Do you want me to? Let me give like my broad perspective kind of on what you're saying, and then you can tell me where you want to go down for this route. Okay, so I would say that broadly speaking, on a GDP level,
so.
America has undoubtedly grown a lot. Okay, I don't think anybody would deny that, and it's obviously true. Okay, I would say that there has been obviously, as the GDP growth has happened, there's been a quite noticeable and a quite obvious unequal distribution of where the broad growth of the country has gone to, with like certain capital owners at the top making a massive amount. Right, your big owners in these absurdly huge companies now. Your Nvidias, your Teslas, you know, a lot of your blue chip.
Less obvious than you would think. So I guess he's talking more about wealth inequality. So like for wealth inequality, like you know, if you look at if you include like Social Security wealth inequality, for example, which I think arguably probably should be doing, like wealth inequality, you know, has not has not gone up like significantly in the U.S. right now. You know, again, maybe there is. I understand there's some objections to doing that, but if you include essentially Social Security, and maybe you should include Medicaid too, but you know, I can understand objections to that one more. Wealth inequality has not gone up that much in the U.S. Okay, it's kick just like
Tech stocks,
Fucking-
tech stocks. And then I would say that past kind of the people with the big portfolios and the owners, for employees, there's been a hugely uneven distribution of wealth or income going towards people that are college educated, especially people that are college educated in certain fields. So like people that, like, say, work in tech or whatever.
Okay, this is, I mean, that's like true. Like, why does it? Okay, I'm glad we acknowledge that a lot of the income inequality is like distribution, or like unequal distribution between not just like capital owners and laborers, but between laborers themselves, right? Like that's what's annoying a lot of times is like a big driver of wealth inequality is just like unskilled workers being like more left behind, rather than like evil capital owners like extracting more wealth from the, what's the definition of income inequality? They're actually multiple. So depends what, I mean, there, you know, multiple different ways you can measure it. So you could use the Gini coefficient, which I'm not going to remember all the trade-offs between these, or you could look at what's the you could just look at like the share of income that each like quintile receives, right? So like of all the income in the country, the bottom 10% of earners, what percent of income do they receive, right? I guess you can measure like absolute inequality too, just like the, you know, absolute difference between income earners, but that's kind of silly to do. Yeah, there are multiple definitions, and it's controversial to use. But I will say, like although pre-tax income inequality has gone up, and I'm glad we're acknowledging that's a lot to do between the differences in skilled and unskilled workers. America has a pretty good tax and redistribution system, so like post-tax income inequality has actually like not gone up. It's like, we can actually just look. I mean, I mentioned the Gini coefficient, right? Let's just look at the post-tax Gini coefficient. Like there's income inequality. You can see before tax versus after tax, it's a lot lower after tax, and it's not gone up like a ton. Like the 0.33, it's at like 0.39, right? It's like not gone up significantly since 1963. Is America having an excessive number of low-income people? I don't know what you mean by that. What does excessive mean? What does the low income mean too? I mean, you're always gonna have, you know, 10% of people being the bottom 10%, right? Like I don't know, like by what measure you're saying low income or whatever. Like, you know, you're whatever. But I think this is one of the charts I like. I could be wrong. I'm lying. This is the one of the charts I like. Hold on, guys. This is the one with the charts I like. Yeah, you can see. This is pre-tax income, and then a little bit further down, I think they have post-tax. Yeah. You can see, like, after tax, like, again, bottom 50% income shares. Like a pre-tax income that has been going down, but after tax income is like basically flat because of how much like redistribution system has grown, right? So I know Myth of American Inequality has a graph that I like that shows. I have to scroll through to find it. That shows. Give me a second. That shows. It shows. It shows. There it is. You can see like this is transfers that the bottom quintile are getting, right? You can see the like amount of income that is transferred for the bottom quintile has gone up like a lot. So like their earned income has been like relatively flat, but the amount of transfers given to people in the bottom 25% have gone up like quite a lot, right? Or bottom 20% quintile. Yeah.
I think that overall, even though the GDP has grown, and even though certain groups of owners and workers are winning massively, the people that are losing out on that, the way that they're winning is very hard to see because the way that they're losing is very easy to see. So if you had a family that used to work at some kind of car manufacturing plant in Detroit, well, today maybe you can buy a car with a ton of features that might be cheaper than what it would cost 20 years ago, but it doesn't matter because now your family doesn't have like good work, right? So the losers are very obvious, and you could arguably call this some kind of wealth transfer, and the winners are a lot harder to see. It's hard to see like cheaper prices. It's easy to see people that are kind of like feel like abandoned or lost, and I think that the United States of America hasn't done a great job at highlighting the winners and redistributing from the winners to the losers in a way that makes people feel dignified.
I think we we could do a much better job at redistribution, but most of the like gains from redistribution, we just be doing it in like a more efficient way, right? Like I think the ways we can improve are just like giving more cash transfers instead of the in-kind benefits we give, and giving more, or sorry, like taxing better things, right? Like taxing consumption and rents instead of like capital, right? What does Econoboy say when you point these graphs to him? Econoboy doesn't really disagree with those graphs much. Econoboy just thinks that like inequality is still like too high, even in the even in the case of the I show him those graphs, right, and he believes them. Econoboy just believes inequality is like intrinsically bad. So he'll say he hasn't raised many objections to these graphs. He just said, oh, regardless, I think it's too high, and we should be doing more redistribution. We should be doing more social ownership, right? What's up, Easy Money? Welcome back.
And makes people feel like they have some investment in the success of the country. And then there are a bunch of like minor psychological things I would say where like I think people nostalgia over the past and people have like a bad view of the past with us. That's not as relevant. I would say those three other things are kind of like the big points that I have. So we can dive in anywhere there. We can branch off from there if you want. Yeah.
Well, we need to branch off because that's mostly, I would fundamentally more or less agree with you there. I mean, like the core that I see is that, and one of the reasons I think this is such an important thing to talk about is because the difference between where we were in, say, purchasing power in 1960 or 1970 or 1980 or whatever, right? This sort of idea that generationally we would do better than our parents has not been in general working out. Purchasing power has been declining on like a handful of goods, like housing, healthcare, childcare, education, sort of the big ticket items that we buy, and it's been coming down for food, clothing, cell phones, things like that.
That's kind of what you see happening in most advanced economies because of like Bamul effect, right? Like that's just like generally what you see, right? Like the cost of I think Barter Revolution, it might have been Tyler Cohen or someone else. I like an article about this too. Like if you look at the cost of pet care, like that's gone up significantly too, right? Just because you don't see major productivity advances in areas like daycare and pet care. But those industries still have to raise wages because they have to compete with sectors that did see really big increases in productivity, right? So, I mean, that's just kind of, so they have to raise prices. That's just kind of Bumble effect in action, right? That's what we would expect to see. That's what we kind of want to happen.
Like that, the sort of gadgetry and somewhat used to be luxuries, obviously, have become more ubiquitous. But one of the ways that I've started, really looking at it and thinking about it is in how many years of median income it takes to buy shit, and that has significantly changed. Like the single earner household in 1960, it was like 4.5 years of median income was what the median house cost, and now it's over.
I can understand the housing cost thing, but the housing cost thing is like mostly due to supply, right? Like, so we should just be focusing on increasing housing supply. Do you think the impact from natural disasters such as has any significant impact on increasing poverty? No, not at all. No. Deny regulation for prices. Places with more regulation of high cost, but I don't think the place is slow, steady price increase over time. As with healthcare and education, the better explanation is Balmool effect, as argued in my book. Why are prices so damn high? Pet care is less regulated than child care, but it is too subject. It is too subject to the Balmool effect. So how do price trends compare? Are they radically different or surprisingly similar? Here are two raw price trends for pet services and childcare. Pet services cover boarding, daycare, pet sitting, walking, obedience training, grooming, but veterinary care is excluded from the series to make it comparable to childcare. As you can see, the trends are nearly identical, with childcare rising only slightly faster than pet care over the past 26 years. Of course, both trends include general inflation, which visually narrows the gap. When we normalize the CPI, we get the following. To explain this, another way to put it is that to retain workers, wages in the stagnant productivity sectors must rise to match those in equally labor-skilled, high productivity sectors. That means paying more for the same level of care simply to keep up with the labor force leaving. But rising productivity in other sectors is good. Thus, I always refer to the Balmool effect rather than the cost disease, because higher prices are not bad when they reflect changes in relative prices. As with education and healthcare, the rising price of child and pet care isn't a problem for society as a whole. We are richer and can afford more of all goods. It can be a problem, however, for people who consume more than the average quantities of service sector goods and people who have lower than average wage gains. So what can we do? Redistribution is one possibility.
Over 10 years. So that's sort of a, that's a doubling. Now, of course, the houses have gotten bigger.
It's kind of boy from merging.
Everybody's going to make that case. But the thing is, once the housing stock gets...
Now, fun. Here's a quiz. Explain why deporting a massive amount of people who don't work in a housing supply chain wouldn't lower housing prices. Well, one, I would just say clearly, the main driver of housing cost is supply, right? So you're not going to see, big effects like one way or the other from decreasing housing demand because of fucking supply is the big issue, right? But secondly, immigrants there are a decent number of immigrants, both legal and illegal, that work in construction, right? So we would expect some negative supply shock from deporting people as well, right? What am I supposed to do in this game? I gotta fucking do this bullshit. I think there was one. I think I've seen papers differing on this, on the effects of deportations on home prices. But what? It is already not possible to buy a home because of a lack of supply. That's what I'm saying. Oh my god. Hold on. Okay, fuck. I think hold on. I'm trying to find a video. Do you support congestion pricing? Yeah, probably. It seems like a pretty good idea. It seems like it's been effective in New York. I better bookmark this video. Yeah. Hold on. This is the econ Chris Clark video. I think he cites a paper in here, which, like I said, I think I've seen a paper saying the opposite. That looks at home prices and says because immigrants, a lot of them work in construction and shit, you don't actually see any decrease, or you see negative effects in supply too, right? When people say housing is just a supply and demand problem, you can basically tell them to support upzoning and immigration restrictions. Okay. I mean, I think you would. I mean, supply is obviously. My point is that supply is obviously the way bigger issue, right? We would obviously expect if supply was not so constrained by housing, you would see more elastic supply, meaning even if you had immigrants come over, you would see companies build homes or whatever. That'd be the general point, right? That's the general point I'm trying to get across when they, yeah.
Legally, we should see
bigger. It doesn't matter that it's bigger if you can't afford it, right? So access. So it sounds like that you sort of though have the similar view.
Wait. Sorry, hold on.
But the thing is, once the housing stock gets bigger, it doesn't matter that it's bigger if you can't afford it, right? So access. So it sounds like that you sort of though have the similar view of the way purchasing power you describe stock gets bigger over 10 years. So that's sort of a, that's a doubling. Now, of course, the houses have gotten bigger. right? You can, and everybody's going to make that case. But the thing is, once the housing stock gets bigger, it doesn't matter that it's bigger if you can't afford it, right? So,
okay, so when people say like housing has gotten bigger and stuff, right? Like the point is like, yes, we're paying more, but we're also getting more out of it, right? So it's not just like pure, like, you know, housing. I don't want to say inflation. It's not like pure. Hold on, I forgot to rejoin this. Pure. What's it? What term? What term am I looking for? Not inflation, but you know, relative price increase. Not due to cost increasing, right? Like there have been costs that have increased. We are getting higher quality goods because we're a lot of people are choosing to buy bigger, more expensive housing, right? Like that is a factor. But okay.
So access. So it sounds like that you sort of though have the similar view of the way purchasing power. You describe it as wealth transfer, and I would just describe it as your basic purchasing power.
Real estate only changes hand out when the owner dies.
Which it was back in the 70s, especially. That's when this started really separating.
Sure. So, okay, I'm going to put housing aside for a moment because I think housing is a very special case. And I'm sure you agree, right? There's like unique constraints around housing. So there's a lot of weird stuff going on there. So here's something that I'm asking this in good faith. I'm genuinely curious. I find this really hard to quantify. When we talk about like purchasing power, when we talk about adjusting for inflation, can we afford the same stuff we could afford in the past? Do you think there's a good way to, or how would you account for like standards of living increases that are hard to show up, I think, in purchasing power? So let me give an example on like an industry that everybody seems to hate on the right and left and everywhere is like healthcare, right? So I think people would say something along the lines of like, healthcare is something that we don't have, our purchasing power maybe hasn't gotten better or it's less affordable or something. People might make that claim. But if you were all else equal, same income equal, like a type 1 diabetic in today's world versus, you know, a type 1 diabetic, 60, 70 years ago, your standard of living has significantly skyrocketed due to the advancements of technology of like continuous glucose monitoring or the different types of insulin that are available now. You're not just like taking 2 huge shots in the morning hoping, you know, your 600 level blood sugar is okay for the rest of the day, right? How do you quantify stuff like that? I'm not trying to be hyper pedantic here. We can go to like other examples too, but like this is a thing that I kind of wrestle with personally. Because like on one level, like I'm sympathetic. Like, yeah, in some ways shit has got more expensive, but in other ways, man, we have a lot of really cool, interesting shit that people didn't even have access to 7 years ago. Yeah.
They do make adjustments for that in CPI, and I believe they do so in PCE as well. They try to make adjustments for that at least. Obviously, they're not going to be perfect, but they do try to adjust for quality. I think this guy disputes that those are like accurate to do, but
I think that's part of the problem, though, is that economists tried to get into that realm. And so for a long time, economists measured a basket of goods, you know, standard basket of goods, here's what it was. And then we tried to get into hedonic adjustments, quality adjustments. And, you know, and we sort of tried to say, okay, what's the difference in cost of a car in the 1950s versus a car in 2025? There's all these safety features. There's all these gas mileage, you know, da-da-da-da-da. And part of the problem is that we don't live either in the past or in the future. We live in our current moment, right? And so our affordability does not matter in in how it relates, in my mind, to the quality of a product in the 50s. That was the best car you could get in 1950s in many ways was not as cool as the, you know, as an average car today, right? Certainly not safe. There's lots of ways you could say that it's not. But as a means of transportation, is to get you from point A to point B. In general, they've satisfied the need for that, right? They did what they needed to do. The same thing with a home. It satisfied the need of a place to live. Same thing with health. The funny thing about healthcare, though, you know, you mentioned type 1 diabetes, but like since, I don't know, the 70s, 60s, maybe we've seen like a skyrocket in obesity. We've seen a skyrocketing in type 1 diabetes, early onset diabetes, type 2. I think it's been like 43% increase in just obesity. And
we've seen a big obesity. I don't know if we've seen a huge increase in type 1 diabetics, but my understanding is not that. But I mean, even if we were to talk about like the type 2 diabetic increase, I mean, now we have like a drug Ozempic has been invented that wouldn't have been available in the past. I agree with you in that. Okay, sometimes I'll rephrase.
Obviously, like I understand the saying like, oh, I mean, I think it would have been better. I could kind of understand the argument if you said like, for example, like cars, like safety features are like regulations now, right? So like you don't have the option to buy like a 1950s car at like 1950s prices, right? Because we regulate that new safety features be added and stuff or whatever. But yeah, I mean, just focus like on the revealed preference, right? So like I can understand that you're saying like, oh, these even though like the quality has gotten better, like people still need a car, and you know they're buying the cars that are on the market, right? But you know that shows that consumers are willing to pay more for like better quality cars, right? So it seems kind of unfair to not try to adjust for that in inflation, like.
So I might say something like today, it might take 3 years of a salary to buy a car, but those cars are really good, even though a long time ago, maybe it only took 1 year's salary to buy a car. And your retort is basically saying, okay, maybe that's true, but if you just need transportation, you don't care that it is a better car that might be 5 times better and only take 3 times as much to buy. You care about the fact that it takes 3 times as much to buy, so you just can't afford it, right? So basically, like
I would say that. I'd also say that with efficiency gains and productivity gains and technological gains, that you should be seeing theoretically. I mean, the idea of,
no.
children having a better life than their parents is not just in terms of, technological advancements. It's also in terms of economic stability and economic growth and economic possibility, social mobility. And I think so relative purchasing power is important in that regard, right? You cannot say that you're economically better off than your parents if, tomorrow we had all the housing stock was 5,000 square feet, or all the cars were Ferraris, or, every doctor was, the cream of the crop from Mayo Clinic or whatever, that they did all the residencies there and they were higher.
Okay, so I understand. I'm really trying to wrap my head because I feel like it's a really difficult thing to.
I mean, like, I don't have strong opinions on the upward mobility thing, but basically, like, all the data I've seen is it either says that, like, America is like slightly less upwardly mobile than we used to be in like the 40s and shit, or we're basically the same that we always have been, which is not very, right? So there's an economist someone told me about relatively recently, like, called Gregory Clark, and they're and like he apparently demonstrated through his work, which I haven't read, so it could have assumptions that I don't fucking know if they're right or wrong or whatever. But he has like a book explaining that, like, from the data he used or whatever, like we just like have almost like never seen a big increase in upward mobility, and it seems like mobility has always been like relatively stagnant. So it's kind of unfair to, if that view is true, it's kind of unfair to criticize the upward mobility part, right? Because that's just never been true. But one rich kid had a computer which screened when you plugged it in. I'm assuming. Oh yeah, the house my grandma grew up in had no AC until they bought 2 window units as a high school senior. In high school in summer, you could just take baths in water. In icy water. Cell phones didn't exist. Yeah, exactly. Like, obviously, these represent like meaningful increases in the quality of life, and not just inflation. Right? It's consumers buying more, but also getting like a lot more.
That calm down quickly.
Or consumers spending more and getting a lot more.
Because like I said, I see both sides of this. But do you ever play? Do you have like any history like playing video games or whatever? You understand like console, like Nintendo, Super Nintendo, like that kind of stuff?
I know that. Yeah.
So like,
I haven't played video games since there was some multiplayer Star Wars game back in 2003. That's sort of the
sure, yeah, good enough. So like one thing that I hear people say a lot, and I used to say this, I sometimes kind of wonder, okay, we have all these productivity games, we have all this, technology gain and manufacturing and all these other things. Why is it that we still work fucking 40 hours a week or more? Like, what the fuck? Shouldn't we all be like chilling and kicking back right now? And we've made all these productivity gains. Where's it going? And then one thing I see is this. I don't want to call it like a hedonic treadmill because I don't think that's fair. But I see this like increase in desire for kind of like more stuff and better stuff and cooler stuff, such that the older stuff like isn't even made anymore. So like as an example of this, if we talk about like purchasing power, if we think of a Nintendo that was made in the 90s, that very same Nintendo today, you could probably manufacture that and then buy that for like, I don't even want to say $10 because I think like Raspberry Pis are infinitely more complex technically. You could buy this and make this for like a few dollars, but nobody wants that anymore. They want something that's infinitely more technologically designed. So then as a result of that, and you could say this in regards to consoles or cars or anything else, like if you want to, but nobody wants that anymore.
Why the Kick video player is so fucked. Edible marijuana here in Maryland is not as good as the Michigan edible marijuana. Okay, good to know, I guess. I wonder, has the quality of edible marijuana gone up or down? Okay, have consumers maintained steady purchasing power for edible marijuana? There's a justification. So the Stigler Commission, which is one of the like commissions that redefine part of CPI, this was the one where they said they needed these hedonic adjustments, right? Recommended further research into accounting for quality change in price indexes, elaborating that automobile prices were considerably overstated in their increase during the 1950s by failing to take account of horsepower, weight, length, and so forth. That is, although car prices have risen, cars have improved along a number of dimensions. Part of the rise in price should be attributed to this quality improvement and not to inflation. Consumers were paying more not for the same good, but for a better good. Today, the BLS uses a methodology called hedonic adjustments to account for quality changes in certain types of items. These adjustments use regression analysis to estimate the contribution of different characteristics of the item to its price. For example, characteristics used to adjust for quality changes in computers include CPU speed, RAM, storage capacity. Using these prices are deflated for quality changes. The Commission also recommended broadening the base track consumer for spending patterns, which are used as weights. Missing are from only urban cleric workers to all urban consumers, which account for about 90% of the population.
They want something that's infinitely more technologically designed. So then as a result of that, And you could say this in regards to consoles or cars or anything else. Like if you wanted to manufacture ultra cheap cars that resemble the ones that existed, the full steel frames with the carburetors instead of the fuel injectors with the ashtrays on them, you could make those cars, but literally nobody would buy them anymore.
You couldn't actually right now because of government regulations.
Well, sure, okay, maybe cars aren't the best example, but like, but if there was enough of demand for them, I imagine the government regulations would even change. But like, people want the newer, cooler, better thing.
Right, yes,
There's no demand even for the older stuff. So I feel like it's hard sometimes when we measure. So like, you're talking about like purchasing power maybe has gone down, but would you say that today, just look at like, if you could choose to be a 20-year-old in today's society with all the technology available today, or go back to the 60s and be a 20-year-old in that society, knowing the technology that we have today, but maybe knowing that your purchasing power would be higher, would you legitimately ever go back to the 60s, or would you always say, I'm going to ride it out in today's time period, even if my purchasing power is lower? Like, how do you think a person would think through that, or what would your thoughts be on that?
I don't know how a person. I mean, I would certainly do that myself. I think that we've lost. I mean, you know, just societal changes. I mean, the lack of trust, the isolation.
Well, I know like societal culture stuff. I'm saying just like standards of living and stuff.
As a white dude, I'm sure other people would have a different opinion on it.
Yeah, but like, you know, I'm not thinking necessarily like culture, society. I'm just in terms of just like raw like standard of living. As much as we could quantify like goods and services, like would you want to go back to where everything might have been within more of like a purchasing power, like accessibility
I do
to?
think that there is something to be said for economic anxiety, right? And in the 1970s, at least from the data that I've looked at, and then from the stories that I've sort of pieced together to go along with that data, that way I have sort of like like lived experiences instead of just raw data. You know, like an uncle of mine, he got out of high school and went to work as a bag boy at a grocery store, and with it was a union shop. He was able to then take that lifestyle and buy a new Camaro in '69. He was able to rent an apartment. He was able to go out and get drunk and party on the weekend with his friends and then go fishing, right? I mean, and then work this job, right? It was an actual, if somebody wanted it to be, he ended up doing other things, but it could have been a career. And it certainly was and I think that now when you're entering the workforce, I've got a daughter that's 18. She's about to go to college, and then when she enters the workforce now, the price of things that are sort of foundational to what we would consider the middle class lifestyle have gotten out of reach for a lot of people that are entering into the market now. And I think that, and the reason I think it's important is because if you don't acknowledge or at least look at the scale, and the thing that you started with that really is critical is that by GDP measures, GDP per capita, GDP, any of the major measures that we use, inflation adjustment, there is no major measure that we
life is good in the 1950s, and the more 1950s, the more gooder it is.
The other day, making the case that we've got this huge problem of affordability. Mamdani made the same argument in New York. We've got this huge crisis of affordability, and we can't live. I mean, you could live in a world. You can't live in a world where both those things are true. They can't both be true. We can't both be at the peak of affordability in our history and where we're having January the 6th style insurrections and Bernie Sanders, nearly taking over the Democratic Party, and Zoran Mamdani, doing as well as he did in New York on running on affordability, and those stats be true. That's really one of the things that I've sort of become obsessed with is the manipulation of statistics that tell lies. And I think that economically speaking, we have a lot of those, especially when it comes to incomes, purchasing power, and even manufacturing. I think our manufacturing data is skewed to shit too. But
sure, I feel like we can move on to talk about into the future things. One of the issues I have is that numbers can't capture a lot for good.
I'm very curious what his objections to whatever manufacturing data is. I have no clue. They think it's overestimated. I've heard people say that manufacturing productivity was like overestimated because of the computer sector, but I don't know. I don't know if he's referring to that. Like obviously, like as you mentioned earlier, like GDP is just a measure of total income, right? So like it could be the case that like GDP is increasing or whatever, but at the same time, you see purchasing power for the majority of people decline because the share of income is not equal, right? Now, I think we have seen broadly purchasing power for essentially everyone increase, right? That's less true of pre-tax income, but like definitely true of post-tax income, right? Because we have a progressive tax and transfer system in this country. So like I don't know. I can understand the point about homes. Like I said, I just think that's mostly a supply issue. That's mostly a government regulation issue, not like a genuine. I don't want to say not like a genuine affordability. It's an affordability issue created by government regulation, right? Like that's
good variety of reasons. Like we obviously know that GDP could miss a lot. We obviously know that GDP per capita, these raw like medians or averages or whatever, can miss a lot. And then even when we look at aggregate ownership in housing data or housing data period or costs,
nominal prices going up,
nominal prices like nominal price, an entire state, an entire city, even different neighborhoods in a city.
How do you think redistribution of productivity gains are equally
tell different stories
important?
with data depending on the granularity that you choose and the story.
Fuck this kick video player. Sorry. Why do I think redistribution and productivity gains are equally important? We know that there's a trade-off, and one is far more valuable than the other. I don't think they are equally important. What do you mean? So I think, I think obviously, like the concern. So I think obviously in the short term, like there are, like broad utility gains from redistribution, right? Now obviously, like you're right. The concern is like the trade-off with, the incentive to incentive for people to invest, the incentive for people to invent new shit, the incentive to make society more productive, right? And I agree overall, like the total, like how many conversations have I had with fucking Economy about this, right? Like, you know, the total utility is, you know, what is worth maximizing, especially in the long term. I'm just, you know, like the thing I've been pointing out so far is simply that currently, like, we do have a progressive redistribution system that is fixing a lot of these issues that are more true pre-tax, right? That he was talking about with, you know, with affordability and incomes and things like that, right? But yeah, I mean, like, I agree, and like, I think people, like, I think obviously the like total utility, the total standard of living matters more than just like the inequality between people, right? So
you're trying to tell. That being said, so I gave 3 things earlier that GDP growth has happened. There's been unequal distribution, and like even wage distribution has dramatically changed. Though I mentioned on a 4th point, kind of like these weird psychological things. So I guess we could dive into it. I've talked to my parents quite a bit about their upbringing and everything. I feel like sometimes some of the stories of old are heavily exaggerated. So like you mentioned, I think you said you had an uncle. I don't know if I believe there was a person who was able to work as a grocery bagger, afford their own apartment with no roommates, and buy a Camaro and go on vacations and go fishing. I don't know if America has ever
vacations. He didn't go on vacations.
Did I misunderstand? Oh,
I said he went out drinking.
No one ever, by the way, whenever people like tell these stories, like they never cite data to back it up. Like, you know, I'm sure this dude like does have some. Oh, that's not a fucking slope. I'm sure this dude like does maybe have like some things that support that. I don't want to say like he's totally pulling out of his ass or whatever. But like, why don't you just like what data would we look at to like support that worldview? It's like, okay, we'd probably look at like median income, right? Try to adjust that for inflation. I'm pretty sure even if you don't do the quality adjustments that he seems to not like, you would still see that there are it's just like median compensation has just been like broadly increasing. 10% of Democratic base is socialist, I hear. I don't know what economists are citing for that, right? But yeah.
Okay, sure. But even in terms of like as a grocery baggage person, I mean, like, maybe that was the case. I feel like you could theoretically do some of these things today, depending on how much you're willing to cut. But I think that the things that we've grown accustomed to today are cutting into a lot of it. Like, if you really wanted to go and work, and California's 16-hour minimum wage now, I think, for the state, if you wanted to go work someplace and literally just have an apartment and just have a car, and you're like in a small part of the like city or whatever, you're not like in the most expensive part, and all you wanted to spend your money on was like going out partying on Friday nights, I think you could do it. But I think people want more now. Like, they DoorDash or Uber, they have internet, they've got cell phones, they want to upgrade their cell phones. Like, there's all these other things that are making demands on our lives in terms of like the stuff that we want to buy and have. That in some ways are good. I think they dramatically improve our outcomes. But then in other ways make some of those other things a little bit less affordable or accessible or feel that way.
Have you looked at the second welfare theorem? Isn't that the like? Fuck, it's something to do with a like Pareto distribution where fucking fuck, kill me. Oh, I should know it. It's like all the. It's like in a perfectly competitive market, like all the. You know, useful trades will be made, so it'll be a Pareto distribution or whatever. Close. Any Pareto optimal allocation of resources can be achieved by competitive equilibrium through appropriate redistribution of initial endowments. Yeah, okay. References. Hold on. Oh yeah. So there's like perfect competition. Assuming that. We shall dominate each agent strictly positive. Common failures of the assumption. Rich people are too rich. They have these giant 100-foot yachts with first of all, don't you have a yacht with like trees and floors, and they only visit them one weekend a summer, and they seem miserable while they are there? First of all, patrol. I'll have you know, you have bragged to me about your yacht. Although, to be fair, don't you like live in it or whatever? Like, I don't know. Like, for one, they probably like rich people like generally probably just have like positive spillover benefits, right? And like that seems to be what's more important, right? Like I don't think their consumption like directly hurts other people, and I think their savings usually do pretty directly benefit other people, right? Like billionaires are like investing in a fuck ton of companies, they make a bunch of cool new products that everyone uses. Like Amazon has benefited almost every fucking American, right? Who can now get packages delivered from Amazon cheaply in 2 days. A bunch of rich people fund like venture capital startups that make a bunch of new innovative shit for people that everyone likes using. So yeah, and also like I'm not like if you hate their consumption so much, just like tax their consumption. Like I would prefer taxing their consumption a lot more than taxing their savings. There's a whole industry here that does nothing but take care of the super yachts. It's wild econ. Well, I mean, that's why they're job creators, baby. Exactly. Now you're getting it. But yeah.
Some of those things have sort of become necessities, if you will. Like, so there's, in my mind, there's a core basket of necessities, right? There's like certain things that we have to have. You might call them, the UN thinks of them as sort of human rights. There's different, they sort of put together a set of things that civilizations and states need to, to live quality lives. And I think some of that has shifted. Like to participate in the workforce now, you more or less need the internet, right? And I guess you could get by with a landline, but I don't think it'd be that much, that much easier or productive. But I don't necessarily think it's just the way. It's not just consumers. I don't believe. Like you mentioned earlier, that sort of you were using the console analogy, and I think, for example, with cell phones, you wouldn't see things like Apple.
We're going to spend that money in U.S. Treasury bonds. Is probably doing less good than buying yachts.
To upgrade to the 15 or the 16.
I'm not sure. I mean, it's just going to depend on how productive government spending is, probably, right? But like obviously, rich people aren't investing like a ton of money in, or absolutely. Like in absolute terms, they probably are investing a ton of money in treasury bonds, but like, I don't think rich people have like that low of a like risk tolerance, right? Like they're probably investing in a lot more like riskier assets a lot of times, right? Like that's why they fund like venture capital firms. Not all of them do, obviously, but. You do have your Warren Buffett, I guess.
They wouldn't have to make lower, they wouldn't have to be, producers would not have to be making things built to fail if people were just naturally going to upgrade. Like, my family, I was using my grandfather's washing machine until like 10 years ago. I don't know how long the fuck he had that thing. But so, of course I'm from East Tennessee. Maybe we do things differently down here.
But even what you say about like, for instance, that washing machine, like it's probably like a top loaded washing machine with like 2 cycle options on it that like probably can't take advantage of high efficiency detergents. It probably uses a lot more energy and is also efficient. Like they exist. You can have.
That's what Destiny's saying is true as well, but also like obviously there have been quality increases in that or whatever. But like I also don't even I don't know, maybe there's good evidence. I've not seen particularly convincing evidence that like planned obsolescence is like that big of a thing. It just does not seem to be the case or whatever. Wait, hold on. Do I actually have to pay attention to the shit I'm doing here? Kill me.
Have these things, but like we've made so many different games. Like even when you bring up the iPhone thing, I want to say the global share of phones, I think like 70% of the world uses Android phones. In the United States, I think it's like 60% uses iPhones, and that's not like nobody's forced to do that. Like you could buy a lot of really cheap Androids in the United States if you want, but people don't gravitate towards that. They want to buy the iPhones, and that's a choice that consumers are making. And I'm not saying that people should be punished for anything else. I'm just saying that sometimes I feel like it's hard with some of these, and I don't want to be like, oh, we can't rely on any data at all. But I feel like it's hard to capture in raw inflation or in raw purchasing power, like the dramatic upgrades in life that we made. Like you mentioned that the internet is like a requirement to work now. And I was like, well, if you not really, you could walk to a library. They still exist and go and do. I don't know what you would need depends on your job. Like if you want to send email or something like that, you could do that. But like people want to be at home and be able to have Netflix and be able to do stuff on their computer and send an email and stuff. That's a dramatic improvement in life that is hard to capture with just like purchasing power stuff.
Right, and I think that's the realm of sociology, and I think that's a different field than economics, and I think that's really where a lot of our problem has come in. Like, the idea of these improvements, right, should theoretically lead us towards happiness or lead us towards more fulfillment and yada yada. But that's not really the realm of economics to decide those things. Right?
I totally agree with you. That 100%. Yes, yeah.
What is that human beings find fulfilling?
So they're localist. I still have no proof that Mooncakes like ever actually said anything, but just tell her to like she can join my Discord server. She can DM me if she wants to set something up. Like we can do whatever fucking stream she wants to do. Look at size of the VC industry. Why? What do you mean by size as well?
Therefore, I think it's hard to make some of these hedonic adjustments. I mean, even the word hedonism, it's literally about pleasure. I think a lot of the other things I find really sort of disingenuous about the way the stats are used is adjustments are used when it comes to inflation. They bring prices down, right? So if you have an improvement, model to model year for a car or a phone that's significantly better, then the price is adjusted downward in terms of inflation, right? So it doesn't count as much inflation because it was an improvement. But for exports and manufacturing, they say, okay, this is actually 300% more efficient chip. So it actually increases our manufacturing output as far as the raw dollar amount, not raw dollar amount, but the adjusted dollar amount when we have our baseline of what our manufacturing capacity is. And so I think that's, one of the reasons that we're getting to the point now where we can't agree on whether or not January 6th was an insurrection or whether or not,
Well, how are
COVID
we
was real
pivoting
or
to
fake,
that?
whether or not the goddamn Earth's flat or not, is partly because of the deliberate manipulation of,
Deliberate. I don't know. Sample was telling me there's a good reason for the he's the one who told me to watch this in the first place, and he said, there's a good reason to do the like export thing. I don't know I don't exactly know the justification for it though. I do think planned obsolescence does happen in pseudo monopoly, so Apple and John Deere. I guess Apple like literally was caught like lowering like the not the lifespan of the battery, just like lowering the was in a Mentis Wave video on Jan 6. Oh no, I have not. On lowering, was it lowering the battery on like the iPhone 6? Or was it like lower? I think it was no. I think they lowered the speed, and their justification was saying we want to extend the life of the battery, so that's why we're limiting the speed on them. But I think the FTC disagreed with them on that one, and they had to pay a bunch of fines. So
people want to piss on you and tell you it's raining. And I think economics and the way in which we can see that our lives have changed they've at least become harder to maintain. The idea of buying a house has become a dream for most people that they're not going to be able to achieve for quite some time. More people are living at home with their parents. You're seeing more income
why
earned
do
per
you think
household.
it's so expensive?
Not just because there's,
Do you want to watch them after? Oh, he's multiple? Oh yeah, it did say videos. I probably do I I can't imagine they're gonna be interesting. Mutt insurrection when a January 6th Capitol attack was not really a coup.
No denying that what happened on
successful.
Any proper damage or any rioting, but caused the vote count to be delayed for a few minutes due to them being annoying, then technically that would also still transfer.
Wow.
Trying to use this as justification for why the Trump store should not be allowed to run again, it probably makes the most sense to use the definition that is closely tied to January 6, 2021 damage. Yeah. When you place the molehill and mountain right next to each other, the utter insanity of this equivocation really lays itself bare.
Why are we citing what? Are we citing the property damage now? Versus the U.S. Civil War, the entire U.S. Civil War versus one day. The relevant thing is not the property damage; it's the fact that they were there to delay the certification of the vote, so that Trump could overturn the election. Okay. There was an update that increased battery consumption of phones. Oh no, Ryan, I think you're right. Okay. Okay, the edibles are working. They are way better now than when we started based. Good to know, Patrol. I hope CPI has adjustments for that in there. I hope they have hedonic adjustments for that one.
January 6th crowd to peacefully and patriotically make their voices heard. It's impossible, of course, to know whether Trump himself actually believed anything he was saying.
Bro, yes. Why would we ever look at... It's impossible to ever determine someone's mental state. This is true.
But you can't prove an insurrection based on unfalsifiable mind reading again. And challenging the election results and claiming voter fraud doesn't fit the proper definition of insurrection.
Oh my god. Yippee! Let's go!
Thank you for letting me not matter in your chat.
Thanks for the $100, Patrol. Let's fucking go. Patrol, don't let them convince you. I have this funny picture. You matter to me, Patrol, because you give me free money. You're the only reason YouTube pays me out. I hope you know that. Like YouTube has like the $100 like payout limit. Now when they like YouTube takes like 45% or whatever. So when you donate like $100 at the end of the day, I only get 50. But like usually I'll get like like 50. I'll have like $50 in like ad revenue and other people's donations, and then your $100 donation is what puts me over the $100 payout line. This is how. Oh, hold on. Don't let them convince you that you're a nothing burger, bro. You're an everything burger to me. Patrol is definitely like the sole reason I got paid out. Like last month. What's up, Mooncakes? The Civil War could have been avoided. That's so true. Look, let's scissors base. Let's go.
Husband and wife working.
I always ask what happened when Trump told people to go home. They were there for him. Yeah, exactly. Are you a gooner, non-fun? Of course I'm a gooner. Of course I'm a gooner. I'm always gooning. You don't see my hands right now. You don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, obviously. But obviously that's not even like what Mentis Wave was claiming, right? Also, I don't, do I have this downloaded? I hope I do. I think in the, I know Jack Smith like had witnesses that were like, you know, even before the, stating that even before the election, Trump said that he was just going to declare victory, right? It's like, it doesn't matter if we win or something. Yo, not funny, you stealing my streamers I watch? Well, I'm glad I get to see this. Well, that's the reaction content grift, right? It's that you don't have to watch Destiny anymore. You can watch me watch Destiny. And I get the money. Yeah, here it is. It doesn't matter if you won or lost the election, you still have to fight like hell. This was before the election at some event. Mr. Trump's intent in spreading knowing falsehoods was further evidenced by statements made to those around him in private in contrast with public false claims. Mr. Trump made the admission that it reflected his understanding of loss. In a private moment, he confessed to his family members. The matter, yeah. I think there are other witnesses too, I'm pretty sure, that said similar things. So like, yeah, you know, and obviously like you, like, if Trump generally believed that he lost the election, then like he's schizophrenic. Then he like actually should be like 25th Amendmented, like level like schizophrenic, like holy shit. But I didn't realize we were watching Destiny, best Destiny fan channel ever. I guess I'll take that as a compliment. Right now we're not even fan channeling. I don't even think Destiny. I don't even know if he does well in this at all.
Because
I mean, it's not like a heated debate or anything.
So you know, I think that that's the, and if you look at these key things like housing, healthcare, you mentioned healthcare earlier, and I think healthcare is a really, really huge one. Because right now, according to CMS data, we're on track between 2025 for the next 10 years, so to 34, the American system will spend around $72.5 trillion on healthcare. We're going to get up to $7.7 trillion a year on healthcare. But we're seeing middling to bad results compared to OECD, you know, compared to other countries. Right?
Oh my God. Hold on, let me close all the income inequality bullshit that I pulled up. Open all the healthcare bullshit. Remember that Doomer in that debate? Destiny doesn't even know what full employment. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Kill me, dude. It's also so annoying to me that every single time Destiny talks about immigration, like his justification for why immigration is good for the economy, half the time it's like, well, unemployment is below 5% right now. And 5% is so obviously the natural rate of unemployment. And obviously the natural rate of unemployment is a very meaningful and good concept. So we should have immigration to bring the unemployment back up to its natural rate. He's like, oh, I hate the like consistent like upward pressure on wages. It's like, oh my God. Kill me. Okay, so just to go back to what he claimed, right? So he basically said he said a variation of the like standard line we hear all the time. Oh, America spends so much in healthcare, double the per capita, blah 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 blah. But we see worse outcomes.
We're going to get up to $7.7 trillion a year on healthcare, but we're seeing middling to bad results compared to OECD, you know, compared to other countries, right? And
so that's like 30% true, kind of. So I agree in a sense that like the big problem America and healthcare has is like lack of access, right? It's like people at the lower end of the income spectrum don't have as high quality access to healthcare relative to people in relative to low income people in other countries, right? Because they have like better public options, right? That like everyone is either auto enrolled in, or they have like the like actual single payer, like NHS style stuff. But for one, actually, you know what? Here's where we'll start. For one, they're fucking free riding on us. I think that sometimes people conservatives exaggerate that a little bit. So for one, when you look at the people who actually get healthcare in America, our healthcare is better, right? So we see, I think in here, yeah. Americans are unhealthy, but once again, that's only partially explained by healthcare. Efficacy for treatments is actually quite high, and Americans have lower than average hospital readmission rates and do very well in cancer, heart disease, and stroke survivability. So if you look at people who actually get healthcare, like they are, they fare better than even like comparable developed countries, right? It's like access is a big problem. Also, this is also another thing. It's the American population is just like unhealthy to begin with. Like we're just fat to begin with, but. Nafa would you rather be the median person in Norway or the U.S.? Probably the U.S. I can see the case for Norway, especially if you value equality. But I think the absolute standard of living is higher in the U.S. for the median person. But like maybe there's data that shows the opposite. But I'm pretty sure median person in the U.S. is better off than a median person in Norway for the most part. Additionally, you know, when countries get richer, like they demand more healthcare. Like you can see here. Like it's not it's kind of the same line of that they're going on earlier about, right? So like the increase in healthcare cost is also to do with increases in quality, as well as like just like general inflation, right? Or like, you know, increase or, you know, bubble effect, right? And that's a good thing. Like people, you know what, to some extent there might be regulations about this too, but think back to like the car thing, right? It's like no one is buying 1950s healthcare at 1950s prices because no one wants 1950s healthcare at 1950s prices. They want the new healthcare. They want the good shit, even if it costs more, right? So, you know, we have the issues with, or not issues, but we have the quality increasing. That's a big driver cost. We have the fact that our healthcare is actually more efficient for people who actually get the care. And we have the fact that just in general, countries that are richer demand more healthcare, right? Like America is like higher in drug consumption per capita than all these other countries, right? That's because people in America have the money to buy drugs that people in Europe wouldn't buy, right? To treat problems that people in Europe wouldn't necessarily treat, or they buy, you know, more drugs so they can treat the problem better, right? And they get high quality drugs, like I mentioned. We get newer drugs earlier here in America than people in other countries do, right? So. Would you move to Norway? Oh, sorry, would I ever move to Norway? Absolutely. If shit goes down with, thank you, Santo 80 for the follow. If shit went down with Trump, with regards to like the Federal Reserve, or with regards to, I guess, I don't know where the line exactly would be with the judiciary, considering I think we've already seen insane shit happen there. Basically, like if the democracy index in America fell significantly, or if like some real fucked up shit with the economy happened, I'm going to Norway, baby. I'm fucking leaving. Hello, I don't speak English. I don't speak with English. I can't speak, or you know, I understand where you're getting at. So you speak it enough. And also, like I said, those other countries are free riding. We do all the medical innovation, not like all of it, but we do have like a significant portion of the medical innovation here in America, right? So. Government healthcare is bad because it enslaves healthcare workers for some notion of deserving healthcare. This is true. Don't you know? It's inherently evil, a convoy, because the government doing anything is slavery. Exactly. You're violating people's natural rights. You literally only have negative rights, and you're violating people's negative rights when you provide a positive right like healthcare. Don't you know? We must fight. Isn't Norway restrictive for immigration? I don't know how restrictive it is for immigration. I know they used to provide, I mentioned this on stream before, they used to have essentially free college for foreign students even, right? And they got rid of that like after COVID. And jokes on fucking dumb, because I would have taken that shit. I would have moved to Norway, gotten a college education, they would have had their fucking college educated worker, okay, for fucking free. It would, or not for free, for the price of one college education, and not for all the money spent having to bring me up that America had to pay, right? For my public schooling. But
and
rigged.
So the problem is that then we'll hear things like, oh, we got the greatest healthcare system in the world, or what about this, or what about that? And people fundamentally know, if they go to the emergency room, they're waiting 4 hours. I had my little pinky cut off doing I used to be a contractor. And I waited, 6 hours.
Why
to
are
get this
we
thing
going
sewn
to
back
like
on while I was
more
flopping
antidotes
around.
now? Wait times are like a genuine concern that you should have with switching to like a public option or whatever. Now, that's not to say that trade-off probably would it be worth it, right? Probably maybe not Canada level as a wait times, right? But to some extent, that trade-off is definitely worth it.
Yeah, I just think that people have a sense, an understanding, an innate understanding that the information that they're getting is wrong, and it makes this sort of complete distrust. And then if you rely on, say, a Kamala Harris or a Pete Buttigieg or
Again, I would just say focus on, and again, there might be regulations that fuck with this a little bit, but focus on the revealed preference. Who is buying 1950s healthcare at 1950s prices? It's no one. Hello.
Gavin Newsom or any of these people to come in and analyze the problem
and
then provide solutions, they're going to fall short. If by my math, for example, if income, and this is not just my math, Rand study says this, lots of people say this, if incomes had kept up with productivity and so on and so forth, median income now would be about $102,000 per person, not per household, but per person. And it's around 42 in 2023. So with productivity and so on and so forth, if by my math, for example, if income, and this is not just my math, Rand study says this, lots of people say this, if incomes had kept up with productivity and so on and so forth, median income now would be about $102,000 per person.
Okay, so I don't know what he means by his math. I don't know what assumptions that his math is making. Usually when people say something like this, it's based on some pretty cringe bullshit. This is Substack. Is that the FTX guy? No, it's not. It does kind of look like him though, but nothing was so good. In the movie Gummo, that's true. What would I guess just productivity? Am I spelling productivity? Here's what this one is. Neoliberal Democrats dismiss manufacturing jobs as unattainable and unneeded. Based? What do we actually still make? Not much. Oh, yes, manufacturing has share of GDP, because that's definitely representative of what we want to measure when we say, what do we still make here? If you look at actual industrial capacity in the U.S., that has been, that went up the entire time we had this free trade regime up until 2008, where sort of issues with manufacturing productivity after 2008 made it stagnate. But most of this decline in the share of output is simply to do with structural trends and not any trade agreements. But okay, mostly to do with the success of the service sector rather than the failure of manufacturing. Yo! Let's go! Hold on, what, this has got to be I don't know the specific Rand study. This has got to be insanely fucking stupid, I would imagine. Okay, awesome. Why are you doing this? Oh, wait, hold on. The link is fucking embedded in PDF, isn't it? So I'm clicking it. Yeah, there we go. I mean, I guess like okay, I'd have to hold on. Are they attributing? Hold on, I have to read more of this. Okay, but okay, so like number one, like just a concept of like median income increasing your productivity, right? We would kind of expect, as we were talking about earlier with inequality, right? The people who are earning higher incomes are probably like disproportionately higher productivity, right? Like if a worker's compensation roughly matches their marginal revenue product, you could have an economy where the productive skilled workers are continuing to earn a lot more, whereas the productivity for the other workers stagnate, and they don't experience wage gains. So the median wage would be somewhat lower than what am I looking for? Median wage gain would be like lower than the like median productivity gain, right? So it's dumb to, and that's actually what this chart does. This chart is comparing all workers' productivity to a subset of workers, right? He's essentially doing the same thing, but we would expect. Yeah, we would expect like a unequal distribution, and literally what they were talking about earlier, the fact that like skilled workers earn so much more today. Well, this has got to be the top times in the country siphon off 79 trillion in productivity and value from the bottom 90% of some organizations. That's theft. Again, all of this is pre-tax, and some of this is even pre-benefits. It's not even doing total compensation. Total compensation is just doing hourly wages. This is okay. So GDP per capita. 1975, the bottom 90% of earners received about 2/3 of all taxable income, based on the data from the World Inequality Database. That share fell to less than half by 2015. That means the highest earning 10% of workers took nearly 3% larger share income up high of those 4 years. That growth is in a share of the top increase the gap between 9%. What they would have. They're just assuming they're. Am I insane? They're like literally just assuming that it like this should have grown equally. They're literally just this entire paper is doing essentially what I said, right? They're just assuming that like the bottom whatever percent of workers' income should have risen equally to the top 10% of workers. Like that's dumb to do because we can imagine the top 10% of workers would have faster productivity increases than the bottom 10% of workers, right? Or the bottom 90% of workers even. But okay. All right. If you wanted to do was live on a boat and make $100 plus an hour, just move to a harbor town at East Coast USA. Real. Oh, live, not live. If we had the income distribution from 1975, the majority of workers percent by income would have made additional 3.9 trillion. Cumulatively, the gap between it would be 79 trillion. This is not. It's not theft because again, obviously, we could at least imagine. We could at least imagine cases where it wouldn't be theft on the basis that the top 10% productivity grew a lot faster than the unskilled bottom 90%, right? Not that the bottom 90% aren't like all unskilled. I'm just, disproportionately, technically, they probably are, but you get what I'm saying.
Not per household, but per person. And it's around 42 in 2023. So the problem is that where we're at is so far from where we feel like we should be or where we were, the stories that we are, sort of attached to as our history, that's why I think that people like Donald Trump or Marjorie Taylor Greene, these people that are going ham and say they're ready to tear down, or the communists. Why are communists seeing a resurgence? Because people are pissed.
Mm-hmm. I guess so. There's a lot of different topics here. So, the first thing that I would say, and nobody talks about this too much because it's such an esoteric topic, and it's not a really easy way to address this. Is
wait, hold on. This is first of all, if we're complaining about the decline in manufacturing, or whatever, you probably should want the dollar to decline because the dollar being cheaper means that other countries can buy our exports for cheaper, right? And that'll help American manufacturers to export. But all right. Novon hasn't learned economics yet, but one day but he will one day. That's true, buddy. Where's the dollar card not collapse yet? It's because the dollar is still the world reserve currency. That means we can print money, run deficits, import everything we consume, and the world keeps accepting IOUs. But it's not eternal. Countries have already started moving after the dollar. Wow. God damn. Kill me.
Is one thing that has changed our lives so much. I'm 36 years old. When I was growing up, like the internet wasn't really like real. Like it was kind of there, but I was like AOL keyword search, right? And now at 36 years old, like every single person like in this country is constantly connected to like everything that I go to do in life. If a friend asks me to go bowling, if somebody wants to go on a date, if somebody wants to go to the beach, they have to compete at all points in time with every single piece of entertainment in the world that is in my pocket on my phone. And I think that like the way that we communicate with people, we've substituted a lot of real life stuff for phone communications and online stuff. I think that this is meaningfully, and a lot of ways, in some ways positively, in a lot of ways negatively impacted the way that we navigate the world. And there's not gonna be a good economic or a clean economic solution to that. And if people are feeling some sort of atomization or societal alienation that's resulting from that, no amount of 1960s income distribution is ever fixing that. Because if you gave people more money today, I think people would just spend more money on things that probably aren't going to make them much happier, right? They're going to buy like a better cell phone or more consoles or a bigger car, and they're not. And because of the kind of consumer direction,
guess what? More healthcare. Is why the price of healthcare has gone up, and why the price of healthcare tracks pretty well with the GDP and GDP per capita in countries, right? But yeah. Yeah, also like just on the inequality point, you can look at the bottom quintile after taxes and transfers, their income is still rising. Okay, the income shares are relatively flat after taxes and transfers.
We've gone and because of how much we've gotten kind of removed from cultural or societal integration with each other, I'm just not convinced that there's like an economic solution there. Now, obviously, there's the whole like money can't buy happiness, and that's true to an extent. But like if you're broke as fuck and you can't afford anything, I mean, then obviously, yeah, for sure, yeah. So I mean, like I'm not talking about if you're somebody who is earning below poverty wages, or you can't afford a place to live, or your food sucks, or you can't afford basic healthcare or whatever. Like obviously, there's a problem. You need money. But when we're getting into like middle class issues or these broad kind of societal issues, like I don't think
in this, I don't think he is. I mean, I don't know necessarily how much Destiny would oppose austerity. I doubt he has that strong of an opinion on it, but
average American is starving, right? We have problems with obesity. I don't think the average American can't get any healthcare at all. We can talk about types of healthcare people have. I think that the average American can't find a place to live. It's that like, well, where do you want to live and where do you want to go? Like we're running into all these cultural issues, and I think sometimes we look to societal solutions, or I'm sorry, not societal solutions. Sometimes people are looking for economic solutions, but this is never coming. I like what you said earlier. Like these aren't questions that stats or economics can solve. I think it's very hard to deal with that. And then just on the second thing of this, there's another thing that I stress. There is a very strange. I used to work as a supervisor in a casino restaurant before, and one night I made the cardinal sin of, I didn't realize this yet, but I learned very quickly on my job. I gave away free desserts to customers at the end of the night. I have a bakery cabinet. We're supposed to throw it all away at the end of the night. I gave them free stuff, thinking that they're going to be happy that they got free desserts for night. And the next day I had off, and then I come in the day after, and I get screamed at by my manager saying some customers came in saying that you gave them free stuff every night, and they came back in expecting more, and when they didn't get it, they made a huge stink. And I was like, oh well, I didn't actually make them happy, for a little bit. I set a new standard of expectation. And I think something that happens in the United States, and I think this is exacerbated by wealth inequality, because we can see sometimes how good you can have it, is that when new stuff becomes available, it immediately becomes the expected baseline with absolutely no cognition about how much the improvement has been. So we kind of talked about cars earlier. I think healthcare is a really good example. I think if you asked the average American, do you think that you're better off with all the affordability issues and everything else in today's healthcare system or in a healthcare system in the 50s? I think that you might even, I'm not sure if you think you'd be better or worse, you would be unequivocally worse in almost every single way. But it's because when new things become available, they become the expectation, and then if you don't have them, it's the worst thing in the world.
That's especially true of healthcare, because whenever we make a new health advancement, and I'm not saying that's necessarily wrong, like we have like some moral intuition to like, try to make that available to everyone, right? Like we don't want people receiving worse quality healthcare if they're just because they're poor or whatever and can't afford the latest new whatever technology we invented.
World. Again, not to go back to the diabetic, but I talk so much about like insulin and everything. Insulin being the cheap example of that. People talk about how insulin is expensive and it's hard to get these products, and that's true, but they're significantly better today than they were in the past. If you want to buy the really cheap bad insulin and just shoot yourself up with it and see what happens and do the little finger stick blood testing stuff, you can do that. But when the newest stuff becomes available, when people can't afford it, now they're like really upset, and now we've got this like, oh my god, we're being deprived of like life-saving healthcare and everything, whereas this didn't even exist, like 40, 50 years ago. And all I'm saying is I'm not trying to say, I want to be very clear, I'm not saying like, oh, we'll just be happy with your shitty stuff from the 50s and 60s and suck it up. I'm just saying that it's hard sometimes that we have issues that we need to pay attention to. I agree with that, but then we can't take credit for any of the wins that we've achieved. Like the fact that somebody might say, I want access to this thing and I don't have it, in some ways is cool, because the fact that you're even thinking about that thing or want access to it, or that even exists to have access to, I think is a big benefit that we don't give ourselves any credit for.
Yeah, but I think healthcare is a great example for where I feel like the inequality situation is rearing its head in such a way. And you could say that, okay, we've got access to, or we've got these wonderful treatments, we've got this great things like insulin, but a lot of people don't have access to the premium treatments. But we're spending more per capita than any other nation on the planet
my God.
in terms of healthcare, right? True. So when I would look at, if I say, okay, I'm going to sit down today, not me, but let's say that we were going to sit down today as a nation with our leadership, and we're going to say, okay, we're going to spend $72.5 trillion over the next 10 years on healthcare. Let's figure out the best way to do that. I can 100% guarantee you that the status quo is not the best way to do that, right? And then the other thing is that you look at those things that you're describing, like insulin was created by Oxford University, a public university, right? And a lot of our antibiotics were. Like, so that's the other thing, is that the things that we have, especially in healthcare, whether it's MRI machines, X-rays, a lot of the things that we have now were created by the public dollars, public employees, public staff.
Well, I mean, not the specific medications you're
kind of
right?
true. Hold on.
Like the actual medications that we use on people were not, like the general research can come from institutions and schools and stuff. And there's a lot of general research was good, but bringing the drug to full FDA approval is a fully private endeavor.
Pause the video, which means if
bringing
I
the drug to
refresh
market
them,
is a totally private endeavor, right? And the question is, should it be? That's my question. Should it be? And I think if insulin, for example, on average costs less than $1 per unit for good insulin to produce, but then cost, anywhere from $30 to $100 depending on how it, which method of delivery you're using. Clothing, cell phones, 5,000 square feet, or all the cars were Ferrari.
I'm on Destiny, watching King of the Coast, a healthcare video. Dude, he's not doing a good job remembering the shit that was in that video.
Or
actually, I don't know. No, they did. No, I remember that video. They did talk about that. I remember that's like one of the first things they might not have been one of the first things. But like I literally remember in that video they hold on, fuck this shit. They literally said oh, part of the reason healthcare is expensive is like justified, right? Like a Irfad healthcare.
State
commonly cited problems, high cost, and then they literally go on to explain.
People don't really cite that actually are genuinely a big issue that we should address. Which problem should we start with?
So the first problem we need to talk about is the big one, and this is the problem that the U.S. spends about twice as much as other developed countries on healthcare. And this is really a commonly cited problem, but I think, and I think Micah thinks as well, this problem is very misunderstood. So it is true that the U.S. spends a lot more than other countries, especially European countries. But the thing to understand is that healthcare is a consumption good. And ultimately, people's capacity to consume consumption goods is downstream of whatever their income is. And why is that important? The fact of the matter is that the U.S. has a lot higher household incomes than all of these other countries where people compare us to. And so when you think about it in that lens, it's actually pretty natural. You would think that the U.S. would spend a lot more on healthcare because the households here are actually richer. This isn't necessarily just speculation either. You see, if you look in the cross-section of countries, that there's a really strong correlation between the household incomes of the nation, the average household incomes.
Yeah, basically, I mean, it's the things I just explained because, like this is like literally like a Micah article that I have like some notes on, right? But yeah.
Really basic necessities, so,
sure.
Every doctor was the cream of the crop from Mayo Clinic or whatever. They did all the residencies there, and they were higher.
Okay, so I understand. I'm really trying to wrap my head because I feel like it's a really difficult thing.
Childcare, education, sort of the big ticket items that we buy, and it's been coming down for food, clothing, cell phones, things like that.
Why is the Kick video player so bad? I don't remember it being this bad. Goddamn, now I understand why no one watches
as a
Kick.
means of transportation is to get you from point A to point B. In general, they
I don't want to call it like a hedonic treadmill because I don't think that's fair, but I see what you said to make sure we're on the same page. So due to the advancements of technology of like continuous...
It's not on, I don't know why it's not on YouTube, but I looked through it, stream files, and it's not there. It's like you can see the I guess it might be on Rumble, but Rumble video player is not much better. I like the title of this is like the news and whatever. Yeah, final debate notes, news and stuff, but that's not it's from 2 days ago. On his stream VODs, he has the Houston debate he just did. He has the talking to Ryan. Whatever, everyone, let's go Trump. Boo. Then he has this 1 day ago reviewing the debate from last night, and then this is like the debate, right? Like there should be one after, the reviewing the debate, which is like final notes and stuff, but it's not there.
Glucose monitoring or the different types of insulin that are available now. You're not just like taking 2 huge shots.
Like,
I'm not thinking necessarily like culture or society. I'm just in terms of like just like raw like standard of living. As much as we could quantify like goods and services.
Is skewed to shit too, but
sure. I feel like we can move on and talk about into the future things. But I guess one of the issues that I have is that numbers can't capture a lot for a good variety of reasons. Like we obviously know that GDP could miss a lot. We obviously know that else. I'm just saying that sometimes I feel like it's hard with some of these, and I don't want to be like, oh, we can't rely on any data at all, but I feel like it's hard to capture in raw inflation or in raw purchasing power, like the dramatic upgrades in where you can't afford a place to live or your food sucks or you can't afford basic healthcare or whatever. Like obviously there's a problem, you need money. But when we're getting into like middle class issues or these broad kind of societal issues, like stay hat off, and then I come in the day after, and I get screamed at by my manager saying some customers came in saying that you gave them free stuff.
Okay, we were a little bit past
wonderful treatments. We've got this great things like insulin, but a lot of people don't have access to the premium treatments. But we're spending more per capita than any other nation on the planet in terms of healthcare.
Because a lot of the people that do have access buy more shit. They buy better, high quality, cool shit.
Right? So, you know, when I would look at, if I say, okay, I'm going to sit down today, not me, but let's say that we were going to sit down today as a nation with our leadership, and we're going to say, okay, we're going to spend $72.5 trillion over the next 10 years on healthcare. Let's figure out the best way to do that. I can 100% guarantee you that the status quo is not the best way to do that, right? And then the other thing is that you look at those things that you're describing, like insulin was created by Oxford University, a public university, right? You know, and
yeah, we're here. This is like kind of true. I don't have like data on this in hand, but I believe it's still like it's true that like the public sector does contribute to like drug innovation, a lot of like basic R&D, but I think it still costs like $2 billion to bring a drug to market. Cost companies $2 billion to bring a drug to market. Wow, thanks, Thorium. If you could replace all big agribusiness with small family farms, assuming they can easily meet demand, would you? No. Public sector rarely innovates, and when it does, it probably does so less efficiently. I don't want to say rarely innovates. I think a decent amount of innovation comes out of the public sector. I haven't done a ton of research on it. With regards to the less efficiency thing, that's probably true in some cases, but not necessarily true in others, right? Like I think there are like you do see a lot of innovation from like DARPA, for instance, for our military. Yeah, estimate it ranges as high as like 2.6 billion. I believe this is not just like it might not be just private cost, but a lot of this is still in private companies. We're too rich, but thankfully Mr. Trump is helping to fix that problem. Praise upon him, I know. Probably takes the public sector more resources to chase the same innovation that a private company would. In some cases, I would imagine that's true, but in some, so for one, there are probably just some things the private sector wouldn't research or wouldn't research enough of, right? Especially considering they're probably like pretty, like they're, you know, probably pretty broad positive externalities from some innovation, you know, especially, actually I was going to say especially medical innovation, but really most innovation is going to have a lot of gains to people generally that the producer doesn't necessarily capture. So estimated to be the cost of 48 million. This number is much lower. 2.6 billion. The key issue is it says many different things. More paper. Just a clinical and trial costs for a pivotal trial for few drugs. The Diamossi paper measures the full cost it takes to bring a single drug to approval. So I don't know if this is measuring just the government, or sorry, just the private sector or the government. Price studies have been utilized out everything, including government agency, also include government funded. Oh wait, hold on. The full source cost of discovering and developing new compounds will include these private sector costs, but also include government. Okay. Oh wait, hold on. We analyze private sector activities as long-term investments. The industry. Wait, doesn't include private, or sorry, doesn't include public sector. They're surveying pharmaceutical firms, so
a lot of our antibiotics. Like, so that's the other thing, is that the things that we have, especially in healthcare, whether it's MRI machines, X-rays, a lot of the things that we have now were created by the public dollars, public employees, public staff.
Well, I mean, not the specific medications, to be fair, though, right? Like the actual medications that we use on people were not, like the general research can come from institutions and schools and stuff. And there's a lot of general research which is good, but
this is true, like, as well. Like, you see, actually, hold on. Why is this shit fucked? Not fucked, paywalled. You do see, a lot of times the government does, like, sort of, like, the base level, super, like, risky research, but then a lot of the R&D, for either, like, improving it and, like, making it last longer, and to some extent there might be some, like, rent-seeking issues with being able to improve drugs and extend patents on them. I'm sure people cite that as a problem a lot. A lot of the sort of, I don't know what to call it, not like base level innovation, but like second order like innovation does come from private firms, even if the base level comes from the government.
Bringing the drug to full FDA approval that's a fully private endeavor at the moment.
Bringing the drug to market is a totally private endeavor, right? And the question is, should it be? That's my question. Should it be? And I think if insulin, for example, on average costs less than $1 per unit for good insulin to produce, but then cost, anywhere from $30 to $100, depending on how it, which method of delivery you're using and that sort of thing. I guess my argument for a lot of these things, and I make this on America's Undoing, whether it's healthcare, whether it's housing, whether it's energy production, whether it's energy distribution, if the market fails to deliver a quality product at a quality price, and I think that we intervene as a state, as a county. Like, for example, in Tennessee, about 50% of the healthcare in Tennessee, all the hospitals and various other rural clinics used to be owned by cities and counties and municipalities and the state itself, right? Now we're down to less than 10. In general, our healthcare used to be a very state-owned thing. We had something that was more akin to the Japanese system, where I think right now they've got about 35% public-owned delivery, and then the other 70 is private. And they have this, what I would consider to be a way more robust competitive arena, because there is a public alternative that is producing things at much less overhead, with much less profit motive, and able therefore to sort of grease the gears of capitalism, if you will. So sometimes that engine seizes, the engine of capitalism that made America what it is. And that seized in the 20s, and then through the 30s, we had to sort of grease it, right? We greased it with the New Deal, we greased it with the Arsenal of Democracy, we did all these various things. And through that, we made massive improvements in the quality of life of people. We raised more people out of poverty than anyone until China has done today, right? And, and I think that was done through a combination of state resources, not just as a referee, not just,
I don't entirely disagree with this. I think I don't really disagree. I think he's probably just overstating the role of the public sector, right? I think we probably just disagree on the scope of it.
Calling balls and strikes and protecting assets and IP, but also
let me troll your chat.
It was, they being the Army Corps of Engineers, literally built
and shooting your
buildings. They built factories
channel on my yacht. Listen, if you take your yacht to the North Carolina coast, maybe then I can show up, okay? As long as you promise not to murder me.
Through the Arsenal of Democracy. The interstate highway system was not all done by contractors. Lots of that was done by government employees. So I think that what we've seen, especially in the healthcare industry, is this move more towards, what the worst things that you have in communism are rearing their heads in capitalism, because it's getting very vertically integrated and it's getting more and more monopolized. And and it doesn't create a good product or a good price. So anyway, that's, I guess that's sort of an aside, but I feel like that's where you need state intervention.
Possibly. So I think so. The pushback or the challenge that we get on healthcare is, I would argue that the United States system seems to produce a whole bunch of innovation in healthcare. I think that the medicines, like the pharmaceutical products, are created in the United States, and the forms of treatment and everything, I think have gotten significantly better. I think we've made huge gains in so many areas, but we're just not aware of it. Like the discovery of Ozempic has been an awesome union of general institutional, like school research combined with pharmaceutical companies. For Ozempic, I think the general research I thought was initially funded by the NIH.
I'd be totally wrong about that.
Ozempic might have, I don't know if it was Ozempic or semaglutide. I guess I can look it up. But I mean, like in general, like pharmaceuticals.
Generally, though, you mean?
Yeah, I mean, like the pharmaceuticals and everything that produce, like the products and the innovation in the United States system, I think have been pretty good. Like I would consider it to be, there's a lot of successes there. There's issues as well. So okay, there's going to be specific problems to housing and medicine. So for medicine, okay, I feel like there's a couple of things that people don't like to talk about when it comes to housing and medicine. We can do medicine right now. I'm just curious what your thoughts are. One issue I think we have with medicine is, and it sounds really bad, but it's old people. I'd be curious, when you just talked about that number that you gave earlier, the like $6 or $7 trillion a year that'll be spent additionally, whatever, on medicine in the United States. We spend.
I mean, this is also. What do you want to meet and see? Like, I don't know. I'm not going to tell you that over YouTube chat. If you, I don't know. I can't imagine this is serious. I don't know I don't know how hard I'm being trolled right now. But hold on, just real quick. What was the thing you just cited?
So I'd be curious, when you just talked about that number that you gave earlier.
Obviously, to some extent, this is true of European countries too. But like, as the U.S. population ages, people are just going to consume more healthcare. So like, that's obviously an issue. And of course, the European countries may be aging to some extent too. But again, we consume more drugs per capita than all those other Euro poor countries.
Additionally, whatever, on medicine in the United States, we spend so much money on elderly people and elderly care to extend life, to where one old person can occupy as much medical resources as like 50 to 100 younger people. I think it's like 15% of elderly people in the United States consume like 35 or 40% of all the medical resources. And I'm curious. I'm not trying to back into court. Like these are all really hard questions. I'm just curious, like, what is your thought on like how do you deal with this type of like disproportionate, I guess like allocation of care or the consumption of medical care? Like how do you work around that? Because I feel like there's a lot of medical cost when it comes to these old people in the United States. Yeah.
I mean, there's no, obviously you're at 75, you're going to probably need more medical. You're going to go to the doctor way more often than at 25 or 35. I'm 44. I don't go to the doctor unless I cut something off and I have to get it sewn back on. So, I mean, I think that's why, I mean, I believe that you have to bring down the cost of the overall system. And the problem is that it's such a huge part of our economy right now. It's on its way to 20% of GDP, right? And the stats that I see say somewhere between 25 and 30 some odd percent of that is in sort of administrative fees, right? So it's not actually people that are doing the work of taking care of the elderly. It's not people that are right now. It's on its way to 20% of GDP, right? And the stats that I see say somewhere between 25 and 30 some odd percent of that is in sort of administrative fees, right? So it's not actually people that are doing the work of taking care of the elderly. It's not people that are doing the work of.
I don't have data for that on hand. That seems kind of high to me. If I look up Matt Brunig, insurance companies. How high is the number of Matt Brunig sites? I feel like it's not even. No, this is pretty close to that, yeah. This is a weird way of showing it. This is saying 68% is not administrative cost, right? So the other 32% or whatever is. But they're also, like, I know this is like a relatively controversial, like, thing people don't agree on exactly exactly what the administrative costs are. I know No Opinion has, I think, an article directly critiquing this one.
Fixing a bone or putting on a suture, or doing any research. These are administrative positions that are either in the insurance industry, in the hospital industry, or in the medical field in general. And, say like Japan, they run somewhere around 3. I think their record was like maybe 2.8% administrative overhead. Germany's running at about 4.8. I mean, that's another place where we're remarkably bad when it comes.
This is paywalled. I don't have a subscription to him anymore. No Opinion has an article critiquing this. And like I said, I don't have a strong opinion on it, but it is relatively controversial.
Comes to healthcare is how much the middlemen and middlewomen get to do basically nothing. We've got all these administrative jobs, and you can. At some point, there's going to be a real push to make those AI, I would think, but who knows how that's going to go. And I just think, so for one thing, you say, yes, it costs a lot of money to be old. And unfortunately, I think we spend more money on extending death than life. But that's just my personal opinion.
Yeah, like I understand like old people are going to use the hospital more, but I think when you're doing like, I have a lot of doctor friends that complain about this, where you're getting like transplants for people who are like 84, or you're getting like extensive stuff, not just the ordinary stuff. And I'm not talking necessarily about hospital visits, but like extended life care, like full-term, like facilities and hospital beds and stuff for people who are like, and it sounds really bad. So you never sell us a boomers, but like, maybe it's time, grandma probably doesn't need to live another 4 years on, bypasses. Maybe it's okay for, but I only say that because like it sounds like a joke, but
you want the death panels for sure.
Listen, I hate old people, so I do like the death panels.
Is it because of being behind them on the road?
This is what socialism leads to. This is why socialism is evil.
Well, I lived in LA for 3 years, so I'm okay with traffic. I'm traumatized from all traffic now. But I feel like there's a weird thing that is happening a little bit with our kind of lopsided population. It's not even really lopsided. It's not as bad as like say like Japan's population or South Korea where they're going in terms of like age of people. But dipping over into like the housing question, I feel like there's another weird thing that's happening too, where there are 2 issues at play. One is, the old person question, which is you get an old person and they have a home, and people view houses as this kind of like right to have forever. And the idea of getting rid of your house, a lot of people don't like that.
This is true. I mean, obviously, like The bigger issue again is that this whole system is incentivized by the like constraints on supply, right? So the reason these boomers can benefit so much from these fucking homes or whatever is because the supply is constrained, which makes their housing appreciate over time, right? Or the land underneath their housing really is what is appreciating over time. So they don't want to downsize ever. Like I do think it's a problem. I don't know. I'm hoping this data is accurate. I didn't look too far into it ever, but I think it was like more. Bro, YouTube channel has too many ads. How much money are you getting from this? Not that much. I shouldn't have that many. Can I? How long can I delay ads for on YouTube? Oh, only 10 minutes at a time? That sucks. Okay, goddamn. I mean, Kick doesn't have ads. I don't know if you have Kick. I think it was like more empty nest, boomers own homes than millennials with kids. Which also, I mean, to be fair, like ownership isn't like all that matters. Like, yeah, it's Redfin. I don't really know. I don't know like how exactly accurate this is. And like maybe like there probably are like strictly speaking like more reasons for millennials to rent nowadays than the baby boomers had, but you do see an issue of people not downsizing, but that's enabled by the constraint on supply, right? I'm so I don't know why this guy thinks housing is so expensive. I'm curious to hear his explanation.
And I wish I could remember these numbers off Redfin, but it was like 40% of new home ownership purchases or new home purchases were done by people purchasing like their second or third or fourth home.
Tax? I mean, I'm trying to think of the actual like deadweight loss that would occur, right? But like, I mean, I would just say like obviously, I feel like that's not gonna like actually. Again, the supply constraints are like the main problem. So like, I cite this article a few times. Supply to be ridiculously low to get the peculiar affordability problem we have or whatever. But like I always just feel like the supply is like the main like big problem, right? I guess like you would probably just see like developers be more hesitant to develop property, right? If they know that they potentially could have to pay a vacancy tax. It'd be kind of like the same thing for like labor market regulations. Like you would see employers be less willing to hire people because they know this is harder to fire them, for example. I don't know how big the effect would be, but I think that'd be the thing to worry about, right? Is people wouldn't build homes that could potentially, be empty, which is bad because we want vacancy rates is what drives the price of housing down, right? That's the thing that gives people more options to, more homes available for them to go in. That's a competition that creates lower prices, right? So yeah,
it's like old people, right? So they have a home, they own it, so they paid it off completely. They're like, well, I don't want to sell this home. So then they move and they rent it. And so now you have this issue where there's like younger people who maybe they want to buy a home, they want to get a mortgage on something, but like all of these old people, have like 2, 3, 4 houses that they don't want to sell because they're older. They're better well positioned in life. That's one issue that is at play. And then the second issue, and I feel like this is a really hard one that nobody ever wants to talk about, is the vast majority of people that live in the United States are living in a home that has a mortgage or is owned by the person in it. And if you want to make life better for people buying homes, I think you necessarily have to make life worse for people that own homes. And that countervailing force, I think, is very hard.
I mean, I understand what he's saying. I think that's half true. One, I think people do probably overestimate the, basically that reasoning for like NIMBYism, right? Because I do also think that like people just like people are like people just like they just have like a status quo bias and like they don't like new things and like they don't have anything else to get mad about, so they get mad that someone might build a 4-story apartment building in their neighborhood and change the character of it, right? But worse is a funny word. Their housing value might depreciate and or they won't it won't go up as much as it otherwise would have. But you would see like other gains, right? Like you would see like more workers in a local economy from that, right? Like yeah. The easiest, you should ask them. This might change individual JP's mind. This isn't good like, as a policy thing, but like you should just ask like, well, don't you want your like kids to be able to live here too? Don't you think it would benefit you and your kids if they were able to live close to you, even if it meant that your housing depreciated a little bit? Like
the balance, because we talk.
Because that makes them understand that makes them a lot less nativist when they hear it phrased like
a lot
that.
about people that are trying to buy homes, but the voters are all the people that have homes, right? If you're making housing more affordable, it seems like you're necessarily hurting the people that
65%, I think.
Oh, it might be 65, not 70. Yeah, it might be 65%, but yeah.
60 and change, whatever, maybe close to 70. It's somewhere in that neighborhood.
Yeah, so how do you deal with those, with the countervailing forces?
30% of those people don't have a mortgage, I think.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, something like that. So you have, I mean, that's the problem with the abundance argument, I guess, to the degree that, there are many problems in my opinion with the abundance argument, but that's one of them, is that it doesn't address that you're taking this, for most people, their biggest asset, right? And by, like you just said, by the nature of making housing more affordable, you have to devalue that asset in a substantial way. You're talking about a 50% correction.
So what is this guy's solution?
Cases, right? And it's not just, you can't blame it on a housing crash or this or that. You're going to have to try to do it in a deliberate, you're going to build way, right? And so I think that there are people smarter than me can figure these things out, hopefully, but I think you're going to have some sort of sovereign wealth fund.
Oh, goddamn it. I was actually about to say we can come to a compromise here, okay? And we can just have, instead of people's store wealth being private homes, they can have their store wealth being a sovereign wealth fund, okay? I actually don't, I would not have issues with that as a compromise, okay?
I think you're going to have something that sort of like offers people some sort of bailout, if you will, for the correction that's going to happen. Whether it ends up in a 401k, goes on to Social Security, I don't know how you would do it, but I think
asset prices don't
make
fall,
people not necessarily whole.
and
I'm sure that people could figure out ways to make this, based on what time period you bought it in and how long you've had it and so on and so forth. But I do think that you have to see a massive building program. I think we should have, like, one of the things that was so interesting. I'm absolutely not a fan of Donald Trump in so many ways, but this man said that we need to build freedom cities, right? And he said it once, I think. He's never gone back. But the idea of building new cities, like, the Chinese are building new cities, entire new productivity hubs, right? Hubs that are centered around production of various types of components, or maybe it's around,
This would happen if only they would let Donald Trump privatize the public lands.
Generators of clean energy, or it's photovoltaic, and then they have entire areas in that town that are for that. And we haven't built a new city in quite some time. We're trying to remodel old ones. And I used to be a general contractor, so I did for the last 3 years. And sometimes it's a lot easier to build a new than it is to go in and change something that's already existing. So I think that we should be looking at the idea of rebuilding new cities, or building brand new cities. I think that we should be looking at the idea of building in places where, we've got to change. One of the things that's happened is developers have gotten into policymaking. So, like, for example, here where I live near Knox County, Tennessee, a lot of the people that sit on the planning commission are developers or former developers, right? So they've sort of built these laws and regulations around housing. Like, you can't build a tiny home here. You can't do it. It's against the law, right? You have all these offsets. So there's all these rules, regulations, and things that are out there to protect, theoretically, the purchaser, but they're not, the customer. They're out there really to protect, in most cases, the builders, the developers, and the folks that already own houses. So you've got this system that has so many stakeholders that want the status quo to remain the same, right? And some of them, it's greed. Some of them, it's just, hey, I bought this house 30 fucking years ago. What do you mean?
Oh, no. Most people won't have any value anymore since AI workers will be better. Indian hands type this.
You want to devalue it to the point that it's taking half of what I have, right? That's a totally reasonable response. So, these things have to be thought through. Like, if we fix healthcare, if we actually looked at healthcare and said, we're not just going to kick the can down the road and see what happens in 10 years when it's more than we can literally afford, and we have to, the idea of cutting Medicare or Medicaid is no longer an option. If we sat down and said, okay, we've got to do this, we've got to deal with this, then you're going to have millions of people that need to be sort of shuffled into a different field. Either, a lot of the people that are in administration in the healthcare industry are apparently have some training in healthcare, like, in the actual delivery of medical services, the nurses or.
I mean, there'd be like friction associated with that. So, like, but like overall, that'd probably be a gain, right? Because the majority of them would move to more productive jobs, right? So, like, if you get rid of the private health insurance, and workers are hurt by that, presumably overall, once they reallocated to more productive jobs, they would, like, overall, we'd presumably see a benefit from that. Do you think there'd be a housing boom if rent was required to increase 10% and that would decrease rent, and that this would decrease rents? No, I don't think so. I'm trying to work my way through that one, but I doubt it.
Nurse practitioners, or so some of them could be sort of reallocated.
That's just like a really roundabout way of you're not technically subsidizing demand, but I would imagine the effects would basically be the same as subsidizing demand, right? It'd just be like you would see an increase in quantity supplied probably, but you, like, no fun, whatever your name is. See my last comment? Oh, wait, that's Destiny. Didn't he get busted for CP or something recently? Are you talking about what happened in, like, January? I don't think, unless there's new drama I haven't heard of, I don't think so.
Delivery of care as opposed to just administrative. But the problem is you can't solve any of these big challenges that are facing us in terms of societal problems, economic problems, without rocking the boat a little bit. And most people, at least people,
Yeah,
that have some
oligarchs
power in
will
this
be
country,
buying
top 10, top 20% don't want to see the boat rock.
all homes.
I
The
guess-
majority will never
so I guess
rent.
in terms of
Sorry, we'll have to rent and never own homes. That's so true, buddy. Because Blackstone owns 0.003% of the housing stock. Evil monopoly, break them up, kill them.
What do you think are the big things that I guess you kind of advocate for, or like what do you think are steps in the right direction that we can take to alleviate I guess, some of these problems? Or what do you think are like the biggest problems that we need to do something to alleviate? And how we start taking steps in that direction?
Yeah, so
I
for
don't
me,
know what it was, but I mean, you're just talking about the unconsensual revenge porn shit, right?
it's going to be about trust.
That was in
faith
January, I think.
Our systems, and I think that's one of the biggest things that we've lost, and one of the biggest values that we had that has been evaporated since the 60s and 70s. I don't think people trust their government or corporations. They certainly don't. You've got people cheering for the assassination of a United Healthcare executive, right? So there's I think building trust back, and I think you do that through delivery and actually saying what you're going to do and then doing it for once.
Mm-hmm.
And with healthcare, I think the solution there is to get back to public ownership of some of the means.
Are you familiar with Fellman? I don't think so. Mike Fellman. Nope, don't know how to do this, unless I do. Oh, wait, hold on, do I? No, I don't. The economic case for Puerto Rican statehood. Can go through threads on housing. Is there like a particular one? I'm assuming this guy's gonna have 500 tweets with the word housing in it, so I don't really know like what I'm supposed to be looking for, but it's pinned. Oh shit. Oh, a thread of threads on housing. Okay, incredible. Why do you finance housing successful? Rental housing is an asset class. Massage tax returns. Land value taxes are an interesting idea because they are non-distortionary, but they won't reduce housing costs. I agree with this one. Removal cost disease, or why housing, medical care, and other labor-intensive products and services are so damn expensive. Agree with that. Multifamily rental housing needs rising rents to be viable investment. I'm assuming this is even with the 50% rent increasing. The reality is people still own homes. There's a thing called jobs and mortgage payments. Sometimes those are cheaper than rent. That's crazy. Localist. Never thought about that. Multifamily assets trade by cap rates over capitalization rates. This is the net rent minus, rent minus non-debt expenses. An asset generates in a year divided by its price/value. Now it gets to a bond yield. Makes sense. Doesn't really investment will know this alone is not a very good return. Right now, the U.S. government will give you about 4.23% on your money if you buy a 10-year bond. Oh, sorry, you probably explain. Yeah, most caps rates for ground up or recently built assets are 5% or lower. However, apartment buildings can appreciate in value, and yes, they also can depreciate too. If appreciate is combined with yield, rental assets can actually offer an attractive return, given a very high risk. However, where does that appreciation come from? Well, since multifamily asset trades as a percentage of their net rents, it comes from rent increases. Not one seems to be the type to encourage this alarmist far-left audience to think the sky is falling because the mean orange guy is in office. That is true. That is what I do all the time. Well known.
Just in the insurance. The insurance is, I got yelled at the other day on a podcast for saying Medicare for all in the answer. And in fact, I think if you did Medicare for all tomorrow, it would collapse our healthcare system because you've got all these barriers to entry around cost that sort of insulate a system that does not have the capacity to serve the entire population of this country. And so if you remove those barriers of entry without first increasing the supply of the healthcare system itself, then you'd have a problem. I mean,
the market is being bought up by hedge funds. I'm not, first of all, I would imagine hedge funds buy a lot of assets. That's kind of their whole job. Second of all, I don't know if their rise is that significant. Am I wrong? I mean, I just think it's a thing that I don't know to what extent it's right. I think it's I don't know how much it matters if it is true, especially because a lot of time hedge funds also manage other people's assets, right? So they're managing assets on behalf of other people all the time.
I read something today that 80% of counties in America are in what's considered a healthcare desert. Many of those counties, of course, are in the middle of the country in the West. They're, these are less dense counties, but still. So I think it's through more returning to like a 30, 40, 50 style, public.
What's the about South and Central America? I don't know what you're trying to ask. Sorry.
Public engagement in markets. I think that was one of the things that made capitalism truly shine. And one of the, I think I heard you in this debate performance earlier when you were talking about that, somebody suggested that you don't believe that socialism and capitalism can coexist. Is that true?
Kind of careful. This is a very contentious debate around a bunch of like interpersonal dramatic things. So, but
okay.
just as a heads up. But I would say, I would say that in a,
it says 7%. Which is like not that much. But maybe that's increased a bit. Like, doesn't seem like it's, I can't see the years on this. Seems like it's kind of a bit volatile, but it's not like really. Is this 2008 or 2020? Yeah, it's 2008.
socialist system, socialism and capitalism can't coexist. In a capitalist system, you can have things that a socialist system could have. I think that one of the strengths of liberalism broadly is that we can incorporate so many different ideas and so many different models under one roof because of the framework that we have. But if you fully transition to another system, those systems oftentimes are intolerant.
Sorry, what's your general idea about control in South America? I don't know what. I'm supposed to know what that means. Today? Housing market being bought up by hedge funds, it's just not. Like, it's just like zero, like, it's like 0.003% are of like fucking single family homes are owned by like hedge funds or whatever. And that's not even like, first of all, the reason that that's a good investment in the first place is because of the supply constraints on housing, right? But you would expect ordinarily, like, that wouldn't be a problem. If they're like absent the constraints on supply, just like any other market, like if the corporations were buying up, all the fucking corn, well, corn producers would be able to just make more corn to meet that whatever added demand. But, and also, like, it's not even, it's like, it's added demand for, it's not even like necessarily like added demand. To some, like, maybe you can complain about the fact that, they're buying homes, which means people can't own them, and then they're renting them out. But the fact that they're renting them out means that, like, that home is still part of the total housing stock, right? It's just a rental property instead of a owner thing now. Stop entertaining these maniacs, not fun. They're third world sufferers trying to destabilize residents. This is true. I don't know. Richard Hanani has a good article about this, and so does Derek Thompson. He just wrote one. I have not read the entire thing yet. He has this article about it. And then Dawson and Will Stansel. Will Stansel is my goat. Brian Albright or whatever has his article about it too. Yes, an antidote. Yes. Wow, this is incredible. I never considered that this thing has happened before. Incredible. Wow, institutional investors may control 40% of U.S. single-family rental homes by 2030. Wow. This is a meaningless. What is this even? 40% of U.S. Single-family rental homes. The majority of homes in the U.S. are like owner-occupied, right? This is probably a pretty small market to begin with. And, like them buying it, again, does not take stuff out of the total housing stock. Incredible. AOC is so fine. This is real. I don't know, there's not good evidence. And also, like, that's not, like, really the best way to measure concentration, even. Again, what do you mean taken over me?
We can't allow.
Like, again, it's still part of the total housing stock. It's just, I guess, if you like really think renting is bad,
other modes of competition, yeah, depending on what.
It's really irritating. We agree on too much shit. This is a problem.
Sure.
No, I'm teasing. You know, I think that's exactly the case too.
Sorry, I had to switch the thing off.
No worries. Yeah. Is that, you know, and I think that's one of the things that has sort of that we lost. And I think maybe that's partially because of the collapse of the Soviet Union. I mean, you know, people said now there's nothing to compete with. But I don't know why all this started happening necessarily in the 70s. Maybe it's because we thought we were sort of a post-developed society. Anyway, my thesis is that one of the things that we started doing is privatizing the shit out of everything that used to be public, whether it's sanitation, whether it's healthcare, whether it's, you know, our ability to.
I mean, I don't think that's like intrinsically bad for me. I think that's like it like insofar as homes are like the main like store and builder of wealth or whatever, it could be bad like instrumentally, but like I think there are ways you could easily address that, and you know most of the ways we could easily address that would also kind of solve some of the like NIMBY incentive problem, right? But awesome, dude, 37K likes, let's go. How is there 7 terabytes of discovery? God damn. Oh, I saw that. Hold on. Where's this legal fund? What loves these things innocent? Are they that dumb? Yeah, I don't know. Not gonna lie, at 18, I probably won't ever own a home until 30. It's very sad, real. Oh, I can offer him a prayer? Incredible. Wow, $1 million. $200,000. Let's go. Incredible. What is it? Is the evidence of his innocence the fucking eyebrows? I think that's the only thing I've seen is people were like, oh, in the security camera footage, he has like more of a unibrow. Was not very convincing.
Produce the things that we need. I mean, even, you know, things like the chip development and, you know, the various things that we make in terms of electronics. A lot of that research and a lot of that development used to be done out of state. I mean, right now we've got Elon Musk that's on the verge. They reckon he'll be a trillionaire by 2027, and in no small part that's going to be through government funding. It's going to be, he's like the biggest welfare queen that exists. I mean, fucking NASA can do this shit. We don't need Elon Musk. The science, for example, when I was at least talking to a rocket scientist over at SpaceX, you know, he's telling me that about 80% of the technology they're using was developed by NASA. You know, and he's talking specifically about the thruster algorithms that allow them to land. He says that's Greek math that was developed a couple thousand years ago, but they didn't have the processing power.
Sure.
You know,
I mean, I don't know. Listen, engineer for everyone's shot. I would be really careful when people say things like 80% of this, and then you say, I don't know if you've ever heard in business, there's like a thing called like an 80-20 rule, where 20% of your effort will take care of 80% of the problem, and then like 80% of the effort is needed for 20% of the problem. Like, I'm pretty sure, depending on how you cut it, like if you look at the totality of our genomes, I think that we have like 60% of our DNA is in common with bananas. You know, so I would be careful with the like 80%. Like that last 20% might be really, really, really difficult to do. That being said,
fair enough. But I still think it's unique to Elon Musk's capability.
Maybe, but I mean, like he uniquely did it, right? It hurts me to say this so much because Elon Musk is probably one of the only people on this planet that I hate more than Donald Trump. But I mean, like of all the countries that exist on the planet, of all the private firms that exist, of all the governments and space programs in China and Russia, like nobody's caught rockets until Elon Musk, the private investor,
only because of government subsidies.
Capitalized on a lot of public grants. Chinese catch rockets before Elon did?
Yeah, they have reusable rockets. In fact, and they've also
they might have had reusable rockets before Elon did. I don't think they had. I don't think they have the same fucking star. What's it called? Not Starlink. Whatever Starship bullshit rocket catching bullshit Elon Musk has. Do you think the goal of a right-wing U.S. administration should be to reverse the last 50 years of progressive social engineering? Probably not. Large boosts of affirmative action plus community policing, gender ideology. Is that really? That shit is not going on. That shit's been going on since 2020, not 50 years. Maybe some is going on for longer than that. I don't know, but yeah. Application of the various moronic crit theories, anti-nuke hysteria, etc. I don't know. I just don't like view those things as very big issues. So, forgot 18-year-olds don't know shit. Try like 40. True. Oh, yeah,
also put more satellites in orbit over the last 7 years than we put in the totality of our time putting satellites in orbit. Yeah, the fucking Chinese are lapping us.
There's more than the SpaceX satellite. I feel like Elon shoots so many of those guys up there. I would have to check on that. It's possible, but Yeah, I feel like Starlink for sure. I feel like we throw those things degrade like every 3 to 4 years or something. But I would have to check on this. One thing that are you? What is like your area that you focus on most? Is it like economics, or is it like media, or is it like messaging? Or I'm just curious, like in terms of like what you look at.
Broad. It's broad. Like so, I still have this weird hope that the Democratic Party can be sort of overtaken, like the Republican Party was by the Tea Party, and then ultimately Donald Trump. You know, I started Brand New Congress. I was a co-founder of that. I was a co-founder of Justice Democrats. The idea behind both those organizations was to build a movement that can restore sort of a restore accountability, restore faith in government, restore faith in ourselves, and the democratic process. And so I guess my focus is currently on something called Mission for America, which is essentially a evolution of what the Green New Deal was originally intended to be before it got sort of hijacked by people that were.
What do you think a right-wing administration should focus on? I don't know. I don't like most of the thing the right wing does, right? So it's a little weird. But I guess I don't think I would go so far as to say they should stop the last 50 or try to roll back some of the last like 50 years of progressivism, whatever. But I do think that like is a place for people to say like, hey, you know, maybe chill the fuck out with like some of the like trans people in sports and like giving kids a bunch of like hormone blockers or whatever. But I don't view those either as like particularly big issues. And I think I don't know, it's just fighting back on some of the economic stuff. Like I think they should probably just like push for more government. Well, here's the thing: is that like really like it should not be like a particularly right or left wing thing to want like state capacity, right? Like the issue is right now it's like the right because of how inefficient our government is currently. Like the right doesn't want the government like involved in like anything. So I think I would hope there's a place on the right for people who also want to build state capacity in the same way that a lot of abundance liberals do, but I don't know. Dude, I just don't this guy just seems like really like he has to have heard like the same objections that I like have, especially because like it seems like this dude's like relatively popular. Like these all have like 100 likes and everything, but it just seems like this is really kind of dumb. Do you like Reagan forget the AIDS thing? I don't I honestly don't know enough about it. Like I actually don't know what he did except for like some tax cuts and deregulations, right? And it's like those like tax cuts were probably good. Probably. I don't know for sure. And some of the deregulation is probably good, some of it is probably bad. College tuition. Oh my god. Dude, every single one of these is like a slop chart. This isn't even I bet like every single one of these fucking charts like has, you know, multiple Substack articles written about like why they're wrong. Sticker price versus paid price college. My understanding is since about 2006, the amount that students have paid for college has like not gone up that much. Like yeah, the percentage of people paying sticker price has gone down quite a bit. This is like the net price. It does not seem to be like increasing that much. Colleges are actually pretty good at price discrimination generally, and there's a lot of public support for them as well. So it's a specific chart I've seen before. Yeah, I think it's this. I don't know if I originally saw it in this tweet or not. Net price has not gone up that much. But these all just seem like We're a net importer. We ship our scrap steel to China. They turn into finished goods and sell it back to us. We've gone from making things to assembling things. To assembling things other people made from materials other people processed, and we've handed over our state capacity, ability to actually produce to people like Elon Musk. I'm gonna shoot myself. Keep arguing with Artemis Fowl with morons like a drug. Oh my god. I don't understand why he won't just I'm like, Jesus. Like, this guy wants just to talk to me if he's so confident in all his positions. Do you think AI is hype? I don't know what you mean by that. Like, obviously, like, this is so dumb, dude. It's obviously like such a bad faith interpretation. Like, just already in the fucking Twitter thread that he's somehow using as a justification not to talk to me. This guy's a fucking retard. Same person that overestimated jobs by over 1 million last year. I'm saying she's a political actor and supported her side by lying last time, and she should have been removed then. I don't know why you think it's error and in the same direction and ignoring the incentive. I don't even know what exactly he means by incentive, but I basically told him I don't think the BLS fixed number. Don't think she lied about the 1 million jobs. There's no evidence she's a political actor, and she isn't responsible for BLS over or underestimating employment. He never explained why she was lying. I would imagine. He just said, incredible intelligence we are witnessing here. Okay. Not fun. Is it just me or is Nick Fuentes more popular now? He probably is more popular than ever. Yeah, I would imagine. I think so. At Grok, was the job revisions under Biden or unordinarily large compared to other administrations? Yes or no? No need for additional information? Thank you. Incredible. Incredible intelligence we are witnessing here. Incredible intelligence. First of all, it was abnormally large, but it's actually not like the largest we've ever seen. We saw a similarly large downward revision in 2009 during the recession, because guess what? Revisions during recessions tend to be pretty strongly downward. And guess what? COVID caused a recession. Like, it's not like at all abnormal you would see that. And like when you say lying, like lying is not simply like the normal trend for a recession being observed, right? Like lying is like intentionally like fabricating the numbers. But kill me. The USSR didn't have a problem of unemployment. Curious, this is true. And then he somehow, I just said, are you willing to discuss it on stream? He said, I don't need to do that. Given your position to claim something so ridiculous in the first place, it's clear Biden's revisions are abnormally large, given the previous administrators. There's no reason to engage with delusional individuals who start their response by denying reality. Mr. Riggins should be easy to defend. Never said the revisions under Biden weren't abnormal, just said that she did not lie about 1 million jobs. You claim she didn't lie, but the error is 5 times the typical margin, consistently so. Then all of a sudden, with 0 changes to the methodology. I'm glad he acknowledges this, by the way, because, I don't know if he's saying like there's some secret changes to the methodology or whatever, but like, yeah, the methodology for BLS job revisions like has not changed since they started doing them. Like, they're still just doing the same thing. Others legit never wants to talk on stream. LMAO, yeah. I saw him talk to Destiny that one time, but yeah, getting someone wrong doesn't mean someone lied. Getting someone significantly wrong implies intent in administration that consistently lied to make itself look good. Call it an established pattern of conduct. Like, kill me. It's not. This is fucking stupid. I'm not paying any more attention to it, Bones.
Extremely left and had very different ideas than the people that put it together originally.
Mm-hmm. What does it want to a Trump account? Why not a Roth IRA or 529? Well, Trump account is for your children, right? So it's not. So a Roth IRA wouldn't do that, right? Isn't it? The Trump account is the stupid fucking thing he has for like your child, where you can give $1,000 to it, and then your child can withdraw it can withdraw part of it when they're 18, but they can only spend it on certain things, and then they can withdraw more of it when they're 30 and only spend on certain things. Like, I don't know. I got a Roth IRA when I was born. Oh, I mean, I guess you could make a Roth IRA for a child, right, and contribute to it. I guess it makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I mean, I don't know what the point of it. You should just have like a universal savings account. Like what are we doing?
Focus is on hoping that Americans can finally understand that we're actually not leading the way anymore, that the Chinese are now leading the way, and that we're a nation in decline. And if we don't look at the various, there's lots of sectors that this is happening in. And if we don't look at that and, really take stock of it, then we're going to have a bad next 50, 75 years.
Gotcha. So there are two things that I would say. So I also have kind of like a broad interest, and I'm not like hyperfixated on one thing. I probably more focus on media than anything else because I kind of work at media kind of. One thing that I feel like is an issue is I feel like the media segment or the media plugin of this equation for how America views itself, I think is like essential to make any kind of forward progress. If you do like any kind of art or athletics or whatever something you have to practice in, I think that one thing that's really important for practicing or for correcting mistakes is you have to identify that it is a mistake first. If you don't have like an accounting of a particular problem, there's no way you can fix the problem, right? Pretty basic. I think everybody agrees with this. And I think that one of the criticisms I have with the current media environment is I feel like, and I'll blame MAGA a lot for this, is we are so hyper-fixated on propaganda and we are so hyper-fixated on putting realities in front of people in order to make them feel a certain way. I feel like we've completely and totally lost touch with like what even is reality anymore in America. Like I feel like people are the most upset about stuff that they have no actual grounded concept of even having any kind of intuitive understanding or firsthand experience with. For example, like if you live in a swing state and I tell you that 10 million illegal immigrants came into the country over Joe Biden, and then I say, actually I lied, it was 50 million, and then I say, actually I lied, it was 1 million, and then I say, actually I lied, it was 100 million. Like, you really have no idea. Like how many people are counting these people? How many people see them? Not to say that all immigration or illegal immigration is irrelevant to the overall health of the economy. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that the level of outrage or obsession that people have with certain topics, and people will feel like, well, this is what America is like. I'm sorry, and it sounds maybe dismissive, but I don't believe that somebody living in Michigan or Pennsylvania is so adversely affected by illegal immigrants and trans people that these are their like guiding principles on voting in elections. I think that a lot of that is kind of what has been shown to people and then what they wanted to feel outraged about. And then on a broader perspective from this like media frenzy where every single thing, and maybe it's always been like this, I just don't remember it, but oh my God, I feel like every single fucking thing today is so political. Everything is like ultra so political. And you have this weird world where if you would ask anybody, like what's something good America has done in the past 20, 25 years, I don't know if people would say anything. I don't know if there's like any good thing that people would say that America's done. And I think there are really amazing things that we've done in the United States. I mentioned earlier, like advancements for glucose monitoring for type 1 diabetics. The advancement in like I didn't even know somebody looks up, childhood leukemia survival rates are like 95%. And I'm like, I had no idea. All cause survival rates for all cancers is over 50% now. There are all of these advances that are being made. I think, again, I hate Elon Musk. However much you think you hate Elon Musk, I hate him 100 times, I promise. But the launching of all the rockets, bringing our space program back, the movement forward that we made for electronic vehicles, all of these things were really pushed by the United States, U.S. capitalism, ingenuity, government funding, all things. There are so many cool things that this country has done in the past 20, 25 years. The B-2 bomber mission on Iran, whether you like it or hate it or whatever, disagree or agree, it was a cool mission. It's cool we gave it to stuff like that. But everybody, because of political reasons, they have to hate all of the military stuff. They have to hate warp speed and the vaccines, which are also good. They have to hate all these things. And because of our inability to appreciate anything, when we come to the table to discuss what should we do, the only answer that anybody has is it has to be some massive revolutionary, complete disembowelment of the system and changing it to something totally different because nobody's even capable of recognizing or giving us any credit for any of this right now. And that's like a huge frustration of mine. Not to say that I'm a status quo stan and everything has to stay the same, but I feel like that has to get fixed before anything else can move, is my feeling of things. Yeah.
Is that you have to get people out of their corners where you have to get people to realize that things aren't as bad as they think.
Or maybe, like some things are bad, some things have gotten really cool, some things are kind of shitty, and then we can like the things that are cool, we should keep building on that, and we should learn from those things. And the things that suck, we should change that because we can do better.
This is gonna be horrible, isn't he? It's gonna be, oh, you really think you can show people statistics and convince them that their wage is really going up, or what it is going to be?
I guess like the problem is, I feel bad that I'm in the category of I do think we need a real shakeup. I mean, I think politically speaking, when your reelection rates are in the mid 90s, high 90s, there's actually many years where there's more turnover in European monarchy than there is in the United States incumbents, and I think that's sort of a systemic problem. Obviously, I don't think that's a healthy democracy. We've got these dueling. I mean, nations fail. That's a fact, right? Empires fall. Like the Ottoman Empire is no more. The British Empire is no more. They're really having a struggle bus now, and I think that what we're seeing right now is America.
I'm sure the most relevant thing in everyone's life is the Gaza genocide for me, obviously.
Is in sort of precipitous decline, and that's going to impact the coming generations. Yeah, I do okay. I'm living the dream. I'm okay. But I don't think my neighbors are. I live in I live in a pretty rural area, and I see people here struggle. I see people here, really work hard for a living that they don't get, and they don't feel like they're part of a team. There's been times where America felt like we were part of a team, and we, I think the best time. The problem is that unity. We've only seen that captured in very effective ways, around war, around defense, around existential crises. That's the only times that we can ever really put our differences aside. And, like the shit we saw during the arsenal of democracy in World War II, like women came into the workforce. That was sort of a faux pas.
I don't understand how you think the trans issue is a small issue. It's arguably the biggest issue of our lifetimes. I think the effects are small, both ways in a trans issue. Maybe that, that's what I'm trying to say. Is it it's just not. I don't think they're actual effect on anyone. It's like that negative. I mean, like Destiny was just saying, right? Like it doesn't seem like people were like actually that negatively affected by them. Even like trans people in sports, like how many people does that like actually directly affect? Not very many. And now we know how Germans were complacent. True. Hold on, it's not. Do you understand what I'm saying? The thing that Destiny just explained is he was like, oh, like I don't think people are like actually like or it seems like people are like voting and doing shit based off of like what they're told or whatever from like within the media environment, right? He was like, I just like don't believe that people in like Michigan or whatever like that hurt by illegal immigration, and they don't even like really know like how many like illegal immigrants have come over, right? They're just voting based on like what people told them. Like everything is like political now. I'm just making the same thing of the like Israel thing, but yeah, okay. It's okay, German, but not a big deal. I get it. Okay, wow. But like fundamental upheaval of our of what we've understood for thousands of years. I mean, I think we've had a little bit of this conversation before. Like I can like understand that, but I'm just saying,
when there was all these sort of like racial, gender, and other norms that were just sort of pushed to the side and put on hold. They weren't dealt with, don't get me wrong, right? But they were put in the back burner for the greater good or towards an end. And I feel like we made a mistake in not maintaining that momentum that we had, sort of this sort of mission that we were on. The mission obviously was defeating fascism and ending the Nazi push to conquer the world. But I think beyond that, we were lifting ourselves up out of poverty. My entire region was rebuilt. There was literal power run all across this region that did not exist beforehand. The Southeast didn't have power, especially Appalachia. And it transformed lives, it transformed generations, and I believe that kind of idea, the idea of transforming ourselves into not a completely equal, but a more equitable society, one where people are able to survive well. They're able to do well. And especially like if we look to the future and we believe that AI and robotics and all these things, like right now, the Chinese already have sort of like dark factories that are mostly robotic. So if we see that come.
I mean, we automated a lot of our factory stuff too. I'm actually curious because he said he had a lot of issues with abundance before. Doesn't really seem like he like that much. My friend is libertarian who doesn't really care about the state of Appalachia. It doesn't make sense to me you did this. True.
And we
Not
have
about
to
his Jewish last name.
That's true. Based on something other than just work and time, right? And that we decide that there is something fundamental about you being born now that that you're owed a decent life just by having been born. Then I think we're gonna have some real struggles. And maybe I don't know. That's just my thesis on the matter. And I think that we've got opportunities now to sort of lay the groundwork for that. And I think public good, public ownership, public involvement in the markets can sort of start us on that course. And I think healthcare is the most obvious one because it's something that we have the closest ties to. I mean, there's literally a hospital down the road from me that just went from public to a nonprofit a year ago, right? This is something that we don't have to look back to the 50s or 60s. Public hospitals are something that still exists today. Mayo Clinic, there's lots of these that are publicly owned. You got Vanderbilt, which is owned by the university.
I mean, this guy is like, stopping in for an Elgo and liking comment. Base, lower class. Have a good stream. I appreciate it, lower class. Hell yeah. W's in the chat for lower class. This is what I need. I need pure engagement farming, not engagement farming, engagement maxing non-fun viewers.
And we can bring that back into the publicly owned sphere. And I think, and I think that's the way to make folks understand and regain that trust that, that you can actually trust your elected officials. But I think before that, they got to earn that trust. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing, I mean, we have 50 states. I think it'd be cool to see some experimentation on smaller scales with some of these things. My understanding is I think there's like Medi-Cal, like I think California has kind of their form of some kind of socialized healthcare stuff. I don't know how it works exactly. There's another state that does this too. Was it Romney's state? I think that they were going to use for a foundation for some like public option thing. I think that trying those experiments are good. I just think that right now, like, I don't know how you make any step.
What are some things that Europe does better than America? I mean, public transit probably, right? I think there's that, like, just city planning in general. There's probably that. Maximize engagement, maximize shrimp welfare. True. Earn a Trust hello. They are funded by super PACs, aka corporations. True.
In any direction when like one is to recognize where we're at, and then two is to like have people collaborate on a project like moving forward in a way where we can even agree on if the outcomes are good or not. I feel like right now that is like literally impossible. I feel like one of the best examples of this, and I don't know what your political persuasion is actually, where you follow this, but like I would say that in my opinion, as a massive liberal capitalist globalist cuck, I thought the mRNA vaccines were some of the coolest advancements of technology, of union of public sector. Donald Trump did Operation Warp Speed and guaranteed some purchase of thing. You had like international cooperations from different firms that were doing research on these and the production of these, and the novel technology, all of the public research that had gone into this, the private companies that brought these like vaccines. It was like a one-day thing for that.
What's your definition of better? What the hell? Inaccurate. How much money have you earned from streaming cumulatively? Probably $600 about. Wait, maybe a little bit more than that. Probably it's like $600 to $700, like cumulative revenue.
Vaccine together, and then obviously the FDA and everything else, you have the approval here. But I thought that was such an awesome, cool, amazing thing. And regardless of any conspiracy theories or anything else, or not theories or whatever, fuck China.
Oh wait, no, it'd have to be a little bit. It would have to be a little bit more. Actually, it would probably be like $900. Because I've also earned like donations from Streamlabs, which I didn't include in my head calculations. So it's got to be like 800 to 900 probably.
China, Russia, our vaccine is better than all of those other countries. Okay, our vaccine is way better than the Russian one. It's way better than the Chinese one, and we.
So the guy that just donated give you like 20% of your entire income. Yeah, Patrol is probably like fucking 40% of that income. I mean, like I said, YouTube takes a cut, which is why I have the other like Streamlabs donation thing, which doesn't take a cut, or they take a much smaller cut. But yeah,
you can't take any credit for that. Liberals are petrified to talk about anything related to COVID because they're like brain broken on the conservative messaging on it, and conservatives would rather be fat, go to the hospital, and die than get a vaccine, until they're begging for one already on a ventilator. And it's like, if we can't take something that, in my mind, that's like such a basic fundamental. The numbers are there. We can see who wants our vaccine. We can see how effective it is. It's one of the most easily like, do this. Here's the outcome. Here's all the everything else, and here's how it was made. Like, if we can't even look at something like that and go like, okay, wow, this is pretty cool. Holy shit! I feel like there's nothing. I feel like there's nothing we can come together on to work on where we would be like, oh, cool, like we're moving in a positive direction. Like, what would like the first project for that, I guess, like even look like?
Yeah, when we did the same thing with the rubber industry back in, again, this is back when we had the Japanese basically blocked off our supply of rubber, natural rubber. So, DuPont and all these other.
How much money per hour? Ooh, I don't know. I'd have to, not much. Probably under $1.
Had various ideas for synthetic rubber, and then they came together.
Maybe.
They tried to figure out.
No, actually, maybe more technically.
Government was mandating that they come together, figure out which one of their patents or which one of their formulas was the best, and which one they're going to, which was the closest to market and mass production. And they suspended the patent laws, and they all made the same thing. And it's sort of like what you described with the mRNA. Now, what's interesting though about the thing that happened during that COVID vaccine situation is that Walter Reed developed also a vaccine, and their vaccine was good not just for the the specific strains of COVID.
For more than 900 hours, I feel like I have in total. Maybe not. Actually, 900 hours is pretty high, so maybe not.
But it was going to be more of a broad-based COVID vaccine. It was going to hit not just COVID-19, but other COVID strains.
No, yeah, 1,000 hours streamed in total.
Mutations, but it got shelved for whatever reason. And part of the reason was it in my opinion at least, is that it wasn't a Moderna, it wasn't a Pfizer, it wasn't a J&J, it wasn't one that was going to be super easy to monetize. And I think some of these things are what causes this. And the other thing that caused all these fucking conspiracies around this was the way we reacted to the lab leak thing, which turned out to be kind of like at least 60, 40, 50, 50. I don't know what you want to give it, but it's like maybe it's like, not, right?
If you ever want to find somebody to argue about that, it's 99% it was zoonotic origin. There's no evidence that it came from the lab, but that's a whole other separate thing. I understand.
Bro chose the wrong person to bring it up with. Destiny just did way too much fucking research into that one.
Well, if you want to have any research, I'd love to debate on that topic. But even on the Walter Reed vaccine, I don't think there was a vaccine that would have been effective for future. I don't think that just the way that virus evolves, there's no way you could make a broad-based vaccine for that. I think the mRNA process.
They claimed it.
Then they lied.
Walter Reed.
He lied though. I would bet my whole life on it. Yeah, because the part of the evolution of that virus, if the virus can evolve against your immune system, it can evolve against the vaccine, right? And that's the whole point of like you can't make a broad-based vaccine against like the flu, because the flu changes so much, or colds, or other types of like coronaviruses or other viruses. Yeah.
I know. When did they do this? It was just like last year or whatever. I know, 2021.
Yeah. I feel like
all I know is that the scientists that were working on the Walter Reed vaccine suggested that it would be a coronavirus wide, that it would handle mutations more easily and more quickly and take fewer changes. And it didn't go into mass production. It didn't get into Operation Warp Speed. It didn't get pushed into the clinical trials like the rest of them did. But and things like whether or not masks are effective. That got politicized.
Wait,
I would have thought
did
masks.
I'm sorry. I just heard it. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah.
That obviously was an insane thing. Like, it wouldn't have been great if we'd gotten to the point where we were a country that says, hey, we've got a flu outbreak going on around here. How about everybody that throws on a mask for a couple of weeks, right?
Sure.
And you tamp those things down. And instead of being this fucking, weird response to government overreach, it was just a thing that we did because we respect our neighbors, right? Nothing else. No other reason. We're going to do it because we respect our neighbors and we don't want to make the old people sick and die. I mean, maybe you do, but we could do it differently. We could kill them other ways. We don't have to do it with COVID, the old people. So, I believe that that's the case. But I think that part of it is, and I put this out, I had a piece in americasundoing.com today. It lies, and it's literally called, the headline is Why Nobody Trusts Anything Anymore. And it talks about the media landscape that you just described and how that we've been sort of fed propaganda since, I don't know how long, as long as.
On this question, who in the Dem Party would take Noah Smith president? Would you take a Noah Smith President Iglesias VP ticket over? I can't think of anyone. Definitely not. Are you kidding me? No, I would like the Noah Smith Iglesias ticket is like that's like the dream ticket. Are you kidding me, bro?
As I can remember, you hear things that are objectively untrue said obviously on Fox, but you hear them all over the place. There are things that are clearly not true that are said. I mean, CNN until recently said there was no starvation happening in Gaza, right? You see CNN having the ways in which that they covered things going all the way back to Waco, right? Whether or not that was, there's just like, the Epstein files, the way we're seeing that.
I mean, I don't know, CNN said there was like literally no starvation going on in Gaza until recently or whatever, but obviously recently is when things got worse, right? Like this is looking at the price of food, which is obviously a proxy for how scarce food is. Like you can see it really started going up after like March, right? Like Destiny's good at speaking fast. I mean, I do have the video sped up.
It's clear that there's some shit happening in those files. But that's not, is that debatable? There's obviously something people don't want out. And yet we don't see it covered in a way that lends you towards seeing that accountability is something you can never get, and I think that frustrates people. I think,
I mean, you feel like you've seen a decent amount of coverage of the Epstein file stuff, especially because Trump made that like his whole fucking issue, but okay.
The way you're going to react to that as a person is to see that you don't have there is no accountability for people.
Would you vote for Noah Smith and Iglesias ticket over, or a King of the Coast and Hanania's ticket? Probably Noah Smith and Iglesias. Noah Smith and Iglesias.
That are above accountability.
Okay, so then I think I kind of asked this before, but I'm curious, let's say that you were like God Emperor of the United States or state or city, what would you think is like the best project to like win back American trust that you think would be successful, that could be done on a small scale? Like if you were to like go and advocate for something, no, I said you could push the button, but like do you think that like would be like a good place to start? I'm just curious. All my debates are so negative sometimes. I'm always like nitpicking, and I'm looking for more positive stuff. But yeah, I guess what would be like a supportive thing where you're like, I wish that in a state somebody would try this, or in the country that we would start doing, or I guess like a state project that would like.
Hold on, what? Economic institutions lie about inflation while people finance groceries on credit cards. CPI says one thing. Zillow shows rents exploding at twice that rate. They tell us wages are growing while people can't afford housing. Manufacturing is booming while the factories and working class communities are rubble and strip malls. Isn't incompetence as designed? Make the numbers say what you need them to say. Okay.
This is a thing that we should try for a proof of concept to win back public trust on a thing.
I suppose it would be in building. So I think one of the things that we've gotten out of being able to do is build things as a nation, whether it's major infrastructure projects. We haven't really taken on any of those since the interstate highway system. There's not been any real major infrastructure projects that have happened since then.
Probably Copeland. Okay, I feel like Iglesias and Noah still. I think I would do that. I kind of don't know some of Klein and Thompson's like other opinions. Other than like the abundant stuff. So I don't know. Like I can't like what do they like? I don't even know what they disagree on. The two tickets you presented, right? Like
we haven't had any big, we're short 100,000 doctors and nurses in the next 5 years. So what I would like to, I think you should see is something that either builds something that's very tangible to people. So that's either going to be an infrastructure project, could be, rail, it could be roads and bridges again that actually get built. Like when people were building the interstate highway system, my families, some of them worked on it, right? They not only got to work on it, but they got to see this progress happen. And they got to see you could get from Knoxville to Asheville in about, 2/3 of the time, and then eventually half the time. So I think it needs to be something that's directly impactful relatively quickly.
I mean, this is the abundance agenda, by the way, but all right.
So maybe it's healthcare. I think there are a lot of people that have a lack of access to healthcare. I don't think it's, education is such a niche because it's only people that are in college, which is a smaller group of people. I think you need to hit broad, you need to build trust in the system again. The other thing you could do is you could jail a bunch of people. I think that would work.
Okay.
I think if you had an accountability czar at the federal level that actually went in and found out all the various shenanigans that have been happening, and is there insider trading going on in the House? Is there this? Is there that? And instead of feeling like you're in a system where everybody's winking and elbowing each other because we all know things are happening, but we can't exactly prove it. See, that's the other part of the problem, is that people want to have a smoking gun. And smoking guns, that's why bribery is such a hard thing to prove these days. Robert Menendez is one of the few people that actually took the sack of gold and apparently wrote a receipt for it with what he was going to do. So I think it could be in any number of arenas. It has to be something that's visible,
and the
that's visceral,
legalized
and that lets people
bribery.
know that you're willing to do things differently than they've been done. Like, for example, I talk to some Congress people from time to time that want to run for president, and they ask me, what would you do? I say, well, I would endorse Chakrabarti against Nancy Pelosi. Why? Well, first of all, I used to work with him. I'm friends with him. I think he'd be a great candidate. Secondly, it shows that as a Democratic Party candidate for president, that you're willing to take a step to transform the party and do something that's a faux pas. I think you could almost do anything that people don't expect to happen, because they basically expect
vote for MTG and AOC to get residency.
Build 10 new schools in 3 years instead of 10 years.
King of the Coast probably
I do agree that having something visible would be nice. I think that it's easier to see even if healthcare would say it'd be better, like doing something where you can see a thing like a train or a building or something is nice to just for people, because it's nice to have stuff physically that we can see. I do agree with that. I'm kind of curious in terms of like all the push for a building or whatever, because I feel like I heard you mention abundance stuff earlier in not the best manner. Isn't that kind of largely what the abundance guys push for?
Oh.
Yeah, 100%. I think that they've got the supply side argument down pat. I think
What do the guys think of holding up single payer healthcare? What guys are you referring to?
Being a
like Ezra Klein, Derek Thompson, whatever. Do they not know?
big part of our problem.
I don't know who
affordability,
you're
and
referring to.
Even in terms of some of the regulations that they call out as being some of the driving factors for why we can't build things anymore. But I think they missed the point that a lot of our business interests.
Destiny would probably be like, I mean, this guy mentioned earlier, he's pro single payer. Destiny, I mean, he might be. Destiny's definitely. I know he's pro public option. He might be. I don't know how open he is to a single payer.
Interests have converted over from building wealth, whether it's through stock or any other way, through actual production. We've gotten to a point of financialization and extraction in the way our economy functions, that we no longer have to build massive amounts of products in order to create lots of monetary wealth. Right.
Well, I feel like we still manufacture more than I think we have historically, right? And then we do like a lot of our kind of production is
but also
a point of financialization and extraction in the way our economy functions, that we no longer have to build massive amounts of products in order to create lots of monetary wealth. Right.
Well, I feel like
I don't. Extraction is a funny term, but like the hate against financial markets is. I don't know why we're doing it.
Manufacture more than I think we have historically, right? And then we do like a lot of our kind of production is in.
Doesn't even understand why public option is good or bad. Truth nuke. He hasn't taken a healthcare economics class. Will you not fund? I mean, I hope I will at some point. Yeah, I haven't done like a ton of reading in healthcare. I do have a health economics textbook downloaded. Get there eventually.
Sector and everything now. Like a lot of the major AI companies are in the United States, which is probably good, right?
Yes. So some of our manufacturing is in code, right? So that's counted as manufacturing. And yes, software, these various things are also counted as manufacturing. A lot of our manufacturing, if you look at it though, has been in electronics and software. And that's one of those places where I was telling you that.
I think that is, so he probably is referring to the thing earlier when he said our manufacturing numbers are fucked up or whatever, that's apparently, he might be referring to that.
Hedonic adjustments actually go the opposite direction of the way that we use them in the way we figure inflation, is where we apply increases to their value. It's not nominal value. We actually say, okay, there was actually a 300% increase in its functionality. So we apply a adjusted dollar amount to the way we do our output in manufacturing. There are a lot of shenanigans going on with the way steel. We produce a little bit nominal value. We actually say, okay, there was actually use them in the way we figure inflation, is where we apply increases to their value. It's not nominal value. We actually say, okay, there was actually a 300% increase in its functionality. So we apply a adjusted dollar amount to the way we do our output in manufacturing. There are a lot of shenanigans going on with the way steel.
Maybe I just don't understand what he's saying. That it seems
produce a little bit less steel today than we did in 1970.
Yeah, steel, the most important commodity. Yes, we need to be producing steel. Yes.
But I would rather be producing like but isn't it better that we have more? Like, so for instance, you mentioned we need to move like 1 million people over into the healthcare industry, right? And we have to be world leaders in AI. I don't know how we can also do more steel if we're also trying to move towards like higher educational, higher skilled labor like that. It seems like we kind of have to make choices at some point. I'd rather be like, I'm sure there are countries, I don't know who we import our steel from, but I know we have better rockets and I know we have better AI than they do, right?
we import a lot of our steel from China, and China actually is proving the point that you can do most of it. They surprise us when they put out their hypersonic rockets. The generals in this country were astonished that they did that. They have started developing, for a long time they were copycats, and in fact, what they copied was the American system. The way in which China operates now economically is very similar to like a Hamiltonian economy. It's a state banks, state funding, state production, sort of a centrally planned to some degree economy with also though with capitalism underlying it and markets still functioning, and they've proven that it works. They've proven that with the Silk Road 2.0. They've proven, with their ability to build roads, bridges, high-speed rail. They've proven that with their ability to, all the things that we use to build housing, like the big earth movers. A lot of that's coming from either Japan, China, or Germany. The thing is that we don't produce a lot of like the big transformers we use for our grid. We don't produce those. We've become completely reliant on others. As a nation,
we can say that, but like, aren't they kind of pretty reliant on us? Like, China has 3 or 4 or 5. I don't know, what is their total population? It's over 1 billion people, right? Like, they have over 1 billion people.
They've proven that with the Silk Road 2.0. They've proven, with their ability to build roads, bridges, high-speed rail. They've proven that with their ability to, all the things that we use to build housing, like the big earth movers. A lot of that's coming from either Japan, China, or Germany. The thing is that we don't produce a lot of like the big transformers we use for our grid. We don't produce those. We've become completely reliant on others.
Like, I can see if we have like national security issues with some of those things, maybe, but you got fired because of Laura Loomer? What? Man, it was too maha for the Trump administration. Oh, man. But like most of it, like when you say reliant, sometimes gains from trade are just kind of an important thing that we should.
We can say that, but like, aren't they kind of pretty reliant on us? Like, China has 3 or 4 or 5. I don't know, what is their total population? It's over 1 billion people, right? Like, they have over 1 billion people population, and they still need our consumption in order to fund their stuff, right? And even to kickstart a lot of their AI, for a lot of their AI projects, like they were only to do that off the back of American ingenuity and invention, like stealing a lot of our intellectual property and everything. So like, I feel like we can't. The idea that we can manufacture all the things that we get from China, but then still lead the world in all these other things. There's a reason why the American consumer is so powerful,
what's your definition of overpriced for me?
Like, you might say we're relying on importing from them. I mean, that to some extent that's true, but they're also relying on exporting to us as well, right?
For continuing their growth in living standards, to some degree, they're relying on us. But I think that what we'll find is that we can't eat cash, and that's what we're rich in right now, is cash. We're rich in money. We're not rich in capacity. So
aren't we rich in goods? I feel like they're rich in cash, right? If our trade deficits are,
I mean, we're still obviously, like Destiny said, we're still like by the absolute number, like we have higher capacity than we did historically. Like I said, it's been relatively flat since 2008, but
however many hundreds of billions a year, we're giving them a whole bunch of money, and they're sending us a whole bunch of stuff that we consume and then either manufacture
real value added
sell the rest of the world, or we just consume it ourselves now.
I mean,
overpriced like 2x compared to that of our neighbor country. What the fuck is that BS? What do you mean that BS? I don't necessarily consider like price discrimination necessarily evidence that they're like over quote unquote like overpricing, right? Like, these are lives, true, but you also have to consider, like, obviously, if we lower prices, we'd probably expect less medical innovation, which would mean more deaths from people who would otherwise have, who experience diseases that would otherwise be cured by these, whatever drugs we didn't invent, right? But, forgot talking to German boy, no empathy, lol. I just explained that you should also have consideration for future lives. Like, I'm just saying, there are other lives at stake here, but all right. Yeah, I mean, like, we do have like to some extent like safety nets for these things, and like part of that also the U.S. pays more for drugs, not just because of the other countries do price controls and we don't or whatever, but because we get newer and high quality drugs too, right? So like that's a big factor as well. Why are you licking boot? I'm just saying what I believe. Like, I don't know what to tell you. I'm just saying like what the evidence has like led me to believe. I don't know what you would rather me do. Like, how come U.S. has to have that consideration and not other countries? What, the pharmaceutical thing? I mean, it's just because we're to some like I think it's unfair, and like I think like maybe in order to get like universal healthcare, like the U.S. would have to come to some agreement with Europe and say, hey, Europe and other countries, you got to start paying more for drugs, right? Like, you can't be doing these type of insane, I don't know how insane they are, but you can't be doing these price controls that we're doing. But We're essentially subsidizing other countries' drugs. Yeah. Justifying overpricing. I just explained to you why like overpricing, like overpricing is not like a meaningful term. What do you mean by by overpricing? You just said higher than other countries, right? But like price discrimination can be good for like price discrimination can lead to overall benefits. Like it's not necessarily like a bad, but so U.S. consumers have to suffer. Well, like I said, I mean, you should probably want like some agreement of Europe or whatever to have that, right? Like you know, I don't know how practically we would do that. But actually, who knows? Maybe the EU trade deal will turn out to have some huge pharmaceutical component to it. No, but I don't know. It looked like you probably have to get other countries to agree to share the burden somehow, right? And I don't know how practically you would do that, but yeah. Overpricing is charging out of the reach of the majority of people when you're able to profit without. What do you mean by profit? Because obviously the marginal cost for drugs is super low, but drug companies can't just like profit. They have to profit enough to justify the R&D cost, right? Like,
no, I mean they're definitely producing much of the things that keep us alive. If we were to get cut off from that supply chain,
when it comes to life, that's not acceptable. I just said, can you acknowledge the point that there are lives on the other side of this equation? In that they can profit without gouging. What's your definition of gouging now? Like, wait, hold on. Again, they don't have to. They don't have to like just profit off of it. Like, if they can make a drug for $4 and sell it for $5, that's not enough profit for them to invest in R&D, right? Like, they need to make enough profit to pay back the fixed cost of developing that drug, right? Like, they can't just charge above marginal cost. Of course, yeah, and like it seems like first pharmaceuticals are like already kind of like past that boundary, despite the fact that we aren't even like doing that many price controls or whatever. But hold on, can you acknowledge like there are lives on the other side of the equation, in that if you reduce prices, you're probably going to reduce R&D as well, and that's going to hurt future people and currently living people who will in the future have diseases. Right?
Would have a real problem really quickly. It would cause. I just think that if that relationship were severed completely, we would definitely would hurt their economy. It would hurt their growth. It would hurt their political. They would have political ramifications from it. There's no question there would be problems. But I don't think that those problems would be as deep and basic as ours are. We couldn't keep our water filtration systems running long term. We don't manufacture the lines that we use to move our power. We don't manufacture a lot of the pipes that we use to move our water. There's just basic fundamental things that we don't produce anymore. And you can say that it's that we're post-industrial or post-developed world or a country, but I just don't think that fundamentally lasts.
I feel like I understand. I hear this argument a lot, but like if I wasn't allowed to go to Target or Walmart anymore, at some point I would have to start knitting my own clothes. I don't know how to do it right now, and it would be painful for a little bit, but I could do it. I would learn eventually. There's YouTube tutorials, and I could buy a sewing kit, and if my
Destiny with the goated
program, I could do it, and I'm sure I could figure it out eventually. But if I were to do that, I could do it now, but I don't want to do it now. I'd rather do way better and way higher skilled and way more productive labor.
What do you think the impact of a tariff re-rate will be? Probably pretty negligible. I think I'm pretty sure the Tax Foundation has their thing in it. I can't imagine it'd be like that impactful either way. It says it would risk inflation, but I can't imagine that inflationary pressure would be like that big. Closer rebates function similarly to the economic payments for final payments was up to a $600 tax credit per filer and qualified dependent. Like, this doesn't really see. Yeah. I don't understand how it adds to inflation. Can you explain? I could see potentially if velocity increased, right? Like if we were redistributing from people the money from like the government or whatever, which have like relatively low velocity, to like poorer people who might have like a higher velocity, then like maybe I could see velocity increase a little bit and that would have an inflationary impact, but I don't think it would be really inflationary.
It makes me and my country and my government more tax like everybody more money. I'd rather be doing that than like sewing my own clothing. Like I'm sure we have the capacity to manufacture our own power lines and transformers. We just don't do it right now because our capacity, our manufacturing is like oriented in a different direction. I feel like I'd rather be putting cars together at the last stage or working on AI than, you know, being able to refine steel and then ship that out to somebody else who's going to use that to build a cool product that, you know, their consumption is going to be used for or is going to enjoy. Like I think it's okay that we're relying on other people for things. Like you and I are relying on so many other people for basic things. I don't know right now how to kill a cow and cook it and eat it. I could probably learn if I had to, but I think it's better that somebody else does it and I do, you know, what I excel at. But I don't think we have to do every single basic thing to be good or powerful as a country. I feel like in a lot of ways, the fact that we don't have to do it and we outsource it to other people frees us up to do more productive or cool stuff.
But that relies on us having value, right? And what I'm saying is that we're getting closer and closer and closer to the point of not having value. Having the world reserve currency, for example, has given us a lot of value. Our financial, you know, prominence across the globe has given us tons of value and the ability to sort of, you know, outgrow our britches or whatever. You know, we've had that plus our military installations and our nuclear weapons and our willingness to sort of interject ourselves and overthrow regimes and sort of meddle across the planet has brought a capacity for a standard of living without earning it in America, that's for sure. But I believe that that particular show does not go on forever. It did not go on forever for the British Empire. It didn't go on forever for the Ottoman Empire. It didn't go on forever for the Roman Empire. I think when you get to the point of financialization and extraction, you can see that is one of the paths that declining nations and eventually failed states go through.
Well, when
and
you say like,
I think
just when you say we haven't earned it, I mean,
why is the word Twitter blocked your chat? Fucking YouTube chat, man. I don't know.
like, haven't we though? Like, sure, China might have some benefits to their organization, their the way that they organize their government and everything. But China also, I feel like, is a pretty internal-facing country. Like, they trade with a lot of people, and they try to build relationships out to Africa and the Middle East, and their, you know, like the Belt and Road Initiative or whatever, which hasn't gone as well as they would have liked. But I think that the fact that America has not only built our economy, but we've also been so outward-facing. I don't know if I would say we haven't earned any of that. Like, we have the best, at least up to this point, the best military technology on the planet, and that has afforded us some level of relation.
I found this finally. A lot of pharmaceutical like R&D is like already below the rate of return they need.
Relationships with other countries on the planet, and that has afforded us good trade relationships.
This is one of my favorite race realty accounts saying,
you know, like so many different beneficial transfers of technologies and educated people. And, you know, even if there are our competitors, right? Like how many times in the United States when you go to our best universities, you know, in some ways.
I mean, I think they're citing like decent data here. Like, I don't think it's like it's not like their own calculations or anything.
People complain about this, but it's almost like a good problem, right? Like how many of these fucking super smart Chinese kids are coming and eating up all of our space in our good universities? Like that's really good. Like we have such great universities on the planet that these people are coming to our universities, are getting educated here, and a lot of them are staying here and being educated here and working here, right? Such to the point that like when I travel to Europe or whatever, and I see an Asian person, they start talking, I get confused when I don't hear like a San Francisco or LA accent. I was like, oh shit, I forgot that these people actually don't come from California sometimes. So I feel like America has earned its place in the world. I don't think it's unearned, and I think part of that is a byproduct of the way we engage with the world. And it's beneficial as China's operation is to them sometimes, of pegging their currency and having an export economy and a manufacturing economy. I think there's also big downsides that they pay as well that are harder to see, and I think that we're benefiting a lot from our current system in ways that are harder to see as well. Like, I think we should take credit for that.
I mean, you know, if it's just even, I mean, Belt and Road, they're definitely opening up their ability to trade with EU in some really meaningful ways. Right now, they're exporting more.
Have you ever
EVs
dived into Race and IQ? What do you think? I've never read like anything on it. Don't know if I will ever do that. You should start making more Race and IQ
panels
tweets.
than anybody. They're exporting more windmills than anybody. They're exporting more. You know, the fact is that they have become the factory for the world.
For sure.
And what's that afforded them to be able to do?
Again, like our like absolute output is like I don't think it's higher than China's, but it's still higher than it has been historically. But
is to move. They've gone though. You got to
real
remember
value added.
what China was like. You know, and I can't remember it. I've read about it. You know, in the 1990s or 1980s, this was a really impoverished nation that then utilized the money that we were giving, the money that the world was giving. We were moving our factories over there. We were investing. I mean, Apple alone invested.
And also, again, automation plays a big role in the manufacturing decline of employment and not any of the trade shit.
Somewhere around $275 billion in China in over a 5-year period in building like Foxconn and these other places.
Their position makes sense if you've only done like 30 minutes of research. Okay, so I got to do at least an hour.
It's done a lot to raise the standard of living there, but it's also done a lot. You know, at some point, the idea that you can separate the ideas from the manufacturing, that the ideas don't come from the manufacturing floor, or at least proximity to the manufacturing floor. You know, we've got places like MIT and other really high profile universities that are developing a lot of interesting technology. But when it comes to battery development and the sort of like what's the next gen after lithium ion, you know, we're not leading the pack in that anymore. We're not doing Manhattan projects to figure that out. We're not putting in the sort of the resources then that can take this from idea to mass development like the Chinese are. Even the fucking Australians are doing a little bit of that better than we are.
Yeah, and I agree with that. That's a huge problem. But going back to manufacturing, that's a step away from the direction that we need to go, which I think is like even more specialization of labor, and even more research and develop on these things. Like, I don't think it's an accident that America was the first country to the atomic bomb. I don't think it's an accident that we were the first country to AI. Like, imagine we don't import steel from China, but instead we manufactured it more here. But imagine China was the one that beat us to, you know, a lot of the recent AI development and explosion, and we can't even steal technology from them as well, potentially. Like, we would be in a much worse place, I think. And I feel like the fixation on manufacturing bare things.
I only know 2 centrists who vote for Harris. How about you? I don't think I know any. I'm trying to even think like of some, but I can't right now. I don't think I like personally. I don't know any. Even like streamer buddies, I don't know any. There's got to be at least some I've heard of. I'm trying to think. I don't know. The only, like, the closest I can get is I think Richard Hanani has said that he would swap out Harris for Trump if he could now, right? But a little late.
Closer to making big breakthroughs in like cutting edge technology related to microprocessors or artificial intelligence.
Well, so I mean, I would disagree that, because I think there's an ecosystem that exists in the manufacturing world, whether it's prototype shops, whether it's machine shops, whether it's research centers, whether it's you know, places like MIT that sort of work in conjunction with mass production facilities, and they work in conjunction with the things that are learned on the floors.
Yeah, but to be clear, like MIT, those people, I don't even know those people, but I know that they don't work in like a steel refinery. The production facilities they're working in are production facilities where like a single machine that sits on a desk might cost $250,000 for like a part to replace. These are highly specialized, like end of long chains of production, like manufacturing machines. And I think that those are the things that we need to have the greater investment in, not like the coal extraction.
Did he talk to Noah Smith? Who the guy? This guy? He did talk to Noah Smith. I was planning on probably watching this afterwards, just because I feel like Noah Smith probably does a lot better.
Basic raw metal refinery.
I mean, if we're going to have things like, if we're going to do anything similar to the Belt and Road Initiative, where we're going to implement high-speed rail and get away from planes, or if we're going to have mass production of the future of avionics, and we're going to build the brand new wind power, you know, solar powered and battery powered planes, or whatever it is, I think we're going to need the raw materials. And at some point, it's going to get, like, one of the things that's interesting, you know, about, say, like a national high-speed rail network. You know, we don't have the concrete, we don't have the steel, we don't have the copper, we don't have the raw materials at our disposal to do that. And if we try to do that right now, what you would see is the commodities market explode. It would become cost prohibitive. There would be basically no way to do it. You couldn't do, like
you mean only domestically?
Materials at our, it would become cost. To get the bomb. The way we were the first to get the bomb is that we took our best and our
ranking these people in terms of smartness. Noah Smith, Iglesias, Ezra Klein, Destiny. In terms of smartness, I feel like it'd probably be. Did my stream just poop out for a second? It's like fucking red on me. That's not good. I feel like it would probably be. I feel like either Ezra Klein or Noah Smith has to be the smartest, but I don't know which one I would put above. Intuitively, I think. Intuitively, I think Noah Smith is smarter, but I don't know. I probably Noah Smith, Ezra Klein, and then Iglesias, and then Destiny. I think.
Brightest, and we shoved them into this one thing to work towards it in the Manhattan Project. And I live, you know, 15 miles from Oak Ridge, where we were extracting some of the plutonium and doing, you know, we had some of the dark water things here, and you know, it created an entire town that didn't exist before. That town still exists today. It's got high wealth, high education, high diversity. There was the ripple effects for generations, and now that's been all outsourced. You know, even the DOE over there is done by contractors, and what they're producing now is way less tangibly beneficial and useful, and directly put into place. It's like, you know, we were able to do with NASA, the spin-offs of NASA, just the spin-offs that came from the space program, whether it's Velcro or different kinds of ceramics or different kinds of fibers, or, you know, fucking Tang, right? And now those spin-offs have been given to Elon Musk, right? So, you know, what I think is that by giving away our capacity to build some of the basics, and then privatizing our capacity to build to do the, you know, the sort of more high-tech work, then, you know, I think we've lost a lot of our abilities to sustain ourselves long-term. And I just think we're going to become, the idea of global trade means that you have to have something of value to trade with somebody. And it needs to be something more than,
yeah, fuck, I damn it. The stream did poop out a second.
We're not going to bomb you. And eventually, American dollars aren't going to work. If we, you know, there's been these flirtations of backing the U.S. dollar. And I got to say, Trump's got us closer to that than I would. I just think we're going to become, the idea of global trade means that you have to have something of value to trade with somebody. And it needs to be something more than, we're not going to bomb you. And eventually, American dollars aren't going to work. If we, you know, there's been these flirtations of backing.
What about, like, investment opportunities? Like, that's half the fucking reason we have a trade deficit to begin with, is because people want to invest in the U.S. really badly, and because we just like generally have have higher growth rates and just like generally like get more like I have a higher rate of return on our equities, right? Like, you know, that seems like that's a pretty good reason to trade with us. That's just trading capital rather than trading goods, and obviously, like we trade in capital more than we trade in goods nowadays.
World reserve currency of the U.S. dollar, and I got to say, Trump's got us closer to that than I would think. You know, all these tariffs and all these trade wars and all these pushes and all the attacks on our allies, I think, you know, have got us closer and closer to a world where we're going to be able to, you know, people are going to be looking for an alternative.
Sure. Okay, I got to go out to eat with friends soon. All
right.
Any final thoughts or anything? Are you gonna? Are you allowed to say who you were trying to set up a conversation with, or I don't want to blow it up on stream if not? Are you any Clara? Yeah.
Oh yes, yeah, Brianna Joy Gray. Yeah, we were going to go live. We're going to do it again. I went on her show the other day, and everybody attacked me for being a capitalist. It was really remarkable. These guys do not like capitalists, but yeah, it was fun. Anyway, let's do it again.
Yeah, I appreciate the conversation a ton. Yeah, do you want to shout out like where can people find you? I think you said you do more writing now than anything else.
Yeah, americasundoing.com is where my Substack is.
Sucks for resources, and they managed to dominate, you know, the entire region in the Middle East due to trade and talent.
Okay. Wow. Anyway, incredible. Do you believe in continental or analytic philosophy? I don't know enough to say. I don't know. I have to imagine. Noah Smith does a lot better, right? It feels like that. Can I do like a ether mode in this, or is this the best we can do? I can do picture-in-picture and have it like this, I guess. Incredible.
Parents are watching British comedy.
I wish Destiny was smarter. Me
in
too.
a hotel.
That'll
and
do it.
My mom laughed so hard her water broke.
Oh, there we go.
What's this? Was it like Faulty Towers, or
it was exactly Faulty Towers? That's what it was.
No,
You
we're
can guess
good.
keep dangling off? You know, but that is one of the things that I found confusing was the narrative. But besides how you came into this world through Faulty Towers and the Great Hitler impressions, how did you get into this business?
Oh well, you know, I was in grad school for economics, and
I didn't think anything could be worse than the fucking Kick video player, but the Substack video player. Oh my god.
We're talking about like on the ground reality of how people actually live, right?
Correct.
And when we talk,
Oh, now I can't hear it. What the fuck?
but housewives worked.
Absolutely.
They worked a lot, and they did a lot of stuff. They weren't slacking.
No, they still aren't.
And so if you look at and if you looked at the hours of work of leave, of course, yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, I just mean like your average Joe.
And I used to be in manufacturing.
Email. So okay, I'll do that. And then so I did that and Bloomberg concurrently.
Mm-hmm.
And then I decided to leave Bloomberg. And then I was like,
Oh
well,
no
should I
way!
start
He has a
charging people
YouTube
for
channel.
1/3 of
I
the
could
post
have
on Substack?
fucking.
All right.
Hell yeah!
Thank you.
Thank you, EG Money. Hell fucking yeah. Wait, just real quick. Is the Destiny conversation also on here? Cause okay, good. I would have been pissed if it was also on here.
Thank you for joining me on another episode. There's 3.7 years of work, of effort.
I said, all right, you know, could live from anywhere, work in my pajamas. That was fun. I'll read it. Enough people advocating, kind of living the millennial dream as well.
Yeah. I mean, you know, I do a lot of writing mainly. I actually do more writing than hone your arguments, I guess. Plus you can cite people to do I'm more of a writer than a talker. And I used to be in manufacturing. I had thousands started and got out of that into food trucks and then sold my food trucks and went on.
One day Destiny will be a top
That's really how I
PhD
got into this.
economist.
And then,
I said this on my Discord server earlier. Listen, okay, this was gonna happen. Okay, Economy is gonna crush Destiny on Thursday when they debate, and then Destiny's gonna go on a big econ arc afterwards. Okay, he's gonna read all of Friedrich Hayek. He's gonna read Hans Hermann Hoppe. We're gonna have the ultra Austrian school Destiny.
I guess the reason I got obsessed with economics and incomes is because I find that it's so powerful a motivator politically, like, you know, obviously, and it's one of the things that drives quality of life and how people feel and how they survive, and you know, it's just such an important part of everyday living that I decided to. And one of the things that I found confusing was the narratives that I heard from economists, and then what I saw, the reality that I lived and saw, and it seemed to diverge. You know, so I've been trying to figure out how to reconcile those two things. My eyes, my damn lion eyes, or the damn lion numbers, right? And of course, between Mark Twain and Richard Pryor, I don't know who we're going to go with, you know. But so I guess one of the questions I'll have for you to start off with is, do you reckon that generationally we've been advancing economically since the 50s?
Absolutely. Massively.
Absolutely.
100%. A huge amount. I mean, like,
not fun. How do I get why do I get the feeling Destiny will be less sock dem and less redistributory after he learns about econ? Maybe I'm projecting. I would imagine.
Yeah,
indisputable.
I think. I think that'd be. I mean, it depends on what exactly he reads. I think it's likely that would be the outcome.
Utterly indisputable.
Okay.
Utterly
Since
indisputable.
the 70s?
How many years till Destiny publishes a peer-reviewed econ paper? It'll happen next year.
Oh,
you
definitely.
watch.
And we're talking not macro as a nation. We're talking purchasing power as an individual or a household.
Of course.
Still.
Of course. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, I just mean like your average.
Noah Smith,
your
my
average
goat.
Joe
Let's
Schmo
go.
American. How
Average
they
Joe
live.
Show American. So, and I guess one of the things that I find hard to wrap my head around that concept is this, is that I don't know exactly what the numbers are, but if you look at nominal numbers, like what did people make in 1950? So it says, the data that I found says it's like $1,970 is the median income, right? Nominal.
Right.
And then that took, based on price of, say, housing, the median income or the median home price was.
I don't know. Again, I don't know why we always start with housing when that's probably the unique thing that we got there. But I don't know what data he's citing. A lot of people make the mistake of citing data that like is only looking at wages and not non-wage compensation, when non-wage compensation has increased a lot too, right? So I know, that's a issue you can fall into.
7,500, whatever it was, and so it represents about almost 4 years, 3.7 years of
talking over Zoom on your computer. Have we made progress since the 50s or 70s?
Effort to get that house. The same was, if you look across the board, the same is true with a handful of big ticket items: housing, education, healthcare. Childcare wasn't really
everything subject to a bumble effect.
as big of a thing then. It's certainly become an additional expense. There's these handful of sort of huge ticket items in terms of what we.
Yeah, if you pick the big outliers in historical inflation and compare it to income, then everything seems way more expensive. Guys, can you believe that the price of the stagnant sector, the price of things in the service sector that don't experience productivity growth are seeing price increases?
Your daily budget on.
And also, again, we're only looking at the I'm assuming he's looking at the like sticker price at colleges, when the actual like net price has like not been that high since 2006.
That have seen massive explosion in how much of your time it takes. So I don't know how to reconcile those two things. Like, for example, just for the housing thing, it went from 3.7 to 10.1, right, per years of work. And then I think it was, we see Ezra Klein and who's his co-author of Abundance?
Derek Thompson.
Yes, he mentions this a little bit in the opening. He talks a little bit about this as well, in terms of because obviously money is about you're trading time for money, right?
Right. No, it's not 10 times the income.
No, it's not 10 times. It went from 3 and change to 10 years.
It's not 10.
It's not 10. Well, I mean, median in 2023 was 42.2. Median home prices, according to Fred, were 42.9.
Here's household income, home price to
income ratio. I'm talking
individual,
not household. I'm talking individual.
Okay. Well, I'm looking at household income here. And what I see is that it went from 1973, we've got about 2.7. And then in 2020s, we've got like 4.5. So we've got a little less than a double of the amount.
Okay.
That's those are the numbers I'm seeing. While you talked about these numbers, I was looking up home price to income ratio, and it looks like it's about doubled.
That's household, right? And I'm just talking about the individual person's ability to do that, because at one point in 1950, that was one person almost exclusively.
Does everyone hate Noah Smith? I love
making the income, right, in a household.
But remember, household is who actually buys the house. Like if you're talking about
right, so that's the consumer.
I mean, if I buy a house, I mean, remember, we're talking about like on the ground reality of how people actually live, right?
Correct.
And when we talk about on the ground reality of how people actually live, a household is who lives in a house.
Yeah, and so exactly. So but time then it got traded. So you, instead of having one person's time, you had to trade two people's time now, right? Because more people are working in general.
Question is how many hours?
1.5. Right. Pardon?
How many hours do you work during the year?
Right.
And yet, if you looked at how people lived back then, so you had far fewer women who worked. You're talking about the 2-income household, because you're not having a lot of kids work. All right.
There was some, but not a ton. Yeah.
2-income household. First of all, the 10 number for personal income and all this changes.
Brett, how the fuck did this guy doing a certificate Noah Smith to respond to me, or to respond, but not me? I cry. It's because he has a way more unpopular. Oh shit! What was the fucking Substack called? It's a way more popular Substack. Like I don't know if it does. Substack tell you how many subscribers people have? I don't think it does. But you can see, like 16 hours ago, 113 likes, 199 likes. These are pretty highly liked Substacks, right? So
this is That's not right.
Noah Smith doesn't have as big of an econ.
We'll look into the real numbers later on. We'll find the real numbers. But a lot of bad numbers get thrown around in this space. But housewives worked.
Absolutely.
They worked a lot. And they did a lot of stuff. They weren't
not a bunch
slacking.
of feminists here.
No, they still aren't.
And so if you look at and if you looked at the hours of work of leisure that people get during their day, the number of hours of actual like downtime and fun stuff, whatever, that people get during their day is higher for men, it's higher for women than it was at the time. And so if you're looking at the amount of work we have to do, so when I talk about the lived reality of people on the ground, I want to look at the number of hours that people spend doing hard stuff working, and I want to know what the things they get. I want to look at the things they get, the houses that they get, the food that they get to eat, the cars they get to drive, the vacations they get to take, the healthcare that they get to receive. I want to look at the real
but everybody lives in their current time period, right? Correct. Everybody, like if you lived in 1700s, you lived in the 1700s. If you lived, whatever, you live.
But you're disputing whether or not we've made progress.
In your current existence. So what's coming in the future, or what was happening in the past in terms of what was considered, a great lifestyle can change, right? I mean, I'm sure hopefully 100 years from now, people live the way we're living now and think, boy, they had it bad. I hope.
Indeed, they will. But when you talk about economic progress, you have to talk about changes in what we expect out of the world. Like you can't say there's been no economic progress since the 1600s because everybody then expected to just be a peasant who died at age like 50. Okay, you can't. Well, their expectations were shit, and therefore nothing's gotten any better because their expectations were lower. Our expectations are higher. What allowed our expectations to be higher? Progress.
Right, but so I think healthcare is a really great example of where I feel like this is where our current view of things is sort of breaking down. Right, so we say that. I mean, I think healthcare is headed towards about 20% of GDP. The numbers that I see are about, as a society, it's going to cost us about $72.5 trillion. This is all projected, of course, over between now and 2035. All right, 72 trillion ends up being about 7 trillion and change, closer to 7.7 trillion.
And what's that number?
And pardon?
What's that number?
That's the projected. That's the projected overall cost of healthcare for the United States.
So government or to the whole society?
Both, everything. So that's government spending, that's out of pocket, that's insurance contributions from employers.
That's all I want to ask.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's everything. 72.5 trillion. And that's growing and growing and growing, obviously. But the returns are starting to diminish for the increases, right? You're seeing very diminishing returns. A lot of the, for example, life expectancy figures.
I mean, we already, like you said, the exact same thing to Destiny. I'm hoping Noah Smith will basically say pretty similar things. Like, obviously, the only reason life expectancy is, lower in the U.S. is not just because our healthcare system is bad, it's because we're unhealthier to begin with, and a lot of reason prices are higher is because we get newer drugs, we get higher quality drugs, we get healthcare that's more efficient. Like, obviously, we have or efficient might be it's more effective. Efficient is probably not true just because of the administrative cost from everything. But you get healthcare that's more effective for at least the people who get it. And it's just we have an access problem, obviously, but
we're not really gaining that much life expectancy from 1950, 1960 even, in terms of like if you make it to 50 years old, right? Then you're not, you're getting like maybe 5-6 years more now than you did then, because a lot of the deaths were occurring, pre-teen. Obviously, a lot of those folks were dying at
in the 50s.
Infants. No, but I'm saying that's where a lot of our gains were made in life expectancy, is by keeping babies.
Since the 1600s, yeah, but not since the 50s.
Since the 1900s. I mean, when we saw a lot of like
since the early 1900s, since before antibiotics, it was all antibiotics.
Yes, and then there were some vaccines that were helping stop mortality rates and that sort of thing.
That's right.
In the 50s and 60s, there were some public health initiatives that were going on, and so this is a place where it feels like it's a non-productive segment of our economy in terms it doesn't generate wealth.
I feel like it kind of
not
does
tangible
also.
Wealth, right? Or does it?
I feel like it does. Well, it does, and some of it generates wealth in ways that are obvious.
What's first of all, depending on I feel like it's fair to consider it to generate wealth even under the regular economic definition of wealth or whatever. But isn't this guy supposed to be aren't we supposed to be like, oh, the GDP is fake? Like, oh, actually, wealth doesn't actually, things like wealth and GDP don't necessarily represent like meaningful increases in the standard of living or anything. Why are we now saying that wealth is the thing that matters? Shouldn't we care more about the fucking other shit than the wealth healthcare generates, right? But
obvious, and some of it generates wealth in ways that you have to think about it and be like, oh, I see. So let's talk about some of the obvious ways. So one obvious way is that if you get like your hips wear out when you're old, right? My dad's did. He had to get a hip resurfacing, sort of like a hip replacement, and they put metal on top of your hips, and he had to get that. But then in the 1950s, when he was a kid, he would just be in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. That would be it. He would be sitting around at home, or not even in a wheelchair, just at home having his kids, move him from place to place. And that would be my job. I would be sitting home with him, moving him from place to place because he couldn't walk. Then he got this, advance in medical science happens. He gets this hip resurfacing and he could walk and even do sports for the rest of his life. And that's and that's one tiny example of all the ways in which medical science has improved our quality of life over time. And not just the kind of, will he live longer? Maybe a little bit longer. But then, like I said, you talked at the beginning, instead of just looking at these macro aggregate numbers, we got to look at how people really live on the ground. And I look at my dad, I looked at how he really lives. And I think that wouldn't have been possible when he was a kid. It just wasn't possible. It wasn't a thing anyone could do. And yeah, it's expensive. It costs a lot of money to do that surgery.
But uniquely so in America.
Sort of uniquely so in America. That's right.
Well, I mean, if you look at other OECD countries, right? I mean,
we pay too much for healthcare, but the amount that we pay, the difference is less than people think.
True.
Okay. Although there is a difference, and our healthcare is overpriced. Our system is not as efficient, nearly as efficient as it should be.
Right. Like
so I'm not going to say the U.S. healthcare system is awesome, everything's awesome. You got to be able to acknowledge problems without catastrophizing, I think.
Right. But we will still say that there's diminishing returns on the explosive costs.
But he
right?
couldn't get that hip resurfacing in Britain. He couldn't get it. He couldn't get it. Probably not in Canada. Maybe Japan. He could get it. He could get it cheaper in Asia. But in Europe, in the Anglosphere countries, he couldn't even get that at all. He'd be on a wait list for the rest of his life.
Sitting there, right? Like NHS. I mean, the NHS has been consistently defunded, right? You've seen it's become a political football.
But part of the reason that there is that lack of supply is obviously because the price is lower, right? They mandate the price be lower or negotiate the price down.
Right. But when you look at it's defunded. But when you look at those numbers that say how much less the British pay for healthcare than us, that's why, man, you're talking about that. That's the same thing. Defund the NHS. British people pay less for healthcare. Those are the same thing. If you look at Canada, look at Canada. Canada hasn't defunded their health system. They have universal health care. Their system, I think, is except for maybe Taiwan, but I would say Canada's healthcare system is the closest.
You can under single payer and allow private physicians. I mean, what do you mean by it? Obviously, you can't have some limited scope of private physicians, right? So, the NHS is obviously a single payer system, but you do still have when it's the accountable destiny debate, and it's on Thursday. Obviously the scope of the private sector is going to be much more limited, and the only people who are getting it are rich people, which to some extent I can understand that you can have that same critique of the U.S. system or whatever. But you're still generally probably going to see less innovation, at least if you accept that lower prices is probably going to lead to less innovation and higher wait times for the median person.
Just what Bernie would have done had Bernie been in power. Bernie, who you work for, I think. And if you look at Canada's system, if you were my dad,
it seems like there's decent evidence to suggest that when Medicare negotiates prices down, or we do some type of price cap on drugs, you do see less medical innovation.
Needed that hip resurfacing, or you wouldn't be able to walk. How long would you be waiting if you could even get approved for it? First of all,
right now, my mother's had to wait multiple times to try to get mental health care. I mean, the thing is, we already ration healthcare in this country. We just do it with
much less
capital.
We do it with price
wait times in emergency rooms. I mean, I'm a general contractor, and you see, this is not the way my pinky used to look, but I cut the tip of it off with a saw.
Hold on, let me take a look at that pinky.
Yeah, this is.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so I'm a general. I build houses and stuff. Anyway, I was working too late. I was tired. I was wearing gloves, using a saw. Lots of things I did wrong. But anyway, it took me 8 hours to get into the emergency with my pinky dangling off. But it is what it is. I'm just saying.
I mean, I don't know.
And if there is,
I get Noah Smith kind of using an antidote too. But I know Noah Smith has data to back it up. He just hasn't provided it yet. I'm sure eventually looking into that. But can we just cite some data instead of doing antidote for antidote?
As a barrier to entry into the healthcare system. That's the reason I think Medicare for All would sort of overrun it. I mean, we saw this during COVID. You start really admitting people that are normally excluded either through just self-exclusion because they don't want to take on the cost, or actual exclusion because the care is not life-threatening and therefore they can't get it. They don't go to emergency rooms. If you started letting those people in without expanding rapidly the supply, you would have a real problem, right? I mean, wouldn't we?
Well, America is really, really good in terms of letting people into the emergency room right away.
Oh, emergency rooms for sure. Yes, we give you emergency care, preventative care and stuff. Well, I know, I'm just saying, if your care is not emergency-based.
What kind of preventative care do you think people in Canada are getting?
Well, I mean, my sister's Canadian and my nephew's Canadian, and they get.
You should have a good idea.
My sister's gotten a lot of great care. She actually had.
What'd she get?
Well, she had a lot of headaches, like cluster headaches and stuff, for years. So she was able to get that diagnosed and deal with that. She was able to get breast exams, mammograms. My nephew's gotten colonoscopies, and a lot of the preventative stuff. Plus, there was some nutritional guidance along the way, of course, throughout the process.
But if you're talking about scans,
didn't cost a lot.
Sorry.
No, go right ahead.
If you're talking about scans like mammograms and colonoscopies and stuff like that detects cancer, basically. You can detect heart disease and get like a CAC exam, whatever. I just had one, but then but mostly it's cancer that you're detecting, and Americans get more of those things than people in essentially any other country. In terms of those preventative.
I'd be interested to see the data for that. Like, I'm not doubting it. It seems like intuitive that could be true, but
care for cancer.
Canadians live 3 years longer according to stats. Thank you, Vermi. I never considered that before. Oh my god! Wow, incredible! Oh my god, I love your call inference skills. Oh my god, this is groundbreaking. Noah Smith has never considered this, and I definitely have not heard this already, and I definitely have not said like already addressed this very thing.
Americans get more of that than people in, like, name me a country where people get more of that. And so if you look at the reality on the ground of which actual physical procedures and things people are receiving at the end of the day, Americans are getting the most.
Well, what we're receiving is some of the worst outcomes in the developed nations.
Not in cancer. No, we're not. We're having some of the best outcomes in cancer. And when you talk about preventive care, and I asked you for these specific examples, you mentioned cancer stuff. Fair. You mentioned cancer. You talked about mammogram.
What other metric you would look at? Like, okay, so if there's a lower life, okay, just hypothetically, imagine a country, for example, Vermi, where imagine what country do you think has the best healthcare system in the world? Just answer that. Donfan, why did you like the IRA? It destroyed pharma R&D. Did it destroy pharma R&D? I understand it had some negotiation provisions in it. I don't know how much of it destroyed. I don't know how big the effect was, just because it limited it to I think it was 5 drugs per year for the first 2 years, and it increases a little bit every year after that. So I don't know how big the effect was. I still think the IRA probably, the green energy subsidies were probably good. So it could still be a net benefit, even with the pharmaceutical price caps or whatever, or price negotiations. But I don't know. I think it's possible that those provisions are bad, definitely. But we can pay for the drugs by selling off illegal immigrants. But look, Vermi, obviously, life expectancy is not the sole determinacy of I'm not saying you didn't necessarily say it's the sole thing. But obviously, there's more complicated factors when it comes to whether life expectancy is plays a role in determining or if it's a good measure of how efficient a healthcare system is, right? So as Cope.K just mentioned, and I was about to mention, Americans are just unhealthier to begin with, right? We're just fatter to begin with. We don't exercise as much. We don't walk as much or anything. We drive cars everywhere. We eat donuts all the time. So it could be the case that American healthcare is more effective, but because the population is unhealthy to begin with, life expectancy is lower. LOL, not a coincidence. Okay. So that could be one example. And it does seem like to some extent that is the case, because as I mentioned earlier, and as Noah Smith mentioned for cancer, for the Americans who get care, at least, we do actually see better outcomes in cancer, in stroke survival, in heart attacks and things like that. Yeah. Canadians have better regulation when it comes to unhealthy food. Are your ankles okay after that pivot? Look it up. I don't deny that that's true. It's just unrelated to what we're talking about, but okay.
Grams of colonoscopies, which are for cancer. And then Americans.
IRA subsidy were too demand side loaded and naturally resulted in a lot of inefficiencies, lack of price discovery, etc. Yeah, I would also imagine, I don't know how far some of the IRA subsidies got, by the way, because I know environmental reviews and as such probably slow down a lot of their projects. But, yeah.
Amazing at cancer survival compared to other countries. And one of the main reasons is because we get a lot more. One of the main reasons we have higher cancer survival, partly it's because we do more aggressive treatment, but most of it is detection. Most of it is that because of those mammograms, colonoscopies, and whatnot, we detect cancer a lot earlier, when it's a lot more fightable, when it's a lot more treatable than other countries do. And that's why we have great cancer survival rates. We have bad life expectancy overall, but mostly for reasons that have very little to do with our healthcare system. Okay.
Yes. But
although there's a big caveat there. There's a big caveat there, which is to say that until recently, healthcare system. So a big chunk of our lower life expectancy. There's some that's due to guns, some that's due to unsafe roads. That's not, doctors don't treat it.
That I totally forgot about too. The fact that we drive so much means that we have more car crash fatalities than Europe ever has. It's insane.
Failure of policy, yes, but it's not shit that doctors treat, right? Mm-hmm. But a lot of our greater death rate, is due to obesity. And now, thanks to magical wonder drugs, we are going to be able to fight obesity very effectively, as long as we can get those drugs affordably to large numbers of people. So I believe, is a thing. That's a new frontier of healthcare that's going to bring down death rates a lot. Yeah. And in America, especially because if you look at the delta between us and Europe, some of this life expectancy problem, I would say ballpark roughly half is obesity, or things that are downstream of obesity, like heart disease.
Right, which is obviously related to food supply and various other things.
What do you think about creative? Sorry, I missed it the first time. I'm reading it now. I mean, obviously, creative destruction is I don't even know. It's I don't know how broad of an opinion you want it. Like, it's an important and real thing. That's how markets work. That's good. I mean, as long as like I don't know what to tell you. As long as like you can try to minimize, I mean, the most important thing keep in mind is probably just trying to minimize like friction between, or like friction for laborers, right? So you probably don't want people like unemployed for a super long period of time if some process of creative destruction happens and we need to reallocate workers or whatever. You probably want to minimize that friction. But what do you think of Schumpeter's can't speak opinion on social democracy? I don't know who this guy is. I feel like I know who this guy is. Oh, I feel like I've seen this fucking dude before, but I don't know anything about him.
But roughly half of it is just other public policy shit that the medical system just doesn't deal with. Like the medical system can treat your gunshot wound, but it can't take guns out of your community. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like seeing real major gains in life expectancy wasn't because of the medical industry. It was primarily public health. A lot of that. I mean, to go from average life expectancy of 66 in 1940 to 80 something now is not about it. Some of that's prenatal, right?
A ton was childhood antibiotics and vaccines for kids.
Vaccines for sure did a huge part of it, right?
Vaccines, totally antibiotics were the great weapon. So a huge amount actually of lowering child mortality, which was, as you said, the big reason why you look at life expectancy numbers in the old days was like 35. No, it's because all the kids were dying. And the kids were dying of disease. They're all dying of disease. And then we clobbered that with the medical system. Public health was good. We treated water. Yeah. We had people wash their hands. Those were good. Those were important.
More space, right?
Yes, yeah, that's right. Also, people just having bigger houses and spending more time inside. One of the reasons, by the way, that houses cost more than they used to is because houses are almost 3 times the size they used to be per person.
Truth nuke.
Like houses are huge. One reason people are paying more for a house, there's, people want to focus on like problems in the system that make houses more scarce than they should be. And yes, those are real. But also these houses are huge. Like people were living in mansions compared to what my dad grew up with in the 50s. Like I looked at my dad's house. I look at pictures of that house he grew up in. And I'm like when I see people living in houses like that on the side of the road now, I want to cry.
Really?
When I see people living in something that looks like that, it's a fucking shack. Can I curse on this podcast?
Oh, absolutely.
All right. It's a fucking shack. These people grew up in shacks. These people had shacks and and the skies were black with ruin and coal smoke. The skies were, it's still the rivers in the glorious 50s burned next to Cleveland, the paradise of good manufacturing employment where a man could, go and support his whole family on that one income, living in a shack, walking past rivers that burned because the reality of the 50s was not the advertisements. Those are the rich people. Those are the imaginary rich people of the 50s to sell things to people. Those are advertisements. Look at photos of the 50s and it looks like fucking Mordor.
No, I mean, I lived.
And that was so much better than the 20s. The 50s were so much better than the 20s. And then yet you go forward to the 70s and then you go forward to the 90s. It's just like, we're just living like kings compared to these people.
I don't actually think that most people need or want even a 2,500 square foot house for a family of 3.
I guess I can see the case to be made that, kind of similar to what a couple of the cases said, actually, like if you only allow for single family homes, like you might get some distortions in that, people who would rather like live in apartments and stuff are kind of forced into buying single family homes. But obviously, the revealed preference is for people to, at least within the options they have, or at least within what's legal to build, right, to live in those homes. So fruit is seasonal democracy, but it's rarely discussed because everyone's been in denial for generations. I feel like I don't know what his critique is exactly. I'll read it in a second, but I feel like it's just going to come down to like the transparency of institutions and how effective the democracy works, right? So, and you can have like independent agencies run things well, even in a social democracy, I think. But how do I pronounce this guy's name? Schumpeter's theory is that the success of capitalism will lead to a form of corporatism and a fostering of values hostile to capitalism, especially among intellectuals. The intellectual and social climate needed to allow entrepreneurship to thrive will not exist in advanced capitalism. It will be replaced by socialism in some form. There will not be a revolution. Schumpeter. Not existing capitalism. It will be replaced by socialism in some form. There will be not be a revolution, but merely a trend for social democratic parties to be elected to parliaments as a part of the democratic process. He argued that capitalism collapse will come from within. Capitalism collapse from within will come about as majorities vote for the creation of a welfare state. which is socialism, by the way, and place restrictions upon entrepreneurship that will burden and eventually destroy the capitalist structure. He emphasizes throughout his book that he's analyzing trends on engaging in political advocacy. More precisely, he was engaging in political advocacy for the contrary. Wow. I mean, I don't totally disagree with that. I thought it was going to be like a critique of Bro predicted Europe real. I thought it was going to be a critique of social democracy in Latin America, because I know you like obviously you have examples of not exactly well-run public institutions in Latin America, right? So, in his vision, the intellectual class will play an important role in capitalism's demise. The term intellectuals denotes a class of persons in a position to develop critiques of social matters for which they are not directly responsible and able to stand up for the interests of strata to which themselves do not belong. One of the great advantages of capitalism, he argues, is that when compared to pre-capitalist periods, when education was a privileged few, more and more people acquiring higher education. The availability of fulfilling work is, however, limited, and this, coupled with the experience of unemployment, produces discontent. The intellectual class is then able to organize protests and develop critical ideas against free markets and private property. Wow. Oh, I know Sneedle.
I don't know if they need it, but I 100% guarantee you they want it.
I mean, they would absolutely take a smaller place if that were an option. Part of the problem is that we've gotten away, the places where you can get, I live in Lenore City, Tennessee. And if you look at this entire region, the places where you can get houses that are sub 1,000 square feet are in downtown areas where they used to build them that size. These are the ones that were built in the 1900s.
Because that's what, I mean, they're, so I can understand, I can understand we're kind of like aggregating everyone's preferences, right? So like there are going to be a lot of people who would probably take a smaller home if they were available, but like housing companies or whatever like are building bigger homes because overall they think that like that's what that's what like sort of the median consumer wants or whatever, right? But I would want a really small home for less money. I mean, I'd probably just like, you can do that if you're really committed, right? People live in RVs, right? Technically you have that option. It's just, you might not be able to live exactly where you want in that scenario, right? But I also don't know, like I'm sure there are local communities that place some like minimum, or like in some neighborhoods they put some minimum like square footage requirement or whatever.
100s, 1920s, 30s, 40s, 50s, etc. Right? And you've got some things that are
there's probably minimum like land coverage requirement.
Same thing with like Oak Ridge, Tennessee, where the Manhattan Project was so transformational in that region. You saw the same thing there, and this I used to remodel a lot of homes down there. And the 2-1s are like 700, 800, 900 square feet, and they're very cute little houses, and certainly great for a single person that lives there and then does an office in it. It ends up being a really good space for what you call
apartments
a
for
starter
now.
home. Right. So but now if you look at the new buildings that's happening in this region, they're happening out in various developments where they're not putting in the type of drainage that needs to be put in. They're not putting in the type of, they're not accommodating for runoff and big rains and all the other problems that we have here. They shut school here because of rain, for example, because their schools flood. But anyway, and these houses are massive. They're like you're describing, 25, 26, 3,200 square feet. And people from here, generally speaking, can't afford them. But, Californians can, New Yorkers can, Michiganders that worked in the auto industry and retired, they can.
Can't afford what?
Can't afford
big houses.
True.
Yeah.
Well, who's living in those places? Are they standing empty?
No, some of them get rented out. And then, there's a lot of, Tennessee is one of the biggest places.
So they can't, I guess, maybe they can't afford to own them maybe, but if they're renting, but still they're able to afford a big house. Just
it's not quite Florida or Texas, but we definitely see a lot of influx here.
A lot of people living in Tennessee.
So there's outsiders. Immigrants are buying them up. Not your standard immigrants. It's Californian immigrants, but that's the people that are doing it.
Immigration restrictions on California now.
Life is getting if you look at something like the BLS household expenditure stuff, right? You just look at that, and you can see that the bottom 80% on average in 2023 spent somewhere around. I've got this number here. I think it was on average 105% of their income on necessities. So it's like food, clothing, housing, transportation, healthcare, childcare wasn't on there because they didn't pull it out.
What are we counting as our income?
On average, about 105%. Now, that's not weighted. I'm not weighting by income.
I don't know what you're talking. I don't understand the numbers that you're telling me right now. I don't know what those are.
Okay, I will. So, the BLS, what is it, 1102 or some shit? It's the thing that tracks household expenditures.
Food prices are crazy now? That's news to me. Didn't know that.
No.
Bureau of Labor and Statistics is who puts it out.
No, that's an occupational injury system. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Yes.
Coffee's so expensive.
There we go.
But the coffee's probably expensive because of the tariffs, right?
So it is the 1101 quintiles. That's the table. Table 1101. So the categories that
table 1101
yeah,
quintiles.
from 03.
Let's look at quintiles of income before taxes.
Yeah,
got it. All right, I'm now looking at.
So then, interesting thing is if you add together food, clothing, housing, transportation, healthcare, and education.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, income quintiles before taxes. So it wouldn't surprise me if like we're counting like if like they're not counting taxes in benefits here, and they're just saying like, oh, like poor people are like consuming all this food. But then it's like, okay, well, they're consuming all this food because they're on food stamps and getting government benefits, right? And so, like, if you're saying they're spending 105% of their income, I'm assuming your definition of income is only including their like market income, right? And like the bottom, did he say bottom 10% of people?
And you look at that by quintile.
You know, like the bottom 10% of people, like a lot of people in the bottom 10% probably don't even have, or it might have been a quintile, so 20%. Like the bottom 20% of people, like, is this looking at workers only, or is this looking at everyone?
There we go. Tracks household expenditure. Now, that's not healthcare, set around 80% on average, less household expenditure stuff, right? You just look at that, and you can see that the bottom 80%.
Oh, he says bottom 80%.
1101.
Yeah, quintiles.
Let's look at quintiles of income.
Add together food, clothing, housing, transportation, healthcare, and education.
Mm-hmm.
And you look at income expenditures, okay? To the second quintile.
191.
There's got to be like, I'm assuming it's counting. I almost guarantee you, it's got to be. It's definitely doing something fucky, but I bet it's something along the lines of like counting government benefits consumed on their behalf as like consumption, but not counting like their transfer payments from the government as income.
Percent?
Yeah.
Did you invent new spatial dimensions to accommodate percents greater than 100?
Well, I'm assuming that it's through things like SNAP. I'm assuming that it's spending of savings that are not counted as income.
Oh, he's assuming. He doesn't even know.
You're talking about.
Yeah, it's exactly what I thought.
When you say income, but SNAP would be actually
we would count that.
I think we'd count that. Hold on. Let me look. No, they don't count as taxable income. Okay.
So I'm assuming that it's like, I don't know if earned income tax credits get counted there.
Okay.
There's probably a lot of things that happen.
Tax credits probably do, but I don't know.
All right. Let me look at what this quintiles of income. So it's income before taxes. So it doesn't.
Yeah, but I did the after tax. They've also got in that same table. They have the after tax mean.
So you were quintiles of income.
I don't know. It does have income after taxes here.
Shares. Okay. I got these things.
And so basically all I did is, I looked at the.
Yeah, if you're spending 181% of your income on things, then you must have defined income in a way that allows you to spend a lot more than your income.
Correct.
Right. I think I assume, like, I wonder if, for example, when it says like education, if it's like counting like the public schools that people send their children to, and like saying that like, the money that government spends on school is like consumption spent on their behalf, right? I wonder if it's doing something like that.
Right. So then you've got the second.
What we're not talking about is people going into debt to buy these things.
Well, I haven't mentioned that yet, but there is an interesting thing about debt too. But so then,
people have been deleveraging on average. Debt, including for working class people, for people in lower percentiles of income, has been decreasing pretty significantly over the past 15 years or so. So if you're talking about people spending quote unquote 181% of their income on consumption.
Well, I'm not suggesting that that's debt. I think that it's a combination of government savings, government benefits, various other things. I think that's what.
But savings are increasing. Savings have increased.
I'm assuming that retirees.
Do you think Noah Smith hates him? I'm getting that feeling. It doesn't seem like it. I don't know if he hates him. I don't know how Noah Smith reacts when he hates people versus doesn't hate people. It seems like he might be mildly annoying.
I'm betting that some of these households in the bottom 20 retirees are not showing up as
he's kind of saying
very much money.
Weird stuff.
Sure.
Some of them aren't. It's just Social Security, but they have a decent amount of money saved, maybe or whatever.
So if you look at like market income, like how much did you earn from like wages and stuff?
Yes, and I'm assuming that's what this is looking at, right? But I don't know. So then you've got the next quintile, and it accumulates.
Why? You don't even know?
98.93% of your income on those categories. Then we go up to the next quintile, and it's 78.14. And again, this doesn't include childcare. And then the fourth quintile is 63% of income, household expenditure on just those categories. It drops down now. The highest 20 drops down to sub 50%. And if you do a weighted average, it works out to the bottom 80 spending 82%. So that's weighted by income. If you don't weight it and you just count them all as a block, it's 105% of income. So like you randomly pick a person out of a hat, I guess, right? But then you put that on top of, and you said people have been deleveraging. But then one of the things I was looking at is just private debt, including mortgages, personal debt. So mortgages, credit cards, personal loans, whatever.
And you're looking at what data source?
The data source on that one for 1950 was trends in household debt and credit.
You're comparing to 1950.
1950, yes. I wanted to go back as far as I could and then move it along the scale. But I wanted to see how we changed in terms of debt share. So in 1950, the total debt, they reckon in this one here, that it was 47 billion.
Mm-hmm.
And I did some math. The math says that works out to a little over 8 weeks of median income per capita. And
okay, thank God. I was like, are we just going to look at the nominal amount of debt? Please say we're dividing it by income or something.
Then,
like
if you fast forward to 2023, that debt load was a little over 17 trillion, 17 and change trillion, including, I think 12 of that was mortgages. And then that number works out to 62 weeks at median income, something like that. So you've had this huge increase in debt in terms of how much time it consumes. And that's just been the sort of the thing that I keep looking at things on is the amount of time that's consumed. And you mentioned that women were working even when they weren't working.
But wait, it would take time it would consume that amount of time if you would pay off your debt.
Yes, if you were to pay it off. If you were to ever live debt free.
Does anyone do it?
Not generally through their lives, no.
Right.
They remain in debt for
so people have let's say people have a year of debt.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's actually more than that. It's almost 2 years of debt that your average household will carry.
Including mortgage?
Yes, including mortgage.
But
it's a different. So that would be no. I'm slightly wrong. No. That actually looks about right. It's about. I read that wrong. It's about a year of debt. And so suppose you have a year's worth of debt. You could pay it off and take a year's worth to pay off and live debt free, or you could keep making interest payments on it and not live debt free, but also not have to spend very much time.
But there's been undoubtedly an explosion in time debt, and I mean, like people assume.
I mean, no, if he didn't kind of just explain, like that's not like necessarily like a bad thing, obviously. He kind of just explained like the revealed preference of people is to be in debt. Now, I guess like you can say like obviously this guy's position is like they're going in debt for things they wouldn't have had to historically or whatever because the prices of these things have risen so much and incomes haven't or whatever. But they just kind of discuss why that doesn't seem to be that true.
I mean, forever, right? They just
Maybe.
They auto loans and those
how long does an auto loan take to amortize? Like how long does it take people to pay off their car?
Well, that's changed dramatically too. So if you go back even to the 90s, you were getting 2 and 3 year loans on automobiles, and now you're getting 5, 6, and 7 year loans on automobiles. So one of the other things is that the way we track how much of our income we're spending on things is often based on these like this table 1101, how much I'm paying per month or per year or whatever on a thing, right? And one of the ways you press down the inflation or undersell inflation in automobiles is that you stretch what was a 3 year loan into a 7 year loan, and then it takes me a lot less. But it's still.
You mean because the price of the automobile doesn't count the interest you pay to the person who.
Yes, and you're taking something that's gotten much more expensive. I mean, new trucks are between $70,000 and $110,000. And that's more than
almost
more than double
quality again, obviously.
And that didn't used to be the case. So my thinking is that our
also not just quality, but trucks have gotten bigger too, right? Like
our CPI and the way in which we track inflation has missed elements of what people. It's missed inflation.
Well, maybe, but let's we can talk about that, but let's stay on target for a second here.
Okay.
Let's look at debt and how that's affected people. I don't have information about debt service payments as a percentage of income going back to the 50s. I only have it going back to 1980. It might exist, but you'd have to patch together some multiple series.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, if you look at what you pay in 1980, it was about 10.6%. If you looked at 86, it was like 12%. If you look at right now, it's 11.2%. So Americans pay about the same amount of their income to the bank every month or year as they did when Ronald Reagan was elected.
Mm-hmm.
And that hasn't changed much. It only changed it changed briefly in the Great Recession. That really spiked. The deleveraging was very painful because people paid down a lot of their debt. And that lasted for about, 6 years. But now we are paying less of our income to the bank every month. And that means spending less of our time. If you want to put it in terms of the time you have to spend to pay that, we're spending less of our time every month paying the bankers than we did in Reagan's time.
By a point or so, right?
Yeah, about the same.
The reason I go back to the 50s and 60s is because this is post deindustrialization, and this is
industrialization. It was the industrialized age. Yes,
that's right. It's pre-deindustrialization. Then, right? We've been.
Oh, you know what? No one's going to agree with half of this, though. Oh no.
And my estimation, my feeling is that we've not only moved away to try to do this post-industrial economy, but that we've also then we've pivoted to an extraction-based economy as opposed to a productive economy. That we've started extracting from the things that we built for a couple hundred years. And the reason I think it's important to know whether or not, I mean, it's obviously, but it's important to know.
Financial markets do. You know what the real position is? the U.S. has shifted to an extraction economy from the third world. Okay, all the U.S. does nowadays is extract the real wealth from the third world
now,
nations.
if a 2023 income at 42.2 is equivalent to a $100,000 income in 1950, or if it's equivalent to, I think knowing and understanding what purchasing power really represented is important because it tells you the scale of a solution that you would need to close the gap, right?
Right. Gap between what?
Gap between what purchasing power people expect to have had, and have
like
lost.
I'm saying, I guess my fundamental thesis is that Americans have incredibly high purchasing power now than they did in the 50s. Your average person lives a material standard of living, affords a material standard of living that was beyond the reach of all but the richest Americans in the 1950s.
But see, but what that does in my mind is it conflates economics with sociology. It has economists then trying to decide what is quality, right? What generates quality of life? What generates human happiness or human joy? And I think that's outside the scope, isn't it, or no?
Well, no. So
I don't think necessarily, but also like there are, for like the hedonic adjustments you just complained about earlier, I would say like there are obviously empirical like things we can look at for that when it comes to like the quality of products. But okay,
I'd say having done happiness research as part of my dissertation, I'd say I don't know. I actually don't know that because there's much I don't understand about happiness. It is a very
big club of us that
I don't
know about that, right?
Yeah, it's really hard. I could write a lot. Maybe I should write more about that. If you're just talking about stuff that the people in the 50s would have jumped at, would have wanted, would have craved, we've got a lot of that. And you can ask, does money buy happiness? Does material stuff buy happiness? Does having a bigger house make you happy, or does it just make you lonely? Does living in an exurb, one of the things we found in happiness research was that people would pay extra money to live far out in exurbs, and that it would make them sadder because they're socially isolated and their commutes are annoying. Mm-hmm. But they'd pay, if you compare the same house in an exurb and in like far out or like, they'd actually pay to live in they'd pay to make themselves unhappy. And I don't know what to like.
Well, I guess
people, if you're looking at things that people want materially, our economy has done a good job, not the best job. We could have done a better job. We could do a better job in the future. We've done a pretty good job. We compare us to other countries, Europe, Sweden, Denmark. When you compare how we live to how the Swedes live, how the Danes live, how the Canadians, the French.
Oh no.
I mean, like, so what are those things that you're putting on that?
I'm saying, like, when you compare how we live to how those people live, we've got more of the material stuff.
But have you considered lay healthcare free in Denmark? Lay unions? Have you considered McDonald's worker $22 an hour in Denmark? Oh no, we're about to get it.
We've got bigger houses. We've got more cars and electronics. We take more vacations. Actually, everyone says America.
Have you considered no paid leave?
We just, we just do it. We just don't have as many like official paid vacation days that we officially get. We, we do more international travel. We eat like more and better food. In fact, part of our health crisis is because we've eaten so much food. We eat yummy food. We don't always eat healthy food, but healthy food isn't always yummy. And we're a short-sighted bunch of greedy, childlike people who just want, give me a burger. But when you look at the food available, we get better stuff. We've got like better furniture. Like you go to some of these countries and like the furniture sucks. You're sitting on like some hard ass couch, and like we've got nicer and just more well appointed houses. We've got pet care. I can get here. We're like, who needs that? I need that. Like when my rabbit is like sick, and I'd want to treat his illness. You're like, it's a rabbit. You look at you decadent rich people. We can't do like Americans are poor and look at you decadent rich people at the same time. You can do one or the other. Pick one.
True.
But what I'm saying is, I would if I was in Denmark and I couldn't get like rabbit healthcare that I can get here. You're like, does that really matter? I'd kill people for that.
You better work for that.
Hey, it's understandable. Most space, no mistake yet. Let's go.
I'm just, I'm going to stick to my guns. Is that when you look at the time cost and the time value of of the big things like housing, education, healthcare per capita, new vehicles or transportation generally, utilities have gone down. Food's come down. There's some things that have definitely gone down. And if you've got an 80,000 item basket that you use to figure inflation, then I'm sure we can,
this guy would hate
out to say that there's not
the Wikipedia page for bundle effect. Oh my god.
Pardon?
Compared to the 50s.
It's a massive change.
Fuck the 50s compared to the 80s. I'm old enough to remember a little bit of the 80s, okay, when I was a little kid. I can remember a little bit of the 80s, and what I remember, and the early 90s, what I remember was that my family, which is I was not poor. We're a middle-class family. We were a little lower middle class for like the first 7 years of my life, but then we ascended to like the middle of the middle class. I had a house in Texas. We didn't own a house, we rented. We had one car up until when I was about to graduate high school. We got like 2 cars when I was just about to graduate high school. We had to think about how much money we spent on food every month. It was like the constant scarcity of being able to afford food for the family was still there when I was a kid.
I don't know how to pronounce that.
Now, middle-class people in America don't experience the kind of daily food scarcity, daily worries about being able to afford food that middle-class people achieved, certainly that experienced in the 80s and certainly in the 50s. Like in the 50s, People were thin and healthy because they couldn't afford food.
So, all right, so I'm just going to pop this one.
Look at the percent of income we spend on food.
I'm going to look at per capita spending.
Percent.
Okay. Per capita food spending in the U.S. reached an all-time high. Dollars nominal. So this is not. So first of all, this is nominal. It's not even adjusted for inflation. Second of all, you're not dividing by income. This is. You're just saying people are spending more on food as they get richer, which obviously that's true, of course.
Per capita.
Percent of income spent on food over time.
9%.
Let us look at this. Average share of income spent on food from the USDA. In 1960, it was 17%. In 2019, it was down to below 10%.
Yeah, it's around 9-10 now, I think.
But
so it's definitely improved, right? But I mean, here, for example, if you look at per capita, it's
look at this. Oh, if you go back to like 1950, it was over 20% of their income people spent on food. Now it's under 10.
If you go back to 1900, it was like 40%.
That's right. Food is like, there's economic statistics which can measure like how good things are by how much people are willing to pay for them. But then there's food, which you can measure how good that is by having ever gone hungry ever.
Mm-hmm.
And it is hunger is the wolf that follows you throughout your entire life. If you go a few hours extra without eating food, you will know true pain and suffering. Just a few hours, doesn't matter how rich you are. Just a few hours without food, you will know pain. And for millennia, the wolf was right.
You can adjust for inflation pretty easy. You can find the data easily.
Yeah,
I know.
People live on the edge of starvation.
I mean, that's the guy. I don't know if you know who these people are. This Noah Smith guy is essentially defending that position. The guy he's talking to has a bunch of problems with. Has a bunch of kind of weird problems with the inflation measures we have.
Than it is now. You look at that 20% versus that 10% that people spend on food. That is a basic human need defined by our physiology and the racking pain of our stomachs when we can't get the food.
But one of the reasons people, I think, were paying 20% wasn't just because there was, less production and less food availability and various things like that. I think it was also because they had more excess money. And therefore, if you're spending less on transportation, housing, healthcare, childcare, and all the various things, then you have more disposable income to put towards food, and therefore you've got more money chasing that particular item.
How elastic do you think the demand for food is? Like, that's like... no, first of all, I'm gonna shoot myself. Okay. First of all, why are we citing like nominal spending on food and showing that going up over time and using that to say like food is like super expensive nowadays, or like people can't afford food or whatever? You do that to try to imply that, but then we're also saying the reason people spent so much money on food back then is because they just had so much money and they chose to buy more food with it. Oh my God.
And you're spending more on it. I think one of the reasons right now pardon?
You look at look at the calories they consumed. Look at the foods that the quality.
I mean, we also have data on that, obviously.
And the amount of the food that they ate, and you can immediately disprove the hypothesis that you just threw out. You look at the food, look at the meals that were eaten by a middle-class family in 1950.
Yeah.
Look at the quantity and the quality of those meals. We eat more, and we eat better in terms of like tons more calories. We just eat so much more.
Calories are not equal, though, right? I mean, let's not go deep.
More nutrients. You look at malnutrition. How short were your grandparents? You ever see your grandparents' height?
Yeah, my
physical height.
But
okay.
Yeah.
My grandparents
are
the
shortest one among the group now.
Oh, look at the height of Americans over time.
Yes, we're getting taller.
Look at the muscle mass of Americans over time. Look at all these things. I mean, yes, we're fat. Fat is a disease of plenty.
It says, I mean, I don't know if this is true here, but according to macros, or I don't know what this is, I'm just Googling at this point because I don't have this data anywhere. I've never looked at it. But they're reckoning in 1950 that the average American consumed 229 calories per day per capita. And that now that it's 3,864 calories. So I would say that basically leads us into why we're fatter too. But
yes, it's why we're fat. It's why we have this life expectancy problem.
But so I do want to because this is such a.
But that disproves your hypothesis, man. Corbin, hold on, stick with me here. That disproves your hypothesis from before. When you said the reason people spent more on food back then is because they had more extra money to spend on.
Please tell me he's gonna at least concede this.
Twas not that.
Based on caloric intake alone?
Yes, based on caloric intake alone. People consume so much more food now. It's not if you were right with that hypothesis and people spend less of their income on food because they have to spend all their income on something else, they wouldn't be. If we were poorer now somehow, and if we were food poorer, if food was scarcer for us, we'd be consuming less calories because we had to put all our money toward childcare and healthcare and rent and but we're not. We are food richer. We are awash in abundant food. Cakes and steaks and corn flowing with butter runs over us like
what about India? I mean, I'm assuming India's gotten better over time, but
we live in fucking paradise compared to my father.
It's not aged well.
Compared to how we grew up. It's a fantasy to think these people had this life of plenty in 1952.
there was a life of plenty in terms of food.
There was a life of plenty compared to 1930. There was a life of plenty compared to how the greatest generation grew up, putting cardboard in their shoes and during the Depression. There was not a life of plenty compared to now. Now is a life of plenty compared to then. 1952 was poor compared to us.
If we're going to stick with food for a minute, let's do that. But I mean,
let's do that.
Calories are not equal, right? So if I eat,
you look at the types of food.
Oh my God!
Look at the actual foods we eat. Name me a food we ate more of in 1950, and I will show you it's something like porridge. The foods we ate were peasant
things that we eat today.
It's
one of our big
the idea that people were eating these luxurious meals in the 50s that they now cannot afford due to the cost of healthcare and childcare is
calories not a good metric when food quality matters. Everyone else is also like addressing food quality, but his point, first of all, for his point, you can say food quality also matters. That's fine, but what he said is disproven with caloric intake alone, because what he said was that the reason people spent a higher percentage of their income on food in the past was because they had more disposable income and so chose to buy more food with it, right? Like this is a dumb discussion, to be frank. I mean, at this point,
advertising from where are we seeing this advertising?
Americans are trash. You like trash is real.
People with the giant house and the floral dresses.
Well, I've not been inundated with that
all day long. People think the 50s were this amazing time. No, man, the 50s. Look at, I wish
the 50s, 60s, and 70s. I'm saying were
a time of poverty compared to now. You look at the poverty rate. Look at the poverty rate among Americans.
Okay.
Oh no, this guy's gonna cite the official poverty rate. Oh no, I can feel it coming. Oh no, he's gonna say official poverty hasn't gone down at all. Oh no.
Look at the poverty rate among Americans. You can look at the relative poverty rate. You can look at the poverty rate holding.
Poverty rate right now is $15,000 a year.
Okay.
Right.
Well,
so
let me finish.
Okay.
Let me finish. You could look at that, or you could just look at the you could look at poverty rate holding fixed a basket of consumption such that you have the same house, the same food, all these things as best as we're able to measure buying the exact same things you bought in the 50s. And we can look at the poverty rate relative to that basket of consumption. And we see that the poverty rate.
Yeah, we got AI and everyone has a computer, but the 50s
is exactly so much lower. The poverty rate was like 25% in the 50s. Now it's like 12% less. It's the poverty rate so much lower now than it was then, because it's so much easier now for a person of even the most modest means, even a checkout clerk who has that as their primary job, a single earning checkout clerk, even that person can afford a lifestyle that was much better than what, that's similar to what your average person would afford in the 50s.
But
now,
see, that's not the experience that people have.
But it is. They just don't know it because almost nobody lived in the two time periods. Now, I didn't live then, you didn't live then, right? Only the really old people live then, and they'll tell you what it was like.
And I've been interviewing them in nursing homes and stuff, and I've been like talking to people about what that experience was like. And if you ask them like their first jobs, they had these, like you just said, like a checkout boy or whatever, at a grocery store, and they were able to afford a home and they were able to afford a car. People paid for their school with part-time jobs as they went along. If you look at just
incredible analysis by this dude here.
Like University of Tennessee, which is a public university in Tennessee, you'll see that in the 80s, tuition went up 53% one year. And another point, it went up 24% one year. And another point, it went up another 40%.
And he's citing things that like would very clearly be subject to the Bumble effect, when like that, that would still represent like an overall increase in the standard of living, even if like the price of services goes up over time, because the price of goods is also falling. That's Bumble effect, believe it or not, is a real thing. And also, we talked about the college thing earlier, but he's citing like I believe he's just citing like the sticker price for college, which is a little weird to do because not many people actually even pay that price, right? Like there's a lot of price discrimination that goes on in colleges. So
what I'm saying is that life for the basics, for the
also almost certainly a which I guess maybe you could view this as either a good or bad thing, probably, but almost certainly I would guess that a fewer percentage of college students pay their own tuition. It's probably more often than their parents do now, which in a way, I think you could construct that as a good or a bad thing. You could either say like, oh, parents are earning enough such that they can pay for their kids to go to college, or you could say, oh, kids aren't earning enough such that they can pay their own way through college, right? I think you could probably say
foundations of a middle-class lifestyle has gotten unaffordable for a lot of people, and it's consuming a huge portion of their income.
But it was, what I'm telling you is that it was more unaffordable then than now.
But the
people were struggling.
I'm looking at doesn't show.
People were struggling in the 50s.
I
looked at, I pulled out my dad's childhood photos one day, and he showed me all this. And I looked at these photos. I looked at photos of his house, of his room. They took.
I don't want like over time. This is percentage of students paying the sticker price.
Photographs of all this stuff, and I said, "Wow, you were so poor." He's like, "No, we were middle class. We weren't poor at all." That was just how people lived. I looked at the house with this small house with like one little window in the front and like the little slat siding and like a lawn with no tree on it. Right? They had one family car, one of those. And then I looked at that and I was like, I know people who lived that standard of living in like the 90s and 2000s even. I thought those people were kind of poor, and I felt sorry for people who grew up who lived like that, but he didn't feel sorry for himself. They thought they had it great at the time because they were comparing it to before, because they were at a time of rapid economic growth where that lifestyle that looks poor to me now was so much better than what they'd expected, what their parents had expected, what their parents had known and experienced during the Depression, or, grown up, or even in the 20s if they were that old. But like, it was so much better because we had such rapid growth. Now, I will say our growth has really slowed, and the degree to which things have improved over the 75 years since the 50s is much less than the degree to which things improved for the average person since 1875, like, from to 1950. From 1875
almost
to
like ideas are getting
like
harder to
that was
find.
like singularity. That was like living in the space age.
But what I'm telling you is,
and now it's only been a moderate increase.
Here's what I'm telling you, Noah. I'll just tell you. I mean, and this is verifiable fact, is that $18,000 today is what the inflation-adjusted income would be of a median income in 1950. So what our inflation adjustment is telling us is essentially that a person now making $18,000 would have the same purchasing power of a median income earner in 1950. But a median income earner in 1950 could pay for a house with less than 4 years of work. They could buy a car with less than a year of work. They could pay for school. I mean, the public universities in 1950, like the University of Tennessee, did not cost the same amount of your time as it does now. Now, the problem is that we try to put in things like quality adjustment.
Why do we only look at those things?
What's the purpose of the university?
The purpose is to educate.
You see, you're talking about how much it costs to afford a university, but if a university is like a party that you go to, then sure, I agree with this. But if the purpose of a university is to raise your income so that you get a better job and make more over the course of your life,
that's true as well, obviously.
And then it costs more because the amount that it raises your income has gone up a ton, then I'm a little less worried about that, because
but that's not why it's costing more. If you look at why a university costs more, it's administrative.
Goods that are beneficial to have gone up since. Sorry, goods that are beneficial have gone up, but junk has gone down. Okay, what are the goods that are beneficial to have that their price has gone up of? Sure, we are consuming more junk, but is that progress? Yes, people being able to buy what they want is progress.
It's building these campuses with all sorts of different amenities and various things. It's
to some degree, but look at the college wage premium. Look at how much money college people earn versus non-college people. And you can say, oh well, that's just because the smarter people end up going to college, but then you can look at lotteries and see who gets in, and you can get a pretty good idea of how much going to college actually raises your income. It raises a lot. That's gone way up since the 50s.
Healthy food, medicine. Well, no, education is not a. I guess I can count as one. Sure. I guess that's sure. Homes, etc. That's all stuff like. I guess I don't think healthy food has gone up in price. Definitely not in nominal terms. Sorry, no, definitely not in like inflation adjusted terms. I don't think so. It has. What on earth is your source for that? What are you counting as healthy food? Now they're speaking over each other. It's about the growth of 1875 versus 1950 versus 1950 to 2025. This creates positive nostalgia about the 1950s and collective consciousness. Oh, sure, that can be true. It has life. Excellent source. Yes, I love your data so much. Yeah, wow, incredible. So if I cite like real data at you, are you just going to totally dismiss it? Because I bet you could find indexes of like healthy food or whatever, but okay. Wait, also, over what time period are you talking about? Are you talking like since COVID? I could believe like since COVID.
In fact, in the 50s, the college wage premium was about zero. People going to college didn't help you that much in the 50s, but now it does.
It helped you participate in different sectors, right? I mean, if you want to be an engineer, you need to be trained to be an engineer. If you want to be a doctor, you need to be trained to be a doctor.
Agreed. That's true. Yeah. But what I'm saying is that the people who are paying all that money for college now, they pay through the nose. Now, well, some. I mean, actually, the in-state tuition is not nearly as bad as.
True.
Also, by the way,
and they don't even pay the sticker price.
On tangent, the cost of college has been going down now for a while.
For a few years, on average, yeah.
For about a decade now. And but the reason people pay more for college than they did then, whether you think college ought to be free or not, we can have that discussion. Maybe should. But regardless of that, the reason people pay more for college is because they're making a lot more money over the course of their life because they pay for college.
So public universities are analyzing what their value is based on the participation of their graduates in the economy, and then adjusting their fees based on that. So it's
generally that is what they're doing. That's right.
Well, I mean, when I look at the fee scales, of historic fee scales of universities, there's some really massive jumps here and there that don't really align with that. But I mean, maybe. But then you got to wonder again how you come up with these, income quintiles where the bottom 80% are getting so fucked. You see this study from Rand that says that about $80 trillion was redirected based on.
Oh my God! I can't believe that's not even what it says.
Productivity gains since 1975 to 2023, I think is when they stopped this particular study. That if productivity gains had been allocated to income earners in the same way that it had been from the 50s to the 70s to the mid 70s, then about
if the share of income remained constant since I think it's, by the way, pre-tax share of income remained constant since the 50s or whatever, then you know, you would see the whatever 79 trillion more evenly distributed, right? But obviously different quintiles of people have different productivity. So you could see, for example, lower skilled people who are more likely to be in the bottom quintiles not experience very high productivity growth, but higher skilled people experience a lot of productivity growth, and they would have a lot more income. That's not theft as he says it is, but okay.
$80 trillion would have gone to the bottom 90% that didn't. And so you've seen this great wealth accumulation.
Looks like that this means that growth describes the subjective feeling, economic well-being, better than absolute economic well-being objectively measured.
And I think it's through inflation in these key areas that people have no real option of buying or not buying. You have no option of, I mean, you do have an option of getting a house or not, or paying rent or not. That you do have an option, but not much of one. And healthcare, at some point, you don't have I mean, again, you have an option, but not really. It's sort of a,
So it's true and not true, right? So obviously, like there are gonna always be healthcare services which have like almost perfectly inelastic demand. At the same time, Americans do consume more healthcare. Richer countries do consume more healthcare because people choose to get treatment for things otherwise wouldn't have gotten treatment for, right? Or people choose to consume more drugs, or people choose to get higher quality drugs. Like, yeah,
proverbial gun to your head. So when you see these huge increases in time, I mean, healthcare is another one of those that's just this. It's almost like it's a 930% increase in time since the 1940s and 50s and 60s. I mean, it was less than 5% of an income was spent per capita. This is an aggregate number across the entire country, right? This is not like a household budget necessarily. On average, less than 5% of our incomes were spent on median income on healthcare, and now it's a third. So, a third of what we're able to generate. Now, some of that's coming through forms of payments from companies. Some of that's coming, from government spending and things like that. But it almost doesn't matter because it's going to bankrupt people anyway. And the reason I think this all has to be thought through and considered, and the tools like you.
Obviously, I don't know if No Pain is going to mention this because
look at the caliber.
Things I just mentioned are pretty relevant to that.
Like when I had a machine shop, sometimes your calipers are off, and you've got like little squares that tell you, that's like 5 microns.
Wait, why? Also, why isn't he applying the same logic that he applied for food? That's definitely like more true in this case because the data we have supports that people buy higher quality drugs, more drugs, newer drugs, better healthcare when their incomes rise, right? Like the evidence all supports that like healthcare is a superior good. Earlier when he said, like, oh, the reason people were spending 20% of their income on food was because they had so much more disposable income that they could have chose to buy more food. But like, we're just not applying that same logic to healthcare when the evidence supports that healthcare is a superior good? Like, okay.
Right? And you can put it on there, you can check your calipers, you know whether or not it's working. So if economics as a field seems to be further distancing itself from what people say is happening to them, right? And if they're continually having to make an argument that this is not my experience, and they say, well, I can't help it, it's not your experience, look at the data, right? And then they do things like vote for Trump, or then they do things like, have January the 6th riots, or let Donald Trump tear apart all of our institutions and basically sit on their hands. And then Democrats wring their hands and say, we're fixing things are getting better for you, why can't you fucking people read spreadsheets? Then I think that's a problem. Do you know what I mean? Like,
now we're just on the vibes.
I know what you mean, but I've spent years looking at exactly what you're talking about. Yeah. And what I've seen, first of all, is that if you talk to people, almost everybody will tell you the same thing in America.
Same thing as your dad said, right? We weren't poor.
No.
Oh.
They'll say, my dad's old. Most people aren't. People will say, I'm doing okay.
Right.
But the nation's economy is crap, man. The nation's crap, but I'm doing okay. I don't see
people don't want to be poor.
I don't want to be poor.
Poor people don't want to think of themselves as poor.
Then you're talking about denying people's lived experiences and looking at the economic numbers.
Oh, that's a mean trap, Noah. That's
a mean trap. It's just what you just said.
I'm joking. It was a
joke. I'm saying, like, if you want to look at the numbers and tell people that their evaluations of their own life aren't right, I'm willing to look. I want to look at a bunch of different things. I want to look at numbers, but I don't want to look at just one kind of number. I want to look at a million different kinds of numbers. I also want to look at subjective surveys to see how people are feeling. And beyond surveys, I want to go talk to people because I think that surveys don't always having done surveys, research-wise, I think that there's a lot of things they can miss from the standardization of what they do and from the way they ask questions. So I want to go interview people too. Ethnography, qualitative research, anthropology. I took those classes in college. And so what I see is...
By the way, this guy doesn't have a econ degree or anything, like almost certainly, right? Like does he have any college degree? He said he was like a fucking construction worker or whatever.
what I see when I look at the numbers, okay, is this: Americans take more fun leisure time on average, and average, I mean like median, typical person, whatever, is taking more leisure time than they've ever taken before. So in terms of the actual time they're spending working, laboring for the man, it's less than they've done before, and that may even understate things because some of the time people say they're working, they are on the phones.
These people have completely different concepts of the theory of economics. I mean, I agree. This America's Undoing guy is stupid. It seems that they are talking to each other pro forma, not only pro forma, not de facto. I mean, I think Noah Opinion or Noah Smith is like directly. I feel like a few times he's like sort of directly talked about what the guy has said, but then the guy kind of just shifts to, well, you say that, but price of services have gone up, price of college has gone up. Have you considered this, Mr. Economist? And
I don't know if that's different than the past. Let's just say the time that people say they spend hanging out with friends,
they're
scrolling,
not
watching
jacking
TV.
around in the
Right. All the time people say they're just jacking around now, or going on vacation at the beach, whatever. All the leisure things, okay? All the leisure things. People, you look at that and it's more than it was before. And then when you look at the actual stuff that people get, when you look at the percentage of people, when you look at the floor space per person of living space, a really hard number. When you look at the, when you look at the any healthcare thing you want to measure that people receive, even life expectancy. We had those couple of years when life expectancy went down, but it's not as high as Europe, but it's still higher, a lot higher than it was in the 50s. And then you look at, any of those measures, you look at, almost anything, almost any hard concrete measure of what people get, the hard things you can hold in your hand, the tangible things you can hold in your hand, and your average typical American, Joe Schmo American, or your American at the 25th percentile, your working class American, has more of those things than they did when my dad was young. A lot more, just so much more. And that doesn't mean that I think that people are happy, that we've got an amazing society, that, it doesn't mean that I think that on the materialist front, we don't have a long way to go. There's plenty of problems to be solved. There's plenty of things that anger and frustrate me that I think are unfair, places where I'm really pissed about how little Americans have. There are all those for me. But yet the narrative that we're poor in the 50s can't hold up. I've looked at it so many times, so many ways. It can't hold up.
So then maybe we're looking at a different description. I'm saying for an individual to survive on their own, it's harder now than it was in 1950. To afford a house, a car, and drinking on the weekends. That is harder now for a single individual than it was in the 1950s.
But I question whether that's true because I look at the number of hours people work, which is less. And I look at, and I'm talking about all kinds of work, labor of all kinds. I look at the number of hours people work, and then I look at the number of people who have all those things, and the amount of those things that everybody has, the number of people who have them, or the amount that everybody has, all those things. And I look at people who are working less and getting more of those things. Yeah, we work less than we did, and we get more of those things than we did.
How have the hours per week changed? And it's individual hours per week, though, right? Not household.
Right. So if you look at
track,
right,
so some of us track as a household, but not individually.
That's right. If you look at like the American Time Use Survey, you ask people like how many times do you spend on
I'm surprised this guy doesn't have a made-up statistic about how working hours have actually increased.
Kind of activity, that kind of activity. And you look at the leisure. I understand that there were many people in the 50s who worked outside of the market doing extremely onerous housework and childcare. That was real. But that was work nonetheless, even if we didn't value it as we should have. And then, so now if you look at labor as the number of hours that's not spent in leisure or sleep, all right, and you call that hours worked instead of looking at the hours people work at their job, etc. But if you call labor hours the number of hours that's not leisure or sleep, okay, there's fewer labor hours now than there used to be. And people get more of the actual everything you're talking about. I can't point you to things where Americans have less of it than they used to. I can't. I mean, like only like, nature stuff. Like there's fewer people with like a woods in their backyard, right? Crime's even lower than it was before than in the 50s. Like, that crime's way lower.
Yes, we're living in a less violent time.
Less violent time, but also violence crime is actually about the same as in the 50s. But if you look at property crime, you need to ask people when's the last time someone stole something from you? When's the last time they stole your car? They broke in your house, all this stuff. Like property crime is so much lower now, not counting what gets reported, but counting who reports being victimized. Victimization surveys. The percent of people who had someone victimize them in the last year, steal their stuff, is so much lower than in the 50s.
So sorry, I'm trying
to think what do we have less of? We don't have less time. We don't have less time, and we don't have less stuff.
Well, according to Brookings, we do have less time. They actually say we have a middle class time squeeze that they put out in this August 2020 piece. They reckon that the average 2-person household spends 139 hours per week in work.
They're talking about market work, right? They're not talking about cleaning the house, doing the dishes. They're not talking about like putting the baby to bed and all that stuff. They're not talking about what I said is when you look at.
I guarantee you, he Googled. He's Googling stuff to confirm his priors. Like live debate. That's awesome. But yeah, this is like No Opinion said. It's not even like he already basically addressed everything that's going to be in the air, right? But
how much time people spend in leisure activities, it's gone way up for your average person. Even accepting the fact that there are a lot of housewives in the 50s, leisure has gone way up for your average person. Your average person just spends more time doing fun stuff or sleep, which is about the same. Pardon?
This is based on people saying responding to surveys.
That's right. American Time Use Survey. You ask people how much time did you spend this week doing this, that, and the other thing. And so people.
This discussion indirectly showed Noah Smith's dominance over Destiny. Yeah, definitely.
Well, the amount of time that people spend in leisure, in the things we'd call leisure, whether it's
not even really like indirectly
reading or watching TV, playing video games, scrolling internet, hanging with friends, blah 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 blah.
Playing with a rabbit or their cat. Playing with a rabbit or
playing with a rabbit or cat. Exactly. Has gone up since we started taking. But let me look at when that started. When
work time per household has gone up.
Only because people work less in the home and more out of the home. Only because of that.
Right. And so if you, and the interesting thing is that we haven't replaced that work though, in many cases.
Informal work has replaced formal work has replaced informal work. We're clocking hours at the job that we used to spend cleaning up around the house.
Or, I mean, I don't think most people in the middle to the bottom have a housekeeper. So either they're not cleaning their house because they don't have time.
We have machines.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think in general, like if you, for example, if you drive around my neighborhood or even my region, what you'll find is a lot of houses in disrepair, right? And it's because people don't have the time because their work hours have increased to maintain their homes, clean their gutters,
even
maintain
addressing
cars,
Noah's
clean their houses,
point.
right? So we've actually
but you
traded
had a lot of that in the 50s too. You had a ton of. I mean, I don't know how to compare. I don't have data.
I don't either.
Maybe. Yeah.
I don't know how to compare it either. What I'm saying is that we went on. Okay,
people
we're
cook,
well
now they
over
order
here,
food.
so I'm running out of your time. But
yes, I actually have to go right now.
Yeah. All right. So there you go. But
it was fun. We should do it again.
All right. Look forward to it. Well, thanks so much, Noah, for joining me. We will we'll solve this question at some point on how to reconcile people's revolutionary tendencies with economic growth.
Yeah,
and whether or not going post-industrial actually worked.
I think my final point is that people vote like casting a vote for an idiot like Donald Trump is not a revolutionary act.
Wow. See, I think it was.
That was, at best, a devolutionary act.
Well, okay. This isn't working.
Voting,
I want something
voting
else.
for a moron. There are important. It's important to ask why people did that.
Yeah.
And how we can make them not want to do things like that. But making an actual revolution takes a lot more work and risk and all that stuff and violence than pulling a lever for a moron.
Absolutely. And
the Italians voted for Berlusconi.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty simple to analyze wealth. It's really not, actually. We'll probably watch some of that tomorrow. It's actually kind of hard to do that. Because it's hard to know what assumptions to make and don't end. I kind of want to end, though. It's hard to know what there are controversial assumptions that both sides of the debate will make, and it's not a and at 3 a.m. deal. What would I do till 3 a.m.? Texas minimum wage, which barely or hasn't changed since the 90s, is $7.25. Which there's no way. Okay, do you honestly think that the minimum wage in Texas is a good indicator of like either how well the median or average American is doing, or like an indicator of like the wealth in the lower classes? There's no way you think that, right? Like, thoughts on minimum wage? I'm not like super opposed to it. I'm super strong opinions on either side. Like the evidence I've seen suggests that like in like local communities, it seems like with like relatively high labor market concentration, it seems like it, it's maybe not like the doesn't have really like that big disemployment effects, but does tend to have like at least some disemployment effects once it's relatively high. Man, this guy looks awesome. Do Americans live in Texas? Americans do in fact live in Texas, believe it or not. Shannon, wages stay stagnant and prices go up. Okay. Do you think the fact that the minimum wage has not gone up is indicative of the fact that wealth goes down? First of all, that doesn't follow. But second of all, obviously, do you think that it's better to look? Hold on. Okay. First, let's just answer this. Do you think it would be better to look at median income or the minimum wage to measure how the median American is doing? Please answer that question. I don't think a $7.25 federal minimum wage is one of the old reasons like America recovers so fast after COVID. Maybe, but I think I don't know. Like, well, I bet I think that's probably at least partly true, right? Because I think if we had like a $15 minimum wage, you definitely would not have recovered. But I think or recovered as quickly. you know, obviously the minimum wage is non-binding, right? It's like almost no one's getting paid that minimum wage anymore. So it's non-binding, doesn't actually do anything, and was not effective during COVID when the labor market was super tight. Hey, listen, Vermi, if you want to, I don't know if you have Discord, if you want to join VC, buddy, to talk about wages and whatnot, we can have that discussion. I don't really know.
On the federal levels.
Maybe we'll watch this whole thing at some point. I'm just curious what the social shit is. Just watching out. I don't want to spend another like 2 hours on stream.
Socialists on the left-hand side, of the spectrum who conversations.
How could you? The socialist wing of the party is like nobody in the government. Wait, it was kids that
in a socialist system
of organizing the economy that all of the outcomes would be far worse.
So it's a utilitarian objective. It's not like a rights-based objection, but you just think in practice it would be worse.
I think in practice it would be much worse. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And then, because I know you did this with Richard Wolff, and since I'm talking to you, maybe it'll save me some time if we go back and look at it. How the fuck does anyone run a business in a socialist system? Like, how do you have to apply for a permit or something? Like, what does that look like?
Depends. If you ask 100 socialists, you'll get 100 different answers on that. There's a lot of people that socialism is a lot like originalism. Everybody has their own variation of it. I'll just say that much. All right.
That's funny.
Have you heard of the term command economy?
Yeah.
Sure. So some socialists will say that, or maybe they'll say it's communism here, or some people say it's not communism because you can't have a council or whatever. I don't know. Some people say that in a command economy, you make what the government tells you to make, and that's it. So that's what you make. Other people say Vosh used to be like a market syndicalist or a market socialist or something, where everybody has co-ops, so you still respond to market forces. So the things that you make just depend on what customers walk in the store and buy. And then, yeah, so it's going to be some difference between these two things, but there's going to be dramatically different answers based on what somebody's concept of socialism is. Yeah.
Okay, that's helpful.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see if you want to see me and Econoboy argue about this. That's going to happen sometime next week. And if you want to tell me how dog shit my originalist positions are, I have a YouTube channel that nobody watches where I have a video explaining the case for originalism, and you can do your classic DGG level commentary there, which I'm sure I'll enjoy.
Okay. Thanks for chatting. I do appreciate it. It's been fun shouting at you.
Oh damn. Okay, I guess they didn't talk about socialism for that long. What the fuck?
Important to remember that these are happening within a liberal framework. The reason why it's important to point that out, in my opinion, is because
oh no, I guess they keep talking. Goddamn.
You start truncating them, especially in the massive and systematic way that you would.
Well, most socialists are going to agree with that outright. They'll say things like, well, in a capitalist system, the easiest example from our childhood was when people would have chronic conditions and they work for a company, and because our health insurance comes through a company before the ACA, you're kind of like fucking chained to that company forever because nobody's going to take you on a new insurance policy without it being exorbitant. But so they say things like, oh yeah, you're like enslaved to your job, you can't travel, you can't move, you can't do anything, you're locked here forever because you can't afford anything. But in a socialist world, where the working and the income is more equal or whatever bullshit, you have more freedoms to enjoy things in your life or pursue things that are individualistic, whatever bullshit. Yeah.
And this is exactly why socialists conflate negative and positive rights.
Oh my god.
The right to healthcare, that's a positive right. The right to travel, that's a positive right. Like these are all positive rights. And conflating them is very useful for socialists.
Well, I don't know if I wouldn't say these are necessarily, I don't know if we're talking about rights here. I think we're just talking about like opportunities or like protections of those positive rights, I guess.
Well, okay, like let me give you an example. Like this is a debate I had with not like a real life friend who kind of leans in this direction. So maybe it's helpful. I was making the point that Elon Musk and I enjoy the same freedom of speech. And he's like, well, that's crazy because Elon Musk has much bigger reach than you. He has so much money. He has orders of magnitude. I mean, many orders of magnitude more reach than you, and has a totally different capacity to broadcast his views than you. You do not have the same freedom of speech. It's like, no.
By the way, I'm just going to note, Vermi talking mad shit until I asked him to join the Discord. Didn't want to do that.
Freedom is the same. His capacity is different. right? And like that's the core difference. Like I'm not owed a megaphone, right?
Sure, I understand what you're saying. Like, I don't necessarily disagree with you in terms of the vocabulary, but I think most people, like, if we were to have the most hyperbolic hellscape capitalist system where 99.99% of the wealth is controlled by one guy, and all of us had one social media that we could be banned from, and we all had one car company that could disallow you as a customer, and we all, like, nobody would care that you had all the negative rights in the world if effectively you couldn't access any of the freedoms associated with those negative rights. And that's where the socialists, I think, would argue that you can have all the negative rights that you want, but it wouldn't matter if you didn't have the economic opportunity to pursue that or to do something that would allow you to enjoy that right, yeah.
That's their ultimate trick, right? That's the trick, is that they, by conflating the two, then they can say that these certain core rights, these rights, by the way, are so core that in my mind that they are like I mean, does the audience know sufficient necessary? Like
yeah, sure, yeah.
They would be the necessary foundation of a just government. Whereas, like, if your government does not have,
oh, you met Destiny yet? I think the conversation would be interesting. Technically, LOL called me out. I did call you out. You got me. I did. I mean, I've never really, like, spoken to him really. I think I like DM'd him once. I think technically we're friends on Discord. I don't know what we were talking about. Like, I think if he had, I don't know. Like, I don't know what takes you could have that, like, would make me, like, it'd have to be a pretty specific agreement or whatever. Do you want me to DM him for a comment? No, if I want to comment with him, I can DM him, right? But yeah,
of due process,
it'd have to be like a pretty specific disagreement. Like, I would not want to, like, go up there and just like chat to hang out or whatever. I feel like it'd have to be.
You're probably justified in rebelling.
If he came out as anti-shrimp welfare project or or like maybe he says some, like, a bunch of, like, inequality slop, or if he said a bunch of, like, I don't know what else.
Right, like that would be.
So, like, okay, so this is the issue. I understand what you're saying. And so this is
maybe like a bunch of anti-utilitarian slop, or a bunch of I don't know. I mean, obviously, or you're gonna agree with most things, so you'd have to say some, like, out of character things. Should you blue pill him on why redistribution isn't important? Maybe. I would have to do more reading if I were to do that. Like, I don't know how much we disagree there. What do you say when redistribution isn't important? I don't know. I guess I don't know Destiny's, like, full positions on that. I guess I almost guarantee you he does not think that inequality is intrinsically important, right? And then I guess I don't know his position on wealth inequality, but I kind of I mean, I would kind of guess that, like, you could, like, if I just, like, was like, hey, here's Austin Splinter, you'd be like, all right. So, I don't know. I don't know what else you do.
Where I would push on, like, the hardcore philosophy. So let's say that you're saying that it would be necessary to be free people to have due process, right? However, what if I pointed you to a world where in the United States of America you do have due process, but the only criminal attorneys available to you were clones of Lauren De Laguna, and all of the attorney generals in every state were the most ardent prosecutors ever. If you got charged with a crime, you're basically always going to be convicted, right? And then let's say in another country you actually had no guaranteed due process, but all of the prosecutors working there all had this very strong moral commitment to make sure they only charged people that they thought were really guilty of crimes, and they tried to be as careful as possible. When you got charged with a crime, like, you didn't have Fifth Amendment protections. You have to inform yourself, whatever, right? But let's say that, like, the difference in those two worlds pragmatically, like, the people with the less negative rights actually enjoyed the implications of that negative right more. I think that's where people are going to fight you, right? Do you understand what I'm getting at? That, like, you might have some negative freedoms entailing.
I absolutely do. And, like, it's a really interesting area, right? Because
the real life implication is a Section 230 right now, right? Where conservatives are like, fuck, this is bullshit. We actually don't have freedom of speech if we don't have a right to these social media platforms, right? But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, there's a really interesting thing where if you read the like the equivalent of the Bill of Rights from, like, the USSR era Russia, it's, like, much better than ours on paper.
Yeah, Scalia talks about this in that one thing. Yeah,
unbelievable, all the stuff they guarantee. The problem is their system of government had no structures that prevented those things from being fucking useless and ignored. Right?
Discord
so one aspect of what's important in society, the just society, is protection of negative rights. Another is limitations on government power. And, like, one thing a socialist would have to explain to me, setting aside the violent revolution point, is how the fuck do you get around the takings clause? Like, the government has to give the takings clause of the Constitution.
Okay.
The government has to give just compensation when they seize private property. Like, if you're going to seize every business in the world and redistribute it, how the fuck are you doing that?
I mean, like, Boy would just say public ownership the same way we do, like, quantitative easing right now. Like, the central bank just buys assets, right? He would just say the government should just participate in capital markets. Like,
be careful on that, because for Boy, he'll just argue that I think he almost said this. You can just print however much money you want. The government could theoretically do this very easily.
You don't even have to.
That would be the easy part. Is they could do just compensation. They would just print the money from the Treasury, Federal Reserve, and then they would dole it out to people, right?
His utilitarian argument would be that we would create the most massive inflation in history, destroy the economy, and then redistribute. I mean, I guess they could. I mean, at that point, just like maybe they have enough votes to amend the Constitution, get rid of the takings clause. So maybe that's the answer.
Sure.
But I mean, we're getting truly pie in the sky at this point.
Well, I mean, I would argue all socialism is, but yeah.
True. I mean, obviously, like, Boy says, like, in his ideal world, like, there'd be, like, 90 to 100% public ownership. Oh, thanks for me for following. Like 90 to 100% like public ownership or whatever. But I'm pretty sure he would not advocate like just for us to print a bunch of money and buy up all that stuff like right now. He would say, no, we should like have a sovereign wealth fund, and we should collect resource rents over time and like slowly, slowly buy up more and more of their economy until we have more and more public ownership, right? Yeah.
That is kind of the hallmark, yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, it should be a lot. It should be a lot of fun. The Comic seems like a nice guy. I don't
When we add more rewards, what do you mean? I have a decent number of rewards, don't I?
know him well, but he seems like a nice guy.
He is. He's a good dude. Okay. Well, hey, listen, I love you. Be careful. Have fun with your conversation.
Hey, man, always a pleasure. Hoping to do this again sometime.
Yeah, stay safe. Be careful.
Wow. Yeah, we'll be eating good with the Convoy socialist debates. You need more big money rewards? Like, do you mean things that are... Do you mean real money or do you mean channel points? I kind of assumed you meant channel points, because I have like a decent number of like Twitch channel point redeem reward things. Like more channel points? Yeah, okay. I don't know. I kind of just I have most of them like set pretty low just because people didn't like. I want people to use them, right? So, like, I think I'm not even logged in. I think I can only have 10, so. Yeah, 10 out of 10. What are they working? Why is this red? Oh, what's up, food shops? Oh shit, I got a food shops raid? Oh goddamn, thanks food shops. Hell fucking yeah. Okay, goddamn it. Wait, Metro, maybe I will keep streaming. Welcome everyone, goddamn. Thanks food shops for the raid, I appreciate it. I'm saving all my points for ad times, food shop raid? Yeah, I noticed. Okay, hold on. We will watch at least some of this bullshit then, okay? Fuck this. Except I don't care for the law stuff, okay? Fuck that shit. I care about the anti-utilitarianism slop, okay? That's what I care about. I care about the stupid natural rights stuff, and I care about the stupid Econoboy hate, alright?
So, one...
Oh shit, I went straight down, okay.
All property rights from people in America because socialism might have some kind of positive impact on the quality of life. I think there are actually these baseline rights that matter, which is why when Trump shits on the fucking First Amendment, and I apologize, I know you brought up the law firm thing. It's a piece of
this is what his and Econoboy's debate is going to be about, by the way, which is going to be so fucking annoying. I know they're going to be debating about just whether socialism is immoral on the basis of natural rights. It's going to be so fun.
Point, he's right.
So enjoyable.
It's a little delicate for me to talk about that, so I'm trying to skirt that a little bit more than I did in the past, just because I probably shouldn't talk about it as much as I was willing to. But like, there are certain
Does
things.
Ryan even know any econ? I don't want to say he knows none. Like, he has like Ryan's like a smart dude, except for the natural law stuff. Okay, I guess don't let me open YouTube. I talked to him once about the post office, and it seems like he like had some broad like intuitions, but I don't know. I want to say he like knew a ton. Okay, I might have to search a little more to find it.
That are just worth defending and worth being upset about. The direction the Democrats were taking was violating these kind of core rights and norms. I did think in a way that could hurt my kids, and in a way that just is unacceptable. Now,
just curious, just a random thing.
The Trump administration isn't violating these fucking norms, and I hope he loses for it.
Okay, sure. I'm just curious. Have you ever uttered that statement when Biden was in office that there's a thing that you probably don't feel safe or comfortable talking about anymore because it have a direct negative real-world impact on you from the administration?
Oh my God, yeah. I mean, sorry. From the administration, the comma changed it. Sorry. From the administration, no, but that's not exactly why I don't want to talk about the law firm thing. It's just that that's my world. I know these people. My comments should probably not be public on that. The
small collection of countries, pretty much all the studies that I've ever seen.
Hold on. This was me a while ago. I was talking to Soy Pill and Ryan, as well as, I forget this guy's name.
They ever were. And they're going to have these little seeds of Westernism in there. And
we started talking about the Houthis first, though. I don't know
argument.
when we started talking about the post office.
Middle nowhere. And somehow we're going to have groceries delivered to her, we're gonna, which is not by the U.S.
If getting rid of these tensions would solve the problem, or even partially solve the problem.
But also, he would kind of, not that even if he thought, economically it was sufficient or whatever, would he have to be against it anyway? Because, presumably it's going to have to be publicly funded somehow, and, that's probably going to violate someone's negative rights. Even Biden, to a more limited extent, was bombing the Houthis.
B-Band's point.
Was using the money, it's so outside the public eye until very recently that it's essentially a black box.
What do you mean? I mean, maybe the specific audits are, but all of this
legal
a lot less problem.
Right. Oh my God, kill me. Don't go fuck. Okay.
But yeah, I think during 2020 to 2024, for example, I would not have and did not go on shows like this to talk publicly about politics because I thought it would be very, very risky career-wise. That's not from the administration, so that's why I changed it when you added that. But yeah, I felt very constrained in my behavior during the Biden years.
Even though the height of all of the censorship and everything online was under Trump, and it all kind of receded under Biden. Do you acknowledge that?
Well, I think that there's the kind of censorship that I'm worried about is why I said you point out that by the administration was such a central point, was in the world that I occupied, it was there was complete groupthink on politics. In 2016 when Trump won, I won't say where I was working. It was like a day of mourning.
Exploded under Trump.
People
left
true. People didn't come back for the rest of the week. It was understood that everybody was supposed to be
resistance wokeness was
2% known conservative. There was a total uniformity of politics. Flash forward today, nobody where I work talks about politics because it's understood that there's people with different positions, and that norm is a lot better. Now, I don't know if that's because I changed where I work or just the world changed, but certainly where I was working, circa 2020, 2024. It was, there was a strong norm that if you were not espousing a strongly left-leaning view, you should probably shut up about politics. And, that I did. And I have a lot of left-leaning views, so I was happy to talk about those. But my more right-leaning or central views, I should certainly shut the fuck up about. But that's not because of the administration. That's because of the culture of political uniformity and censorship that was prevalent.
I wasn't, well, actually, I don't know if that's true. I was fucking 5 years old. Not 5 years old. I was 11 years old in 2013.
At time, at least in my experience.
Okay. I don't know where we're gonna go from here. The thing that I like, I don't know what to, I'm not sure. I just don't know. I'm so mind fucked on.
Dude, I don't remember anything that happened in 2015 other than fucking YouTube. I remember watching PewDiePie.
Everything related to this. I feel like Trump could start executing people in the street, and you would be talking to me about theoretical affirmative action that might hurt your kids in the future or something. I just don't understand. Donald Trump is, to mention the first time, Donald Trump is suing pollsters. He's suing media companies, and he's suing social media companies for kicking him off of Facebook and Twitter and everything else. And he's targeting individual lawyers and targeting law firms, and is now suing the Wall Street Journal because he doesn't like that they public. Has there ever in U.S. history been another president that has filed a civil suit while in office or out of office against a media company? Has that ever happened before? Just that thing alone?
He left out, I think, the worst First Amendment stuff, which is I forgot her name, the woman who they attempted to deport just for writing an op-ed. It was the purest freedom of speech linked to deportation you could imagine. And then in the Harvard one, where they asked for surveillance footages of all the protests going back 5 years. That's actual when you become Big Brother and you ask for the surveillance.
Okay, wow. I don't think they...
a rights-based approach to this or something like that. The difficult arguments you're going to run into is the socialist is going to flip it on you, and he's going to say, well, right now you're...
would vote yes. He would overturn that in a heartbeat. Justice Barrett decided, and there's some big that's concerned with it.
I just think socialism is a much less efficient way of organizing the economy, that all the outcomes would be far worse.
Goddamn, oh, they didn't talk about this shit at all. Goddamn, fuck me. Okay, well, fuck that then. Anyway, hold on, real quick.
Let's go
I
on.
believe I
Start
found
with the
this
first topic. I will go the same
opening
order. Miss, how do you say your last name again?
Malali, yeah.
Malali.
Yeah, so
the post
I'm
office.
someone who's generally been, I think the way I'd frame my view on the Trump administration is that I broadly support many of the goals that they seem to be aiming at. And I'm concerned that they just have a enormous propensity for stepping on rakes. And, at a certain point, you have to ask yourself, like, no matter how beautiful the
How
design,
to crack open a
house
Red
you
Bull,
wanna build
goddamn.
is, if the dude who shows up has only sledgehammers, no nails, and just does demo all day and never builds it, you got to start wondering if things are going to work out. And I think this is an example of this. Like, this is just a known goal. It's the kind of thing that is avoidable and should be avoided. It's an obvious screw up and should be treated as such. I don't know that people need to necessarily resign over it, but it is the kind of thing where there should be accountability and people should be, at the very least, owning.
It ain't even a fucking post office thing, is it? God damn it. Fuck me.
Non-fun.
I think this is pretty obviously insane. That's by statute, not
the power to create
Oh,
post office. And once the
It's literally constitutionally guaranteed that
don't get solved by the free market. And
Quiz, who was the founder of the modern conservative movement? I don't know how I would define that.
And
I don't know.
Reaching those people that can't be reached.
What do we say is a modern? What does a modern conservative mean?
That's one of those places where free market does not solve the solution to it.
Oh yeah, it's okay. There's openings. This is like the only like tangentially like econ thing I've ever seen them talk about.
thing.
Yeah, the people that back. And if we own it.
Wait. In Minecraft, obviously. In the game I'm playing on
Hiring.
The thing is, it just you look back at like the Arab Spring. It's the rule of
Okay, how do I go back to this?
Make
What the
money
fuck?
to guarantee something to someone. It is simply
And a thing that's in his tank as it was.
All right.
privatizing things that can't, with failing to privatize things that can be privatized when they can be privatized. Like when the Postal Service was founded, I would agree there was no way to run that business, and almost everybody was grandma on the mountain back in the day. Today, grandma on the mountain.
At least he accepts some role of public ownership sometimes, all right?
And solve that niche problem if you felt you needed to. But like
the idea of free market works for some things and doesn't in others. It's just tautologically incorrect. What do you mean by that? I mean, I think it's fair to say, like, obviously different types of market structures is more or less likely that sort of like a purely laissez-faire system is going to lead to the optimal outcome, right? Like, I think
what we need to do is use taxpayer money to make.
Like, I think you should always try to be working with economic forces, I would say, or like working with market forces, right? So I think like the types of policy interventions that you would want to do in a market failure would still be like still typically want them to be like relatively like market oriented things. But I think it's fair to say like we would expect like in the case of like common resources, right, where there could be like a tragedy of the commons. Okay, well, like maybe we sell, if it's a pond that it has a limited number of fish in it, and there'll be a tragedy of the commons situation if we just let anyone fish in it. Well, maybe we say we're gonna auction off the fishing licenses, right? Like I think like things like that are probably good things to do.
Regardless of cost, that solves for the 0.0% that has a specific problem. You end up inefficient for the sake of inefficient. Like
the post office doesn't use taxpayer money.
Hold on, we're gonna come back around. We're not on that.
Well, thanks, Sebastian Bean, for the sub. By the way, anyone here from Food Shops, are you rewatching your own panel? Yeah, because we were just we were looking at because Ryan is talking to Econoboy soon about socialism, and we were watching a little bit of him talk to Destiny, and then I was like, well, the only thing I've seen Ryan talk about econ-wise is the post office, and this is that panel. Anyone that came from Food Shops, make sure to smash that like and sub button. Let's fucking go if you want to get some more. If you want to purge your mind of the pointless drama shit and read some fucking papers about wealth inequality like a goat. Is a condo girl here? I don't think so.
Well, hold on. Go ahead and finish, and then we're going to go offline, then I'll open it up. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead. Finish out, right, Mr. Ryan. I would say your last name, but I'm going to butcher it every time. I think that's worse.
Yeah, no.
Too loud, I'm God. God damn it. No, it's over. No, don't leave.
Technologically, we're in a very different place with logistical companies than we were in even 20, 30 years ago. There's got to be a more efficient solution.
Thought a bit of Destiny, but the video is too long. He said 5 sentences in that debate. But they are debating capitalism versus socialism, which is the debate I actually wanted, not the stupid Destiny piece of shit I don't give a fuck about, on Thursday. And I will be reacting to that, and I will react to the Econoboy. We will be eating good, okay? We will.
And I don't think it's wrong.
Get the hardcore econ content. Let's go.
Does that mean you cut the agency tomorrow? No. But
the idea just means we should be able to nationalize certain industries, which is always worse in every case.
I think you do look.
I don't agree with that. I think like the evidence on like state ownership is like pretty mixed. I don't have a comprehensive notes on this.
Looking at options makes sense.
All right, non-fun, and then we'll open up. Go ahead.
You guys are gonna hate me. My new. Like I said, I don't have like comprehensive notes on this. I just have like a few like studies listed here, like bullet point things, and it's like mostly like mixed. This is from the SocDem library. Which industries is nationalization better? So I think there's some evidence that like utilities can do fine as like nationalized firms or whatever. Prowess, true. I think there's. Yeah, like waste services. I think there was evidence from Britain and their like privatization of sewer systems as well, and they found like the public sector was better. But there are studies that say that, like for example, this is a study on utilities in the U.S., right? And they, this found like privatizing water systems was actually good and led to less Clean Water Act violations, right? And I think also a decrease in price. I don't know if it led to a decrease in price, but there are other studies that did find it led to a decrease in price. But also studies that say the opposite kind of. So, but I don't know. I mean, you can also just have like to some extent, utilities might be a little weird for this, just because they're a natural monopoly anyway, so it might be kind of unfair. But like I mean, there's nothing stopping you from like having a state-owned enterprise that still has to compete with the private market. Now, in fairness, the state could favor the private enterprise in various ways that makes it unfair. Or if you have it in an industry that's a natural monopoly, it's kind of like unfair by nature, given the like economies of scale. Like no private company is going to be able to uproot the government-protected state-owned enterprise in a natural monopoly, right? But yeah, we have evidence that even hybrid companies owned partially by only partially state-owned, operating in competitive sectors, mining, etc., perform significantly worse than fully private ones. I mean, like, I'm not a like hardcore state ownership defender or anything. Like, if you want to, I don't know if I'm pretty sure you're in the Discord Metro. Like, link anything you got in the econ stuff. Okay, like, listen, I don't exactly like state ownership, but like, if we listen to a little more of this, I'm about to say, I would not even be like that opposed to privatizing a post office. I think new liberals gonna come out. Okay, so
yeah, we're gonna send you to Yemen.
I mean, I think the post office is more akin to like a state-owned enterprise than strictly a service. Now, because it's a state-owned enterprise, it does also have a social goal, which I do think is important and the free market fails to solve, which is delivering mail to everyone at reasonable cost. I'm less convinced of that now, by the way, just because I think real people should have to pay for their fucking lifestyle, okay? Fuck y'all, okay? I think there are probably cases where like people in the military, okay, like we can subsidize fucking people overseas military mail to their fucking family, okay? I'm fine with that, okay? Like a benefit of joining the military can be you don't have to pay to get your letter sent from Iraq to your family back home, okay? And there's probably like some minor positive externality associated with that, right? But, fuck these real people, that's all I'm saying, okay? Real people are dumb, they're wasteful, they rely on government benefits, and they don't pay shit in taxes, and they're horrible. I think that is a worthy goal, and I think it's also important for the only people worse than them are farmers. Ballot, so I can send in 20 Joe Biden ballots, obviously. Have you done any George Floyd research? Not significantly, no. And for military deliveries as well. It seems like the post office does an effective job of that. I will add, well, I do disagree with you a little, so in the other, Thorn. It is a state-owned enterprise, not necessarily service, and any monopoly rights that they do have, which I don't know, I don't remember the full extent of them, but I do believe there are places where they have like a legislative monopoly.
Priority mail.
Probably that should go
priority first class mail, yeah.
Priority, yeah. I don't think that's necessarily a good thing, but I also don't think it's hugely distortionary. But
we'll open up. There were some objections to what some people were saying, so y'all go ahead and get those objections in.
I wasn't objecting to non-fun. I was just saying I might even potentially agree that like I don't know how much a monopoly is helpful or not. I'd have to look into that specifically, whether or not it can or should be removed. But my objection was with Ryan.
Why do you hate watching Mentis Wave videos? Mentis Wave is a read. Like, first of all, most of them aren't even like fun to react to in any way. Because some of them are just stupid. Like I don't know. Like I remember someone told me to watch like his tier list video on like economic whatever stuff, and they're like, I don't have stuff to add. Have you seen George Floyd's pornos? Actually, I saw one of them. Yeah. I remember looking that up when it first came out. Yeah. Well, when it first came out, not when the video first came out. When it first came out, that he was in one or whatever. Like most of this shit is just, all that shit is just dumb. Like what am I supposed to do? Chauvin is innocent? Unlikely. It's over 100k subs. He needs pushback. There are some people who are going to push back. Dude, I have 1,000 subs, okay? So am I the one that's going to be successful in giving him pushback? Like, I don't know. And like some of these things, like, I have like decent arguments against some of these. Some of them, like, I don't exactly know like a ton about, so I never see any pushback ever. Don't you know Vosh reacted to one of his videos? So, pushback. What do you want me to? What's the what video deserves pushback? What's the what do we? I don't know, the J6 video maybe. It's just gonna be Gen 6 was fake. True. I'm not even like hardcore and error occurred. Let's go. I'm not even like hardcore committed to the claim that J6 was like like debating the semantics of whether it's like an insurrection is like kind of stupid. But
21 was a pretty stupid and pretty embarrassing display of some of the worst of humanity. Riots can be, in layman's terms, described as when a bunch of adults decide to act like toddlers throwing a temper tantrum, and the violence that ensues tend to cause hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars of property damage while accomplishing, well, absolutely nothing of note. This is one of the reasons why it's important to condemn this type of behavior on all sides of the political spectrum.
Whoa.
The vast majority of riots cause unnecessary suffering, and generally in the end, exactly what we see with the bizarre narrative of that the January 6th Capitol riot of 2021 was an actual serious coup attempt as an insurrection to overthrow the United States government. So in this video, I'm going to explain why this is an example of trying to make a mountain out of a molehill, which is an intellectually dishonest argument where events are greatly exaggerated, often as an attempt to play victim over a massively exaggerated wrongdoing in order to justify a heavily disproportionate response. The January 6th Capitol riot was many bad things, but calling it a coup is a really dishonest stretch of reality, and it's also completely inconsistent with what actually happened. First off, before we even go anywhere, we must first start with forming an honest definition of what an insurrection is. This is extremely important because I recently saw a debate where Destiny tried to argue it was an insurrection while describing it as simply disruption of the peaceful transfer of power. This is a completely nonsensical definition since
I don't think that's it. I don't think that was the definition Destiny even used for the Greenwald debate. Maybe it was. I believe Destiny used something. I believe he used like the Grayberry definition, right? Where he said like it's like the 4 components, which I'm gonna forget because I'm stupid. It's like it's like group of people preventing the execution of some official proceeding. Fuck. Graver. Evidence. Resurrection. Oops. Where are just 4 things? Kill me. Oh, an assemblage. Assemblage. I remember resisting the implementation of any law. Clear standards exist. What's the definition? Kill me. Assemblage of people, resistance to law, force or intimidation, public purpose. There we go.
technically, if the Moggots.
It's a localist Republican. Technically, he's not a Republican. He's a like localist dude. He's like a totally insane retard. Don't think I'm seriously anything he said. He don't inform his opinions on any actual like evidence or anything. He thinks that all academia is fake. He thinks that all economics is fake. He doesn't believe in a concrete scale. He believes that everyone should grow their own food. Yeah. Why is he your mod then? Just because he was here often in the early days. So, and he's still here relatively often. So I just made him a mod.
Simply went to the Capitol and loudly protested the election results and never did any proper damage or any rioting, but caused the vote count to be delayed for a few minutes due to them being annoying, then technically that would also still count as an insurrection. This was the main mistake.
I don't think that wouldn't count as an insurrection under Graber definition, right? That wouldn't really be using. I don't think that would count as like the force and intimidation thing, and it probably wouldn't reach the threshold for like preventing the implementation of whatever law.
This debate with Destiny was that she allowed him to get away with this crazy definition that basically lets him call.
But also the more important, like the riot could have not happened on January 6th, and like maybe you could say it's not an insurrection then because it wasn't violent, but like clearly we're still an attempt to overturn the election illegally, like that.
January 6th, an insurrection, even if the only thing the Trumpies did was stand there with their Trump signs and seethe. In fact, pretty much any protest or riot about the election results, such as the leftist Antifa riots that happened during Trump's term, could also be subjectively argued to be a disruption of the peaceful transfer of power. How about Russian collusion, which turned out to be a giant nothing burger, or as the Mueller report specifically stated, did not establish that members of the Trump campaign conspired.
Democrats lost all credibility. They played cry bully during J6, but George Floyd, they repost riots to the voice of the unheard and covering up the riots, mostly peaceful protests. So, like, by definition, obviously, it was just like factually true that like most of the BLM protests were peaceful, right? It's something like 97% of the protests were peaceful. That's what Democrats meant by mostly peaceful. I'm not sure who exactly did the riots or the unheard thing, right? I don't think many Democratic politicians did it. I'm sure some weird, crazy people on the left did it or whatever. And I'm not even committed to the claim that like you couldn't define any of the January 6th, BLM riots as like an insurrection. Like I think I don't think it's totally unfair to consider like Chaz Chop thing like a type of insurrection, but also like the consequences of that insurrection are a lot worse than the consequences of Jan 6, right? Like this was an attempt to overturn the election. I understand that you think the election was stolen, so you don't care, but the like BLM stuff was just like we want to get fucking defund the Seattle Police Department, right? Like.
Were coordinated with the Russian government in its election interference activities, which is completely the opposite of many DNC claims, as well as the sophistry we saw in the media surrounding.
But he thinks the election was stolen? Yep.
So by this definition, the DNC's Russia hoax also counts as a coup. So are all of them also disqualified? Established that members of the Trump campaign conspired or coordinated with the Russian government in its election interference activities.
Yes.
Which is completely the opposite of many DNC claims, as well as the sophistry we saw in the media surrounding it. So by this definition, the DNC...
Which were, first of all, a lot of those were like before the report conclusion, right? I don't know if we're taking those, but like there definitely was an open question as to whether Trump colluded with Russia prior to the like Mueller report being released. And the Mueller report did find that Russia tried to interfere in the election. They just didn't find any conclusive proof that Trump himself coordinated with Russia. Like
DNC's Russia hoax.
I wish you would debate Mentis Wave and Prax Bennett. I don't even think Mentis Wave does debates. I'm open to talking to Prax Bennett at some point. I don't know exactly what we were talking about, but
so counts as a coup. So are all of them also disqualified from running in future elections? You can see how a subjective definition like this can quickly spiral out of control. So what would be a more honest definition of insurrection? Well, considering the fact that people, including Destiny, are trying to use this as justification for why the Trump store should not be allowed to run again, it probably makes the most sense to use the definition that is closely tied to their justification, which is the 14th Amendment, Section 3, which states that no one who has previously held office and engaged in insurrection against the United States can hold office again, which many of the people pushing the insurrection narrative are trying to call upon to justify barring Trump from rerunning for president. Now, this amendment was back in 1868, largely with the Civil War in mind. So the honest thing to do would be to use the definition of coup and insurrection that closely aligns with what they were thinking of at that time period, which is, of course, is a literal armed rebellion against the United States government in an attempt to actually overthrow it, not just...
No? So rebellion is obviously a lot worse than insurrection? The fact that you're using the term rebellion seems to be evidence of the fact that it's not the same thing as an insurrection, right? Like usually, like a rebellion... It like might start with an act of insurrection, right? But like rebellion holistically is like a whole lot worse than like an insurrection, right? And I do think like I'm not entirely informed on like the historical definition of like insurrection or whatever that was closely aligned at this time or whatever. But I don't think it's true that the only thing they had in mind was like the Civil War or whatever. So I don't know exactly like what I would look up to find this stuff because like I said I don't bother debating like. I don't really care if it's like an insurrection or if it's just Donald Trump to try to overturn the election illegally and there was with a riot like oh man you got me there buddy but I don't think that's true. How many acts of rebellion happened during the American Revolution? Non-fun. I am not localist. That's obviously retarded. I understand the American Revolution was a revolution. The war was an act of rebellion. Like obviously there obviously cases of insurrection against the British government in the American Revolution, right? Like prior to the war even like officially starting. That insurrections can be based. I understand that you think January 6th is based because you think the election was stolen. Doesn't make it like not an insurrection or not like a bad thing to do based on the fact that the election wasn't stolen. But
concede about it. So what do you think they had in mind when writing this amendment? Well, the armed organized rebellion that was the Civil War, obviously. Or a hypothetical riot over election results? Yeah, like I said, molehill. And the Webster's Dictionary definition when looked at honestly reflects this. An act or instance of revolting against civil authority or an established government. With revolt clearly meaning an armed uprising. This reveals the first major fallacy of the insurrection narrative, equivocation. They are trying to use the definition of insurrection as imagined by people in the age of the Civil War, an actual real armed rebellion, and implying that it carries the same connotations as this new made-up definition of insurrection, or simply disrupting the democratic process counts as insurrection. This is both completely ridiculous and extremely dishonest, because it completely ignores the context of which the 14th Amendment was written. Well, since they...
Due to your traitor to the U.S., if you think Jason was justified, real truth nuke, why is this guy here? He's dumb. Was there any chance Trump would actually believe Capitol riots would succeed or having any effect? I think he was just making. I think he was just making. To be honest, I don't know what you mean by just making. I think. I don't know. I think he thought there was a decent chance that like he could get the. I don't think he like thought Mike Pence would fucking die or anything. Oh, Maulding, yeah. I think based on what like Eastman told Eastman and like people like Kenneth Chesbrough and Jim Troupis told Donald Trump, I think there's a decent chance that Trump did think that like if he delayed the certification of the vote, it is possible that he could have he'd convince Pence to try to turn the election to him, right?
They want to compare this to the third section of that amendment so badly. Let's just...
I don't know though. It's hard to read his mind, but kind of pretty bad either way.
Compare the two events. So in the American Civil War of 1861 to 1865, on the Confederate side, there was a fighting force of about 1 million, nearly all of them armed, directly caused the deaths of about 365,000 members of the U.S. North, and cost 2 years' worth of GDP and expenditures. And in the Great Q Boomer Freakout of January 6, 2021, there was an estimated 10,000 to 80,000 protest participants, with those who can be argued to be rioters estimated at over 2,000. The overwhelming majority brought protest signs and no guns. 5 deaths, with the only gunshot death being Ashley Babbitt, one of the rioters. Wow. It cost about $2,700,000 in damage. Yeah, when you place the molehill and mountain right next to each other, the utter insanity of this equivocation really lays itself bare. And it really puts the nail in the coffin of this insurrection molehilling, is that these stats of January 6 are even less damage than many of the BLM riots. The George Floyd protests, for instance, had 9.
Bro, great analysis. Obviously, so first of all, January 6th was one day. It was one event. It was one riot. I don't know why we're comparing it to the entirety of the Civil War and the entirety of BLM when obviously, like, the Civil War was a fucking war and BLM was a, like, whole, like, nationwide, like, movement and had, there were multiple riots in multiple places. I think, like I said, I think you could even argue that some of the riots did meet some standard of insurrection, right? I think there are people who say, like, people who argue, like, oh, it's, like the CHOP insurrection or whatever, if that is to be found as an insurrection, was probably an insurrection closer aligned to, like, an insurrection against, like, the state government rather than the federal government. But, again, the consequences of, even if we can see that, like, some BLM riots were insurrection, obviously the consequences of it would be significantly less bad than the consequences of January 6th, if January 6th succeeded, right? Like, this was an attempt to overturn the election. They were there to delay the certification of the vote.
Confirmed deaths and over $500 million in property damage costs. This also calls into question another big problem with the January 6th insurrection narratives. If the MAGA was really intended to overthrow the U.S. government and forcibly install Donald Trump as some kind of permanent dictator or whatever, why the heck did most of them just bring pro-Trump protesting signs instead of their AR-15s? I know this might seem like an obvious argument to point out, but the biggest evidence that it wasn't an insurrection is...
What about obviously the people had to get through the security clearance, right? Like Trump literally had the magnometers or whatever, and he wanted the Secret Service to take them down because he said, you can get rid of the magnometers. They're not here to hurt me. Like, oh my God. Do you admit George Floyd riots, which spanned across multiple places and were far bigger in scale and devastating than J6, which was literally nothing? What do you mean by that? Nafan, do you agree that everybody who thinks J6 is justified and would commit future J6 for their dear leader should be arrested in jail? Yes, obviously, Metro. I don't know what you mean by Localist, do you admit George Floyd riots, which spanned across multiple places and were far bigger in scale and devastating than Gen 6, which was literally nothing? I think you're missing a word. You're missing, like, do you admit that it was worse because blah, 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 blah. Gen 6 had no goal. What do you think, Localist, what did Trump want Mike Pence to do on January 6th? It was a protest turned riot because of very weak security. So true. Even if it succeeded, nothing would have happened. So true.
Is honestly just the fact that if you look at the pictures and watch the footage, it's just blatantly not an insurrection. And they're telling you to don't believe your lying eyes.
Yes, they let them in. True. Let's go. Don't look at the videos of people breaking down the windows.
Who, as we all know, have an excellent track record for their honesty. Seriously though, Trump supporters are some of the biggest rifle owners in the United States, and yet instead of coming armed with them and ready to open fire on Congress, they instead just kind of screamed and looted and bashed random parts of the property with their...
Metro, I've had a number of debates with Localist. It's
Trump signs while wearing funny hats. And yet we are
Localist doesn't debate people unless he's drunk, and he never says anything interesting. Localist, to be clear, it doesn't matter what I say to localists, because localists say, if I could prove everything about January 6th, localists just say January 6th was based. Like, localist is fundamentally un-American. He doesn't, like, localist, you don't want the federal government to even exist, right? Like, you think America would be better, strictly speaking, if, like, the country literally didn't exist and it was just, like, states running things, right? Like, you don't even want America to exist.
Of thousands of people with the full intent of a coup to overthrow the government did this instead of bringing their rifles. Sure, some of them were found
American, you aren't
have some
true.
concealed handguns on them or whatever, but not any more than what you expect from Trump supporters just randomly walking around in the streets. So that's a cope. The reality is the journalists pointing this out are just avoiding admitting the reality that the total firearm deaths caused by the Trumpers was 0. Yeah, not even 1. That's not a number you see in an actual serious attempt at an insurrection. If 40,000 or so Trump supporters actually wanted to commit an actual armed insurrection to actually overthrow the US government, there is no way, no snowball stance in hell, that their firearm deaths caused would be 0. And I pointed this out to a few people before. The response I got was just because the insurrection was carried out unsuccessfully and incompetently doesn't mean it wasn't an insurrection. But this is just a ridiculous circular argument. Anything can be argued to be an insurrection attempt if you go by solipsistic reasoning like that. For example, say someone walks by the U.S.
Why are we ignoring the whole... Okay, you don't... Obviously, the scale of violence needed is... It depends on the, like... what's the term? It depends on, like, the underlying plan. So, if you have no... Like, if you just wanted to... Like, let's say it's not even an election year. If you just wanted to overthrow the government when there's no election or anything... You would need a fuck ton of people to, like, literally storm all these buildings and take over the government, right? If you're doing it as Trump did it during an election year where he had false slates of electors and he had a crackpot legal theory saying that he could have, his alternate slates of electors send the election back to the states based on the fact that there are 2 competing slates of electors, then the underlying violence needed, or the scale of violence needed is a lot less. Because you have the underlying plan. You just need pressure from Mike Pence to go along with it. You just need to delay the certification to vote if he refuses to go along with it, right? Like, yeah. Oh, it's possible to have an insurrection without deaths. It is really stupid. I'm pretty sure there have been insurrections like that in the past. Yeah, almost certainly, but yeah.
U.S. Capitol and drops an apple on the ground. Stop right there, evildoer. You are engaged in insurrection against the United States.
January 6th legal theory. It's not January 6th protest. I agree. Remember at the start of this video when I said I could imagine the January 6th riot didn't happen at all, and January 6th would still be, like, really bad. What Trump asked Mike Pence to do and all the elector shit was, like, bad, was, like, horrible, was, like, I don't think it can be an insurrection with, like, no violence at all. But, like, that was still a really fucked up, anti-democratic, horrible, evil thing to do.
States government. But all I did was drop an apple. Aha, well, just because you did it incompetently and were unsuccessful doesn't mean you didn't try to commit an insurrection against the United States government.
Incredible level of argument we got from
insurrection. If you assume that it was an insurrection, you can then just use anything that they do under any circumstances as proof that it was an insurrection in order to prove that it was an insurrection by assuming it was an insurrection. This is a particular type of...
Capitol had reasonable security. There be no Gen 6. That's the true, buddy. Yes.
Circular argument is a Kafka trap. Now, of course, there is a massive gish gallop out there of other reasons for why it was an insurrection.
That's clearly what
it's been generated by the media, the January 6th committee, and that sham Soviet show trial. I've read through a lot of them and found nothing convincing. In fact, just the opposite. The idiotic and dishonest reasons I've seen only further prove that they're really just making a mountain out of a molehill, since the vast majority of them amount to meaningless nitpicks and similar dishonest definitions of what an insurrection is, and of course, terminal Trump derangement syndrome. Obviously, I can't touch on all of these reasons in a 10 to 15 minute mud video, so what I'll do instead to top this off is I'll just focus on a few of the other arguments Destiny made in his debate with Iden. The first of these is only taking Trump literally when it suited his position. Destiny takes Trump literally when Trump says fight like hell, but ignored him when Trump told the January 6th crowd to peacefully and patriotically make their voices heard.
Yes! Maybe when I take one single comment. Oh my god.
It's impossible, of course, to know whether Trump himself actually believed anything he was saying without magical mind reading powers, but you can't prove an insurrection based on unfalsifiable mind reading again. And challenging the election results and claiming voter fraud doesn't fit the proper definition of insurrection either. If Trump was incorrect about those things, then it just means that what he was doing was stupid and wrong. And you can argue about that all you want, but it's a discussion for another day. Alas, everyone...
Incredible. Okay, stupid and wrong is kind of a equivocation there, but okay, that's awesome. Obviously, it meant his wave is, taking one single peaceful patriotic quote when a lot of the rest of that ellipse speech was pretty inflammatory, right? And they had all been here's the big thing. Donald Trump started calling people to go to the Capitol on December 19th, 3 days after he had a meeting with Kenneth Chesebro and it was either Kenneth Chesebro and John Eastman or Kenneth Chesebro and Jim Troupis, where they said to him, January 6th is the real deadline for this for the trying to get you installed as president again, right? So it's kind of seems like they wanted him there. He wanted them there on January 6th for a reason, right? Why? Everything in the lead up was him asking people to be there, but okay.
Knows that the word fight.
Asking people to be there on that day based on lies that him and his team came up with, so they could delay certification vote. Seems likely that that's the case.
doesn't automatically imply violence. Fight is used in sports, video games, and just about every other competition. People use fight in hyperbole all the time. To imply that phrase proves intent of insurrection is just insanely bad faith. The second is being wrong on riot control. Destiny was superficially correct that yes, police defending a building from rioters do need to occasionally retreat to a more defensible position. And yes, some of the rioters can be seen in footage pushing against the cops outside the building. However, the flaw in Destiny's logic lies in the simple fact that at no point does it make any sense to let them into said building. Having watched some of the Portland, Oregon riots in person and having physically witnessed how riot control works, you generally chaperone them away from what you're trying to protect. You definitely don't chaperone them into it.
They were trying to protect senators. They were sending them to like evacuate parts of the building, right?
It's obviously not easier to defend the Capitol against being infested with rioters by letting said rioters infest the Capitol. That is just an insane argument to make. Now, it would be a different story, of course, if the Trumpies were brandishing guns and forcing the cops to let them in at gunpoint. And sure, I suppose that may be a case where it would make sense. But if you watch the video of the event, it becomes blatantly obvious that the exact opposite happened. Cops appear completely nonchalant as people calmly walk by with American flags and Trump signs. No guns. To say that the police are being forced by the rioters to do this is just pure gaslighting. But don't take my word for it. I'll link some additional footage in my sources list in the description below, and you can be the judge. The third error was just inconsistent reasoning from Destiny about the numbers. He implied there was not a significant pushback from the cops because they only shot one person when Iden complained about them shooting Ashley Babbitt. Technically, though, Destiny was correct on his point because only shooting one person in a small hallway isn't really that much of a deterrence. The problem is it was also a fallacy of double standards. Why is it okay to point out the low numbers on the side of those defending the Capitol on January 6th to prove a point about the force being utilized, but also okay to completely ignore the fact that the numbers from the Trump side were also low, which, by the way, need I remind you, the number of people that got shot and killed was a nice big fat zero. Such insurrection, much wow. But in conclusion, the main problem overall with the January 6th was an insurrection narrative mainly boils down to the severely flawed definition of insurrection being used by all the sophists out there. I know that makes things boring since it's effectively just semantics, but that really is the main error in this narrative. If you want to discuss whether or not a bad thing occurred, the most important thing is to clearly define what that bad thing specifically is. And if you want to call upon a law written over 100 years ago to make your case, you need to make a good faith attempt to understand the meaning of the words as they were written and intended by those who wrote them. Anything else
Oh, so like the summary shit? Kill me. I mean, yeah, I mean, obviously, Jack Smith, special counsel, deep state, bullshit, obviously, but, you know, also determined there was reasonable arguments to be made that Trump's alleged speech incited a violence at the Capitol on January 6th and satisfied the Supreme Court standard for incitement under Brandenburg v. Ohio, holding the First Amendment does not protect advocacy directed to inciting and producing imminent lawless action and likely to incite or produce lawless action, particularly when the speech is viewed in the context of Mr. Trump's lengthy and deceitful voter fraud narrative that came before it. For example, evidence established that the violence was foreseeable to Mr. Trump, that he caused it, that it was beneficial to his plan to interfere with certification, and that when it occurred, he made a conscious choice to not stop it and instead leverage it for more delay. But he often did not develop direct evidence, such as an explicit admission or communications with co-conspirators of Mr. Trump's subjective intent to cause the full scope of violence that occurred on January 6th. Therefore, in the light of the other powerful charges available, the office recognized that the Brandenburg standard is a rigorous one. See, blah, 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 blah. Speech, where it is. Speech delivered in passionate atmosphere that referenced possibility that necks would be broken and violators of boycott would be disciplined did not satisfy the Brandenburg standard. It concluded that pursuing incitement to insurrection charge was unnecessary. Where can I watch Localist Not Fun Debate? I think I only have one of them uploaded. A lot of them happen at like 3 a.m. just like in my Discord. They're not recorded or anything.
Is pure 100% sophistry. The harsh truth is, if you were to resurrect the Congress of 1868 and ask them if challenging an election result or protesting votes you believe to be fraudulent counts as what they meant by insurrection when writing the 14th Amendment, chances are pretty good that they're going to look at you like you are some kind of clown. And that's what this narrative is really all about. It's another manifestation of a clown world where objective truth does not exist, and thus every minor wrongdoing can be argued to be the worst, horrible, big mountain thing ever by simply torturing definitions and shifting goalposts until you get your way. I am not a Republican, but it is blatantly obvious that the Democrats here are simply engaging in semantical word games to redefine what happened in a context that allows them to ban their current 2024 election frontrunner opponent from the ballot. It's pathetic, and everyone with a shred of intellectual integrity can see it. Anyways, that's all for now. Thanks for watching.
Okay, well. No plan, or sorry, no target a plan or anything other than the riot, which is clearly the most of January 6th. It's just a riot, whatever. Okay, great. This guy think that an attempted insurrection didn't manage to become violent or result in death could ever be considered an insurrection by the same reasoning. I think basically, I don't know. I think he would say that it wouldn't, right? I think it would. I think he's using a very unreasonably high standard. He's like literally using the definition of rebellion. It's dumb, but like, whatever. Like, I don't know. Most of this shit is stupid. Is it like level, like, what? I don't even want to say level 1. Some of them are probably like level 2 or whatever. Oh yeah, this shit. I remember watching this video. this shit was dumb. I believe he's like, oh, leftists say tariff lay bad, but if leftists consider lay other taxes lay bad?
Actually bad. For example, look at this clip from Destiny.
Tariff relief. When people try something repeatedly and it still doesn't work, they should stop doing it, especially when the consequences turn out to be just what...
Not funny, rebellion has a specific legal and historical definition that you can easily find. Why is that relevant to what I said?
Conservative economists have long predicted they would be. With tariffs, the proper reform is not only to get rid of the individual tariffs that have backfired, but also to build institutional safeguards against future abuse. We are 5 years into the biggest experiment with tariffs since the Great Depression, and the results are in. The new tariffs raise consumer prices for ordinary Americans by about $1,200 per household every year and benefit only a small number of special interests. Yes, this is what tariffs do. Even Project 2025 people realize this.
Now, you may have noticed that Destiny said even the Project 2025 people realize this, as if a dislike of tariffs haven't been a...
January 6 fighters wanted to seize government. The Proud Boys did, right? They did have their plan 1776 or whatever, where they wanted to occupy the Capitol building for like a few weeks or whatever. But I think Trump was really just like using them to delay certification because he wanted to get more time to have Pence on board with his plan.
Position for a very, very, very long time. It's like he's pretending that this is some kind of leftist principled position, and yet we can very clearly see that it's not. Because Destiny, again, the same guy later tweets this little cringe video from Arnold Schwarzenegger about why taxing the rich is totally good. It's not a punishment. It totally works. It just does, man. Which makes absolutely no sense because they're bad for the same reason. Tariffs get passed to the consumer for the same reason. Taxing the rich gets passed.
I have a very good understanding of tax incidence. Yes.
The consumer. In fact, pretty much.
Yes.
All versions of taxation.
In fairness, I don't think the consumer tax argument, the consumer price argument is like the best argument against tariffs. Like the deadweight loss does not come from higher prices because higher prices are just like a transfer from consumer surplus to producer surplus. The inefficiencies come from the fact that people build plants in suboptimal locations, and we're just overall using more resources to get the same result, right? Like,
and eventually get passed to the consumer, to be honest. That's the problem. What taxation does is it extracts money from the free market and it gives it to the government. And it has been proven time and time again that the government spends that money less efficiently than the private sector does. That's all.
Yes, let's go. Yes, Wikipedia. Wow. Removal of an activity from the private sector to the public sector will double its unit cost of production. Incredible. I'm very intelligent. Only Israel's taken organized institutional steps to secure the blind Calais shrimp from extinction based.
That's a lot of what Doge has actually been uncovering lately. This discovery that much of our...
Why are you up so late, young man? Because I got a food shops raid, and I figured I'd take advantage of the viewership.
Tax dollars really doesn't actually benefit us at all. It just goes for things like paying for DNC influence peddling, such as in the case of USAID. And thus, the logic flow...
Yes! That's the only thing USAID did. Yes, true. That's the biggest thing they did. That's, that's actually the best thing they did. Foreign aid programs that saved, like, millions of lives. That was the cringe stuff. I think the democratic messaging stuff was the base thing they did.
The principled argument flows that therefore taxation should be reduced as much as we possibly can reduce it until we can reach a point where taxation is no longer necessary for society to function, period. And that is the logical conclusion that libertarians take with taxation. Taxation is theft from the productive sectors of the economy to non-productive sectors of the economy. The absolute best case scenario argument you can possibly put forth in favor of taxation is therefore trying to claim that it is a necessary evil. Whether or not the self-made man exists is in fact completely irrelevant to the taxation question. The hammer will fall.
I mean, so I don't think that, like, I would agree to some extent the necessary evil argument is like a like that can be a decent argument, but like obviously we would imagine for one, like there could just be like externality taxes. The soy pill sent me hello non-fonda hi chat. What's up, Rosh? Hell fucking yeah. Based. All right. I'm not too much right now. Chilling. But obviously, like we would imagine. I had maybe meant this way for some bullshit objection to this, but like. Like externality taxes, probably like strictly speaking, are like efficient, right? Like even if you consider them theft or whatever, like they're not like unproductive taxes, right? Same thing with some types of like land rents or resource rents, right? Like maybe practically you can have more objections to those than like some externality taxes or whatever. But there's, there's that obviously. And like obviously, I understand Mentis would have all this bullshit shit to public ownership. That's why talking to libertarians is not interesting. All his random objections to public ownership and bullshit, but like obviously like it's okay that a tax causes some deadweight loss if it funds, for example, like maybe fire departments are just like a good thing to fund. Like maybe that's just like a net benefit to fund, and that's something the private market fails to provide, or fails to provide equitable access to, at least. We must create this welfare state for shrimp. True, it's just that shrimpful. This is true. We should redirect 10% of our the money we spend on income security and welfare and give it to the shrimp, unironically based.
wherever, regardless of whether it's the rich being taxed or tariffs being imposed on trade. And so while normally leftists suddenly making arguments against certain forms of taxation would be considered a good thing, the unfortunate reality is they clearly don't actually believe the arguments that they're making. They're just butthurt that it's coming from a guy that they don't like in the White House. Because let's just be totally honest for a moment. If it was still Biden or
even libertarians, you believe tariffs would be way worse than just an income tax? Well, yeah, I mean, that, like, obviously, I mean, I understand the arguments you're making, but, like, obviously, even if you think that all taxes are bad, you still, like, favor some taxes over the other. But, yeah, especially if you are an Austrian, it could affect free trade while running global supply chains, yeah. My mechanic told me my brakes were failing, so I fired him for trying to rig my car against me face. When a principle push the whole world closer to protectionism on target, yeah. I mean, like, tariffs are, now some people say Trump is epically owned the economists and disproved this because he got Europe to not impose taxes on us and Japan not impose tariffs on us or whatever. But, like, you know, obviously part of the reason that tariffs are bad is because like they invite retaliation, right? Which, you know, hurts your exports, right? So, like, even it, and not, I mean, tariffs probably do hurt exports on their own, by the way, but even if they have like the same amount of deadweight losses like income tax has, which they might, I think I saw one estimate with Tax Foundation that they did, considering the retaliation, probably make them worse. Taxation is definitely gay, and most federal spending is retarded and illegal. True. I like this quote. Repeal the 21st, it's true. It's the libertarian who is committed to the grand claim that for some reason intervention must always be avoided. The piecemeal social engineer, as Popper called the interventionist, can concede a presumption in favor of private property, while reserving the right to whittle away at its excesses by means of state action. She faces no obligation to disprove the overall utility of property rights. The utilitarian libertarian, however, is obliged to show that the utility property rights is so nearly universal that all government intervention with them is bound to fail when judged against the standard of human happiness.
Was Kamala, and either of them were
how many trillions missing from DoD? Not nearly as many as you think, because there are, you know, they explain the reasons that they failed the audit or whatever. It's like outdated technology. You know, they just say we can't like 100% track this money just, you know, because the computer systems are all outdated and no one knows how to fucking use them. But it's not 20 trillion. We don't spend 20 trillion over what time span?
Trying to implement tariffs, and they use
there's a double counting in that, by the way, too. Like that, that's part of the because it's, you know, they have multiple like overlapping systems and they can't like fully track everything. And like, you know, it's bad, but it's not like not like it's missing. There's a double counting of that figure you're citing, because some systems will track, you know, the same thing and record it twice. And B, it's not missing. We just like don't know for sure where it went. Like it's but it legitimately like went to buy something for the military.
Yeah. It's a more leftist argument, like tariffs are a way to get international rich big companies to pay their fair share. Let's not kid ourselves. The same lefties would absolutely be simping for these tariffs. Yeah, man, tax the big corporations totally won't just get passed down to the consumer. That is absolutely the argument that they'd be making. And we know that they would make
that argument because
they still make the argument. Ask any of them to extend the same logic against tariffs to taxing the rich, and they will immediately go back on their argument, because they again don't actually believe it. In other words, they're unironically trying to argue that tax incidence either magically stops existing or magically starts existing, depending entirely on whether or not it suits their political narrative for the moment. And we can really see that this is in fact the fallacy that they're going for. For example,
obviously would have meant like there's no way. There's meant to believe that like a capital gains tax, which I don't even really like a capital gains tax, by the way, that has the same incidence on consumers as a tariff does. We don't think that the capital gains tax probably hurts shareholders more than a tariff does, but okay.
Example, take a look at this post from SDL. Trump has repeatedly suggested that income tax should be abolished and replaced with tariffs. That would destroy the U.S. economy. Rising prices would reduce incomes by 5% on average, 8% for poorest Americans, and would benefit the rich and minority. And then he has this nifty little graph. Now, when you actually look at this graph and look at the study and read the study, you'll quickly find out that there's a very big problem with SDL's reasoning here. Let's look at the study. Can you spot the issue here? Oh, it says right here that tax cuts are assumed to only affect those paying positive federal income taxes. In other words, the reasoning assumes that, again, tax incidence doesn't exist for taxing the rich. It's just the rich that pays those taxes, because tax incidence magically does not exist when it...
Donald Trump telling his Jewish donors that his supporters are starting to hate Israel. I did see that. I didn't know for sure if that was true. I feel like it probably is, but I don't know what you want me to. I just think it's funny that he's in that position now. Was cooperated base. Let's go. I think it's funny to watch the division between the Big Beautiful Bill supporters and the Elon Big Beautiful Bill detractors, okay, and the Israel supporters and Israel detractors, and the I guess Epstein file truthers and the Epstein file cucks. Okay, like it's a fun time. It's a fun time. None of those issues are like particularly important to me. I guess insofar, Israel's probably most important to me, right? So I guess insofar as Trump feels constrained by his base as to how much he can support Israel, like that's a good thing. But I also just don't think he cares that much. So
it comes to the topic of taxing the rich. And then by the same magical phenomenon, tax incidence magically becomes a real economic phenomenon when we're talking about tariffs. This is some incredibly flawed reasoning here. And it's kind of sad because the Peterson Institute for International Economics has actually in the past put out some decent studies, but this one is a pretty solid L. For example, it makes the assumption that you can't replace the income.
Why do libertarians think charity is a replacement for welfare? Because they think the private thing does everything better and welfare is theft. Like taxes are theft and welfare makes people dependent and charities don't. I don't know. Like I think there's some research that like private charities probably have like less administrative costs and probably like get more to people. But like if you look at it, like I don't know, like charity has only ever been like 2% of GDP, right? And that's pretty consistent. That like even the most like altruistic giving nations only give about 2% of GDP to like welfare spending, and like but we spend like 20% of GDP. It's not quite that high, but like a decent amount of GDP. Actually, it might be closer to 20% on like social services in the U.S. right now.
Tax with tariffs because that's not enough money coming in. Okay, hear me out. Protectionism isn't good, but there's a very simple way that you can replace the income tax with protectionism and have it be at least better than the current status quo. What if you replace the income tax with tariffs, but then reduce government spending by that amount and reduce the government agencies by that?
I know, look, welfare is a band-aid and we really need everyone to grow their own food.
By utilizing the FUERA strategy, popularized by Javier Milei. It's like they're completely missing the point of this suggestion of replacing the income tax with tariffs.
Didn't I just explain that to you?
It's not about thinking...
Still waiting for you to join a Discord, buddy. But
that tariffs are better than...
What are you questioning, Ross? Are you questioning what localist believes?
Income tax. Because honestly, they're...
So why don't libertarians look at Somalia? They pay labor fed. They don't have any tax enforcement, and the law is basically NAP. Well, it depends on the type of libertarian, right? I think they would say... Like some of them would say, oh, you still need a limited government to actually protect and enforce negative rights. And then other people would say... I actually don't know like what Fabian Liberty would say, but I don't know. He could probably just be like, oh, instability in war caused by U.S. intervention and therefore not good example. Bro literally said, what if we replace income tax with tariffs? Well, yeah, that's what Trump was floating at one point. I don't think he ever seriously thought that could happen, but that's what got him elected.
They're both bad. It's about reducing the size and scope of government. And again, assuming that this only affects net taxpayers, but then correctly identifying that tariffs do get passed down to the consumer is just ridiculous.
In favor of an NIT base. Oh my.
Tax incidence is a thing for both the income tax and for tariffs. Income taxes can also get passed down to the consumer just the same. But the point I'm really making here is that this is actually all part of a much bigger scam. And people on the libertarian right need to especially be aware of this scam, because I'm seeing some libertarians come with a really bad...
I understand you can't grasp economies of scale.
Strategy of thinking that the correct way to deal with this current narrative going around is to join the leftists who are speaking out against why tariffs are bad in attacking the conservative Republicans who are supporting Trump in the tariffs. And I don't really think that's something that we should be doing, because again, the leftoids don't really actually believe the arguments that they're making. And if you look into a lot of Republicans, you'll find out that a lot of them actually do know why tariffs aren't actually good. A lot of Republicans are fully aware of the fact that tariffs get passed down to the consumer, and they'll instead make the defense that Trump is just using the tariffs as a way of getting other countries to do what he...
I've had this conversation with Localist 20 times. If Localist wants to have some specific conversation, I can, but it's 3 a.m. Yeah, he's running. Yeah, Localist, like I said, Localist only debates people when he's drunk and doesn't want to do shit.
So correct libertarian strategy would actually be to call out the inconsistency. Tell the far left to extend the same logic against tariffs to taxing the rich and other tax programs that they want. Call out their lies. Just because they appear to be using an argument that we sort of agree with doesn't really mean that they actually believe that argument. It doesn't mean that they've suddenly become libertarian. They're just butthurt over the fact that Orange Man is in office. They would absolutely be defending tariffs if Kamala had won and Kamala decided to start doing tariffs. As evidenced by the fact that their current reasoning on tariffs and taxation is just completely inconsistent and totally self-contradictory. And so those of us on the libertarian right should be calling out those contradictions and calling out the hypocrisy, and using it to prove that they don't really understand or believe what they're saying. And for Republicans, we really just need to keep explaining to them why protectionism isn't actually good, and that the only effective idea of this strategy that Trump seems to be going with would only really make sense if he also greatly reduced the function of government. Both protectionism and income taxes are bad, but if Trump were to remove the...
Why did DOD not put in place a system to make sure everything is accountable? I believe they've tried before, but I don't know. It's like hard to do. Like, it costs money to do, and like it's hard to do, especially because like all these fucking systems are like super outdated and a bunch of like bullshit. Hard to do. Yeah, believe it or not. Sometimes when government, like a lot of government computers still run on, what's that like old? It's like a super old programming language. Is it just BASIC that like 5 people in the fucking world know how to code in, right? And like it's hard to like port all these things over. And in the meantime, there'll probably be some issues while they're trying to port everything over, and they don't want to lose data if it goes wrong and shit like that. DoD is also hugely dependent on contractors, which probably doesn't help. Well, I mean, that's kind of how our system works. Like we contract people to do development for, or well, sometimes we do research and development stuff, but to build stuff.
The income tax entirely. If he were to abolish the income tax, Trump would honestly be one of the best presidents in our lifetime. It would be an absolutely monumental achievement to abolish the income tax, even if it was replaced with protectionism, which again is also not good. But if it came with a reduction in government alongside it, that would be fantastic. And I think a good portion of Republicans might actually be in a position where they're willing to listen to that reasoning. So very good opportunity here, and libertarians shouldn't blow it by saying, oh, actually the lefties are right now. Because technically, yes, the far lefties are right when they're saying that tariffs are bad. But again, it's also pretty obvious that they're only saying that because Orange Man bad. Because this phenomenon of outright socialists suddenly taking the libertarian right side against protectionism is, let's just be honest here, it's coming entirely from a place of TDS, a Trump derangement syndrome. It's not actually coming from a genuine understanding of economics. That's why for the rest of this video, I kind of want to focus on just this scam in general. Where does this scam of people who have socialist beliefs suddenly pretending to have libertarian right beliefs come from?
Isn't Destiny against a wealth tax? Yeah.
What's the real goal of this scam?
Or at least he was. I guess I don't know for sure now. I think you could probably push Destiny to being pro wealth tax just because, I don't know, probably depends on who was arguing against that day. I don't know. I don't think he actually has strong, developed, informed opinions on a wealth tax. No offense.
What's actually happening here when we see a socialist suddenly agreeing with a Mises Caucus libertarian?
To be fair, the progressive tax people would argue labor supply is less elastic to income tax, especially while having other mitigating policies in place. True. Well, they would argue that tariffs would affect. I'm assuming you need more space. They're just going to say labor supply more. Why don't you educate Destiny economics? You literally have a direct line to him. I don't have that direct a line. I have as direct a line to him as you do, which is sending him a DM or Discord. But like, I don't know. Like, I'm not the am I even the person like educating him in economics? Like, he could reach out to people who are both bigger and more informed than me, right? So like, he's talked to Noah Smith before. He could talk to Noah Smith again. I'm sure he could talk to people like Matt Iglesias. I'm sure he could talk to, he talked to Matt Brunegg before. He talked to that Kyla scan-on girl or whatever, but she's kind of weird. Growth, productivity, employment, and directly besides the retaliation. Yeah. It doesn't not fun here. Let's discuss the anti-shrimp industrial complex. If Destiny wanted to talk about the shrimp welfare project, I would be down for that. But I kind of doubt he would. But, you know. You read the Panama Papers, bro? Shit is fucked up. No, I'm not. Well, isn't it? Panama Papers are like actually like 5,000 fucking pages long, right? But I haven't read the summary either, really. But why don't you like Kyla? I don't like hate her. I just don't like she doesn't seem to give very like nuanced opinions ever, and she doesn't even seem to like give opinions half the time. It just kind of seems like whoever she's talking to, like she's not like ever engaging in like whatever debate shit. Like I remember watching this with Isaac, and like she gave like 5 like kind of opinions or whatever. Like the way she answers questions is so annoying, where she's like, well, some people say this and some people say that, and it's not even fucking saying anything meaningful. I think like she was talking to Tyler Cohen, and like she'll be like, yeah, she is fine though. She is pretty fucking hot. So there is that. You know, that's what makes it difficult, is that like I never see her say much meaningful, but she is a baddie. And like she'll like be like, yeah, I totally agree with you, Austria and Tyler Cohen, except maybe we should have 1% more welfare than you think we should have. And then she'll talk to Jon Stewart and be like, I totally agree with you, Jon Stewart. Austerity is the worst thing ever, and if we taxed the rich more, labor would be doing so much better, and yeah, it's wild. Imagine bank telling customers they don't know where their money is, and their excuses is hard to track. Wow. Tyrus, have you reviewed? Sorry, have you reviewed? I'm assuming that Thomas Sowell debunk video by Eliminator Economics. I've watched it, or I've watched both of them. Did you watch Superman? No, not yet. I probably will once it comes out on like whatever streaming service or whatever, or at least once I can pirate a good version of it. It's not like a theater recording. I like the 2 videos you made on Thomas Sowell. I don't remember everything in them, but fuck it, Clarence Thomas Space, incredible. I like economics. Yeah, I like him for the most part. I mean, yeah.
Libertarian on specific policies, particularly when their guy isn't sitting on the throne. What really causes this phenomenon? It's such a common scam that even some.
You like UE? I think he makes good videos, and I think his videos are like well researched, and I think they make good points. And like I think like obviously I have disagreements with UE, right? And it's like but like I can like his videos and like have disagreements with him, but like I don't think he's like crazy or anything, and I think he makes good videos, and I think he has good points. He nitpicks studies like crazy. It's definitely possible. I haven't gone like I don't go through most of the fucking sources on his videos all the time to talk about stuff, but I do think his article on rent control is just like weird. I don't know. And his video on rent control too is kind of weird. It's not like necessarily. I don't think it's like bad, but I hate current affairs based. His video on globalization is kind of weird. I think his video on value is good though. Most of these are pretty good. The One Democracy video I think is fine, but like I don't have enough research to.
Scarcely a day. Rent control.
None of these things.
Whatever. To median wage.
I don't know. I forget exactly what he says about minimum wages. Do you want second thought? No. Nah, I have not watched him in a while.
Median wages is only 33% for the US, compared to 54%.
I don't think he makes very good videos. I think most of the stuff he makes is bullshit and not well researched. I should watch Second Thought and debunk instead of you watch Destiny Slop. Well, I'm interested in Destiny Slop more because I think he was talking about things more interesting to me. Like I don't really know. I don't even. That's not interesting. I guess I like skimmed through half of this or whatever. I don't think I did it on stream. But real quick, I don't know. I think he.
Dube, Lester, and Reich found no employment effects of the minimum wage using 316 adjacent pairs of states. That's Card and Craig times by hundreds.
My God, I don't even know what that is. Nobody does.
Well,
a 2019 paper by.
I don't know. I know there's critiques of Dubé out there, although my understanding, I think the critique I've seen has to do with the effective minimum wage and poverty, not just the employment effects, but. My friend is a class with debate based.
Sengis, Dube, Lindner, and Zepera.
Fuck you. What the hell? What'd I do, man?
Estimated the effect of minimum wages on the entire distribution of jobs using.
Nothing. Actually, I have a question. How viable is a land value tax? Was reading George Zimmerman seems based. What do you mean by viable? I think it's relatively viable for like some local communities to do. Like I don't think it's like I think it's almost certainly not going to get passed at a federal level like ever, and I think it might even be technically unconstitutional. I don't know if a land value tax would be allowed on a federal level. I think you can make arguments against it. But Like I think it's totally viable for like if New York City did like a land value tax, that probably like be viable. Hardburger tax and victory auction methods of implementing LVT will be so unpopular, probably.
138 different minimum wage changes in the USA. The x-axis here shows the part of the wage distribution we're in relative to the minimum.
Like I don't think most of this stuff is bad or anything, but the rent control stuff, I just feel like it's like I'm not totally convinced. Like I don't think like the like rent control 2.0 whatever is like particularly like bad or like anything. It's just like it's like we have a policy like rent control and like we recognize that's going to cause like X problems. My nose is always congested and blocked. What should I do? I have no clue. Get one of those fucking teapots that you fucking clear your sinuses with. I don't know. I've fucking seen those in Instagram Reels. Dimetti should recuse himself in the... Oh, you're talking to Loco, sorry. Anyway. I don't know, but like some of this was weird because this feels like we have a policy like rent control and we recognize it's going to cause like some effect and we're like, okay, well, you know, let's just like exempt new buildings so we don't see like some of the same type of effects. And it's like, okay, well, maybe it causes a decrease in quality. So like, let's like let you increase rents if you have like a bunch of fucking, or if you do like major renovations or whatever. And it's like, yeah, fair point. Since I am writing symbol for myself called Teal Social Democracy, which is mixing tech optimism, green politics. Oh my god, fuck this thing. With stock term tenants to compile my thoughts based. Wow. Exempt new buildings. Well, yeah, that's what I hate. Capital levies based. It's like now we have like an administrative state dedicated to like determining what counts as like a major renovation, such that like you can increase rents by 5% per year. It's like, okay, at this point, like you're not even helping that many people, right? It's like, great, for the 1,000 people living in the rent controlled units, okay, you now limit their rent increase to 5% per year. And it's like, is that really all it cracks up to be, bro? Oh, Destiny.
Clearly. And in the debate with Destiny, Ben Burgess largely accepted this framing, contending that you could compensate by building more housing.
Because if we just have rent control, there's going to be far less investment in private housing. There's going to be far less private housing built. But if you're doing a lot of public housing to make up the shortfall, then it's literally you could accept your premise. You could accept what the economists are saying and still think that it's just irrelevant to that package of policies.
Why not just build more houses?
Building more housing is good, but a reduction in rental housing doesn't mean that houses disappear. There may just be a corresponding rise in ownership. Our concern is surely...
But also, like this... he makes this argument here, too. Not fun. Why do you like social democracy? I don't know if I would like call. I don't know if I fall into the category of social democrat or not. Some people definitely say I'm a social democrat, I guess, but I don't think I would brand myself as a social democrat. Not that I think my label really matters. I think broadly, like they're pretty like broad, good benefits to markets and private ownership and to property rights. And I think like there are, you know, I guess like sort of the clearest case of like some type of market failure to me is probably just like welfare, right? Like it just seems kind of like there's always going to be people in society who, for circumstances outside of their control, like can't take care of themselves or whatever. They don't contribute to the labor market or they don't own capital, so they don't get income. And it seems unfair to have that burden entirely placed on their family and or just leave them out to fucking die. So, you know, it seems like welfare for that reason is probably a good thing. And I don't think there's a role private charity can like easily fill. And then I think I don't know, what else do I like? I mean, I think like government ownership of like fire departments is good. So I might be a social democrat. There's a few rent to own schemes that seem pretty sensible. I mean, I think I don't know, like I was saying before, like So like it's true, like there's a study in like San Francisco or whatever, and it's like, oh, you know, like when we see like rent controlled apartments, or when we like rent control apartments or whatever, owners convert that into like owner occupied housing, right? And it's like, okay, so you have reduced the supply of rental housing, right? So you probably will see rental housing prices go up. Now, you haven't necessarily reduced the total housing stock, right? Because now there's going to be people who own or whatever, but like, you know, there are probably people who would have preferred to rent that are now barred from renting that apartment. And not fun. Do you have a deviated septum? I don't think so. Do I? Isn't that when are you able to tell? Isn't it, that's your fucking nose shit, isn't it? I don't believe I do. Who are the ones putting pressure on society to create welfare programs? What do you mean? Are you sure? Not at all. I mean, you can look at my. I'll let you decide for yourself based on. You might. It's over for me. Which class? Oh, I gotta get rid of the shrimp goal. Hopefully soon. They will integrate with Tiltify. The regular donors can go back up. And then I can do the shrimp welfare subathon. You've been streaming for 6 hours. Did you hydrate or rest up? I stream for 6 hours relatively often. Like, it's not a super long stream for me, but I guess I've been hydrating. I got Mountain Dew and I got Red Bull. All a man needs for real. Bro is built different. I mean, 6 out streaming is not that hard. Bro, I'm doing shit like half of my streams are doing shit I would be doing off stream anyway, right? So I'm not gonna pretend like I have a super hardcore like understanding of like the rent control literature. This just kind of strikes me as untrue. I don't know for sure, but the fact that like, oh, rent control is now in a similar place to minimum wage research. A few formula studies are finally starting to displace the outdated conventional wisdom. It feels like for the minimum wage, we were looking at like the same policy. For the studies that find positive effects from rent control, you're looking at like a pretty hardcore different policy than like the original type of rent control, right? Like you're doing all the special exempting new buildings, limiting rent increases instead of like the nominal rent, and like doing all that stuff. Yeah. And then this is weird to me too. I like when I am examining policy, I care about like the outcome of that policy, like whether it's good or bad. I don't really care like the sort of, I don't want to say moral, like maybe moral is the right word, like moral reasons, like why policies are good or bad, or like why the outcomes are bad. Middle / lower class, or is it upper class? I mean, you probably see more support for welfare among the middle and lower class. Do you think I disagree with that? They're the ones that most directly benefit from it, right? So it's likely, I would imagine, they support it more. But yeah, it says like, even if you're right concerned with the total number of rental units available, treating landlords with behavior as some sort of iron law in nature, passively responding to the impersonal forces of supply and demand is strange. Their actions are shaped by policy and can be reshaped by better ones. Not too long ago, New York passed a law which requires 51% of buildings' existing tenants to approve before a landlord can convert it to owner-occupied housing. That type of policy directly limits the type of tenant displacement, often blamed on rent control. The economics profession tendency to not to ponder this kind of policy astounds me. It's as if we were treating landlord behavior as a fixed input rather than a variable. A passage from Diamond et al. On a paper on rent control in San Francisco telling where they discuss to force displacement of tenants by landlords. When are you streaming that till? I don't know. Till I'm tired or something. We'll see. What happens to welfare? What do you know what happens to welfare? I don't know. Do you have member only streams? No, I don't have any like YouTube members, so and I don't have that many Twitch subs, so it's definitely like not worth it for me to do that. Oops. Riddle suggests that landlords actively try to remove tenants in those areas where rent control affords the most benefits, i.e. high price appreciation areas. There are a few ways a landlord can accomplish this. First, landlords can try to legally evict their tenants, for example, by moving into the properties themselves, known as owner move-in eviction. Alternatively, landlords can evict tenants according to the provisions of the BLS Act, which allows evictions when an owner wants to remove units for rental markets, for instance, in order to convert the units into condos or a tenancy in common. I expect most current affair readers will read this not as rent control is bad, but as landlords abuse their power and tenants don't have enough rights. It's like, okay, so like I kind of understand the objection to saying, I kind of understand the like you're saying, okay, like we shouldn't like just accept that landlord's behavior is like a universal like law of nature or whatever, but like and like it's true that it can be shaped by policies, but like if we observe a bad outcome from X policy because people's behavior tends to always do this thing, well, that's like evidence that policy is bad. And then if you want to say, well, but maybe we could change the landlord's behavior, right? It's like, okay, well, what would the effects of this policy be? And like, I don't have studies on this, but just generally speaking, if landlords are unable to evict tenants as easily, they are probably going to want to supply housing less because it's more risky. It's riskier to supply that housing, right? If they are committed to having this tenant be there for longer, like.
Surely whether people are getting the houses they need, not whether they're renting or owning them. We can have a debate about the relative merits of renting versus ownership, and which demographics are more likely to use one or the other, but it's not immediately obvious to me which is more desirable. Second, rent control captures...
Explain why developers will want to build in markets with falling rents. They probably won't. I mean, that's like the whole process by which, kind of how stuff works. Like as the like price moves towards marginal cost, right? Like firms exit the market when price gets closer to marginal cost. Yeah, not going to see developer like. I mean, you see, depending on how high the rents are initially, you might still see developers wanting to build more if there are falling rents, because if prices like well above marginal cost, you know, let's say because there's so many barriers to entry, and then you remove the barriers to entry, well, there's going to be a lot of firms that enter the market to try to seize on the opportunity to collect their, rents while they are still there. But obviously the competition is gonna drive price to marginal cost. That's kind of the whole point.
Of wide variety of different policies. The standard demand-supply analysis only depicts a straight-up cap on rents, whereas modern rent control just limits increases and allows for inflation in landlords' costs to encourage maintenance. Such provisions are common and common sense. For example, if you're worried about rent control discouraging construction, exempt new buildings, like Berlin. Recently, a Bloomberg article that mysteriously appeared in everyone's trends on Twitter discussed the impact of rent control in Berlin.
If agree welfare is fought for by middle-class lower classes, then if their leveraging power gets taken away, then only reasonable to assume welfare will be taken away. I don't necessarily think so, right? I mean, I think so. For one, I agree. Like lower middle class people probably like disproportionately like vote for welfare or whatever. But I don't think like even like depending on what you define as upper class, like I don't know what the percent of people like just like holistically against welfare are. Like there are probably some people who are in favor of like some type of cuts, but not like holistically getting rid of it. And I don't know how you want to divide that exactly. But holy shit, wall of text. But I also don't think it follows that like if their like leverage gets taken away, like welfare necessarily disappears, because rich people also like have to, you have to work to remove the welfare like once it's there. And like I don't know how committed even if the workers have zero leverage, like the evil rich people are to doing that, right? And I think like obviously we see that the social safety net has like grown over time. Like if you just look at U.S. spending on income security, like federal spending on income security, percent of GDP by year. It's been relatively flat. I thought it was growing a little bit more than that, but like we don't see it like being taken away. Why don't you cover drama? I cover some of the big drama sometimes, but like what drama should I care about that I don't care about right now? I don't know. I don't I don't find most drama like particularly interesting.
Berlin, which froze rents on older houses units, which were exempt. Let's take an in-depth look at this paper, as I think it raises some interesting questions. The paper claims that someone else
assumptions that rarely, if ever, hold true in the real world. UE covered how.
Wow, true. So, like, I don't know. Like, AI will eventually remove need for middle/lower class. I don't think that's holistically true, but like, I agree. Like, there probably is a point at which like automation would substantially decrease the need for a lot of like lower skilled people's labor. But like, that's like just have redistribution at that point, right? Like, just have like an AI fucking dividend, right? Like, just have a sovereign wealth fund. Have we talked about the age of gone of the internet drama yet? I have not. Oh, age gating of the internet drama yet? No, I have not. I can look up something. Oh, not this. Do you know Fantano? Yeah, I know of him. I don't really like watch him, but. First time in history, workers have, I'm assuming you mean no power. I don't believe that's true. Again, like, we don't see, like, Fantano's getting canceled. Oh, no. For what? Like, I agree, like, Econ 101 makes, like, assumptions that, like, definitely, like, don't hold in, like, a lot of places, but, like, I don't know, like, it seems like in most cases, like, Econ 101 is, like, better than, like, not doing an economics analysis, right? Like, humanity in rich hands. You seem to have a lot of faith. I guess, buddy. Like I said, like, you don't see, I mean, I guess, you know, Trump has changed this a little bit because of the big, beautiful bill, but, like, you don't see, like, major, like, when do you think that workers, like, lost power or, like, first started having no power? Because, unless you're going to say, like, it's literally, like, this year, like, you haven't really seen, oh, shit, you haven't really seen, like, substantial decreases in, oh, it hasn't happened yet, it will, okay, and, like, you know, the welfare state and, like, social service spending.
Haciendo más insolvente,
Whoa.
el nivel de precios que me licúa es más alto, ¿sí?
Let's go.
¿Hasta ahí se ve?
Sí, perfecto.
Bueno, la pendiente de esto es la tasa de inflación. La tasa de inflación que subyace en la economía. Si yo agarro y capitalizo al Banco Central, ahora la...
Incredible. I don't even, what is this? I don't know what fuck non-English language is true. I'm worried about hyperinflation. A house costing 100 million in like 59 years seems like a scary idea. I don't think you should be that worried about hyperinflation.
Guys, what one is your favorite? Huggy Wuggy Chic, Skewy Blue, Jumbo Sauce, Ben,
Turn subs on?
Nab Nab.
What do you mean? Subs is on.
His name, the Fort Dude, and yeah, Flo Feline,
Should be on.
Beverlina, Steen.
People have subbed to me on Kick before. Oh, you mean fucking subtitles. My bad. Hold on, I'm stupid. I thought you were... Okay, never mind. I don't even know. Does Twitter even fucking have that? Yeah, there's no...
Bueno, la pendiente...
That's not there. No, I think this video is a little weird. I think like the first like half of it is fine.
Heckscher-Ohlin model is that countries have a kind of innate propensity to produce particular goods, which does...
I think that's kind of an unfair characterization, especially because the Heckscher, I always forget how to pronounce it, Ohlin model. is like pretty accurate if you just separate out skilled and unskilled labor, right? It's like a lot of countries export skilled labor because they have an abundance of skilled labor, and then import unskilled labor because they have a abundance of.
Esto no es una pipa.
Labor. Or they import from countries with an abundance of unskilled labor. Auto-translating these captions. What does he draw this graph?
Y otros títulos. Entonces, hicimos algo inédito en la historia argentina y en la historia del Fondo Monetario Internacional. ¿Quién es el máximo acreedor del Tesoro Nacional? El Banco Central. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que hicimos nosotros?
Bien amplias porque si no, no se...
Es el nivel de precios y el patrimonio del Banco Central en términos
abajo
negativos.
Pará, lo de abajo es el nivel de precio.
No, arriba está el nivel de precios.
Y abajo
pongo el patrimonio neto, pero le cambié el signo en términos negativos.
Dale.
Entonces, conforme yo me voy haciendo más insolvente, el nivel de precios que me licúa es más alto, ¿sí?
It's not helping that much. All I can tell is that he's talking about the price level in the central bank.
¿Se ve?
Sí, perfecto.
Bueno, la pendiente de esto es la tasa de inflación. La tasa de inflación que subyace en la economía.
Oh, hold on. Slope of the curve rate of inflation. Okay.
Si yo agarro y capitalizo al Banco Central, ahora el activo es más grande.
¿Dónde está el Banco Central en ese dibujo?
Es el patrimonio neto acá con signo negativo.
Ahí estaba Auxilia, ahí abajo.
Exactamente.
Dale.
El día que nosotros tomamos deuda desde el Tesoro y le pagamos al Banco Central.
We watched my movie. Don't watch it as on streaming at 16. Look, so I'm not gonna watch that dumbass movie you sent me. I don't think I care very much. I don't know. So like, some of this stuff is fine. I think it's a little bit misleading to like say that like, you know, we're stating that countries have like some innate ability to produce stuff even with the computer advantage or action OLED model. It's just that, you know, the relative abundance of some factors is going to matter for that, right? And it's like, for certain geographical or cultural reasons, we would expect places to have, I don't understand why you like localist. I don't like localist. I don't know what makes you think I like localist. I just like, I don't ban people from my chat I don't like or anything. Yeah, I think that's a little bit unfair, and I think that I agree, like, new trade theory is obviously more relevant to how international trade actually works than, like, actually the comparative advantage or Hector Olin model, although, like I said, if you separate out skilled and unskilled labor, the HL model does essentially hold. Doing well. But this, like... Early critical globalization warned that it would hollow out manufacturing hubs and lead to unemployment, social dislocation, and political backlash. Economists said no, often using simple models like comparative advantage, which completely ignore this problem. I agree this happened to some extent, maybe. I don't know. I don't know how, like, there were definitely economists not using simple models that had to be saying that at the same time, too, but I guess I don't know for sure. I'm your best chatter. I won a contest. Did you? I actually don't remember if you won. You might have. More advanced models paid more attention to the problem, but still underestimated it, as admitted by Krugman. Krugman shouldn't have admitted it, because I think Krugman was wrong. Eventually, the predicted backlash took place. Economists admitted they had been wrong to dismiss the critics, and now recognizing it as a problem. I don't know how much for is true. It's still very much in dispute how much trade was responsible for the decline in the manufacturing sector of employment, and it's definitely pretty hardcore disputed whether it was responsible for any overall decline in employment. I mean, with regards to he mentions like the unfair trade theory stuff here, it's like, yeah, I can see some of the stuff. There might be good evidence for some of it. I have not read like that far into it or anything, but like, we would expect these countries to disproportionately benefit from trade too, to the extent that its benefits to them in the first place, ignoring the like patent issues or whatever. So I could see like it still being a net benefit, even if we have issues with the patent system that make trade unfair between rich and poor nations. We're completely gotten over to backlash to globalization, judging by the unpopularity tariffs. We like cheap goods, yeah. We have, luckily, seen a pretty big increase in support for globalization and free trade due to the tariff thing. But, you know, who knows how long that'll last. Haven't had enough life experience to understand my argument in context. Which argument specifically, buddy? Your entire like localist theology you got going on? Is that what you mean? With a little bit more life experience, would I be yeah, I assumed you meant localist. Would I be a localist? Yeah, I think I can I'll find it. Easy money. Look. I like 2 debates over tonight. I think I should have brought up other things in this debate that I don't think I did. There's one of them. I think sample Texas and some of them too. There's the other one of them. And we've had like more like random debates at 3 a.m. But I've learned there's no interesting conversation to be had with localist because he only debates when he's drunk. Why do you have the biggest that stuff like everyone makes fun of them, okay? I don't see the issue. I don't know. Like I just like I don't have that many desktop icons. I have more than I would like now. I used to not have that many, so like I just like made them big. I rarely ever use my desktop icons. I almost always, like when I want to open something, I just use Steam or it's in my taskbar. Why are you ending stream so soon? Brother, it is 4:30 a.m. and I've been streaming for 7 hours. That's not like that soon. And I will stream again tomorrow. So yeah. No one is streaming on YouTube. That's awesome. I guess I could raid the UN. Stream for 5 more minutes. It was a full 7 hours. Nice. What are you looking at tomorrow? I don't know exactly what we'll do. We'll probably react to some more shit. I'm working on setting up a debate with a Jubilee guy. Sorry, Jubilee girl. I don't know when that'll be. Hopefully sometime this week. Maybe we'll we'll probably watch some like maybe Ezra Klein on like Flagrant tomorrow. I'll try to. I think there's one more person. I'll try to set up a thing about the BLS with, but no one seems to want to talk about that. So we'll see. So is it Sarah Stock? No, it's should happen relatively soon. She just needs to accept my Discord friend request, which she has not done. Why shrimp and not lobsters? Because there was no like lobster welfare project. There was no charity like devoted to helping lobsters at like low cost. Also, a lot of lobsters are like sold live, right? So you can't do the same type of intervention that we do to save them. Talking to this girl hopefully soon-ish. I don't know exactly about what. Probably in immigration. I think I might reach out to some other people. I think I said it. Okay, hold on. Actually, let me write some of this down so I don't forget some of it. I'll talk to the Jubilee girl. I'm gonna try to set up. I saw the KOE Nation dude who I know is like a hardcore MAGA drums or what dude defending the BLS firing thing. So I'm gonna reach out to him and see if he wants to talk about that. I'm going to maybe reach out to that from a while ago by now. That girl from the Heritage Foundation who debated the Cato interns. I kind of want to reach out to her, and maybe the guy she debated with as well. Talk to them about either trade or immigration or both. I want to. Who else do I want to reach out to? I don't know. I'll have not debates, but friendlier people on for the podcast at some point. We'll see. We'll see. Once you paid your own rent off on Chipotle wages and get all depressed, you'll understand life is kind of fucked up. Wow. Whoa. Incredible. Didn't consider that one. W stream, true. Yeah. I don't know why I can't. Hold on, I do know one person that's live right now, kind of. I don't think I've ever spoken to them or anything. They don't have fucking raids turned on. God damn it. Hold on, I got like 30 more seconds, then it'll be a full 7 hours. But yeah, I think the plan tomorrow is just going to be reaction, and then I'll definitely will have some debate this week, at least one probably. Actually, hold on. Is Ringgold going on Sarah this week, I think? Hold on, let me see. So I believe actually on Thursday this week. Ooh, this is hard actually. Because on Thursday this week, to do any format like the kind of debates, no, maybe I will someday, but they're annoying. On Thursday this week, one of my buddies, Ringgold, is going on Sarah's show, Sarah the Raging Tomato, to do like a 1v like 6 or whatever. I mean, it's an open panel about whether Trump is evil or not. I do want to show up there. However, that's also today a Conaway debates Destiny, and I do want to watch that. So, ooh, I don't know. We'll see. Either will on Thursday join that and do whatever, or we'll have a Conaway is Destiny. That's true. We'll just react to that. Yeah. Anyway, is anyone streaming on Twitch that I know? Like 8Lanius says, I guess. You can note over there. I Gunda Mommy ASMR. Hey, it's just like me, for real. Anyway, subscribe if you haven't. In your opinion, is horseshoe theory real? Kinda. I mean, I think I think anti-establishment horseshoe theory is real. Like, I think I think it's better to like describe. I think it's better just to say that like the anti-establishment people on the right and the anti-establishment people on the left are going to have a lot of overlap in like the anti-establishment areas, and that they both like hate the Defense Department, and they both hate U.S. intervention, and they both hate the Federal Reserve if you go far enough, and they both hate blah 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 blah. Blah. Anyway, yeah. I'm streaming again tomorrow, so make sure to subscribe or follow wherever you're at. Greatly appreciate it. Love streaming. Love the guys all tune in and watch me stream, and make sure to check me out tomorrow. Like I said, I'm going to work on setting up some debates and work on setting up a podcast to talk to friendly people. Do some nice confirmation bias. I'm sure I'll have some people who oppose me a little bit on sometimes, but we'll see. Anyway, love you guys. See you guys tomorrow. Appreciate it. Subscribe, like, smash that sub button, subscribe. You guys better subscribe. Head over to like 8Lanius on Twitch. You guys better subscribe. Are you subscribed? Yeah, you guys better fucking subscribe. I'm gonna hit stop streaming, and as soon as I hit stop streaming, I